and welcome back to WPT UK. We are stood outside Dusk Till Dawn Casino right here in Nottingham, and joining me today is the owner of Dusk Till Dawn Casino and partner of Party Poker Live, Rob Young. Thanks for joining me today, and I believe you're going to give me a tour around your grand establishment.
Yeah, sure, shouldn't take too long.
All right, let's go. So, did you expect it to go this far? What was your vision when you first opened this place?
Well, I mean, the primary reason why we opened the place was myself and Nick, who's the managing director here. We were late for a poker game for 10 minutes, and we said, let's open our own poker club where people can register late. We kind of knew a little bit about poker, we enjoyed it, so we felt that we could do something that was for the players. Sam Trumper, who helped design the place, he was very specific that he wanted to be in like an arena format.
Yeah.
The idea is you start with 300-400 players, and as people bust out, people are going to the next tier, and you end up on the final table. And you can definitely see when you walk through the front there that this is 50 poker tables, and you come here to play poker. So here we are at the final table. I think we've given over 100 million worth of prize pools in this area. We're the first Ladies Millions winner.
When did the partnership with Party Poker Live come about?
Well, it came about from the WPT. So we had the first WPT here, and at the time Party Poker owned WPT, and that introduced us for Dawn to Party Poker, and that's where things were born. So this is the bar where people have plenty of fun, and we named it after my good friend. You can see the Devilfish Bar there, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, but last year he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. So in his honour, we decided to name his favourite place in Dusk Till Dawn when he was here, the bar after him. So this is Trickett's room, named after Sam Trickett, who finished second in the one drop for 18 millions. He started off at Dusk Till Dawn, so we named the VIP room after him. This is where we play our higher stakes cash games. We have one table here, you can see. This is where some of the most famous players in the world have come to play. We tend to watch the sports, bet on the sports. It's a nice place to play cash games.
So this year, WPT UK has seen record-breaking numbers. What does the future hold with WPT and Party Poker Live?
I think Party Poker Live and Party Poker are going to continue sponsoring and supporting WPT. It's record numbers in Barcelona, record numbers here. It's a nice buy-in to qualifier players for. So I think we're going to keep pressing and pushing and really getting behind WPT, so they're the most successful tour at this buy-in in Europe.
All right, amazing. Can't wait to see what's going to happen next, and we can't wait to see who's going to be crowned the next WPT UK champion. And I believe you're going to be handing over the trophy on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever presented a trophy before, so probably going to do it this time.
Don't drop it.
So it's a big one.
All right, guys, thanks so much for watching, and for more information on the WPT and Party Poker Live, as always, just head to WPT.com.
For non-stop poker action at home or on the go, sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour United Kingdom final table here at Dusk Till Dawn. I'm Tony Dunst, online with Jonathan Little to bring you the commentary of our currently 9-handed final table. How you doing today, John?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here with you, and this is a stacked final table, and I am excited to watch the poker action.
It is a stacked final table. Some very accomplished players around here. You can see our chip leader Simon Brandstrom coming off a big win at EPT Barcelona just about a month ago, but James Rand has had some big results as well recently. He's in second place right now in the 6th seat. Many of our final tables are 6-handed. Today we'll start 9. Action begins with Paul. We're playing 30,000. 60,000.
We are going to be in for a long day of poker, I think, and that is exciting because I like to learn from good players all day.
Yes, and often we get the 6-handed final table, which creates that short-handed dynamic. Here we'll see how these guys adjust to playing full ring, but also having some payout ladder implications on their decisions.
Here we have Manik Loser opening it up with the ace-10 offsuit most likely. He is currently number 7 in the world, and he has over $10 million in tournament earnings. So definitely someone that everyone can study, learn from, and I'm excited to see fun poker from him.
Yeah, man, he's a great player. We were on a table together in this event on my last bullet of 4, I believe, and a very drunk player on that table took all my chips, and hopefully Manning got him back for me.
It's always nice whenever you lose to the drunk guy, because inevitably the good players get it. So the drunk guy doesn't even get to win.
I wasn't worried about watching a final table stream of that guy winning all the money with my chips. I was like, he is not keeping these. James gonna move all in with ace king from the small blind here. Manning with the quick fold, so James takes the first pot of our final table.
That may look like a large all in, but Manning only had 20 big blinds to start the hand, so not too big. Notice Manning did raise and then fold the ace-10. A lot of people get a little bit sticky in that spot and think that they're being pushed around because, you know, we are on the final table and everyone wants to ladder up a little bit, but as you see, he just instantly lets it go, no problem.
Yeah, James with the good play there. Perhaps his largest score came down at the Aussie Millions a few years ago. Certainly the most prestigious final table. But here tonight with a good chance at getting a WPT title, there's a shot of Ryan Mandara. Also among our leaders, just under 50 blinds. Action now with Matthew under the gun, holding ace-king.
It might be a short final table if someone gets ace-king every hand, right?
Yeah, and I was talking to Simon before the final table, and he thought because of the stack depth, things could go quickly, and because these are experienced players, oh wow, fairly tight, but I think a good fold from Paul Newey there. With just 20 blinds, a very, very awkward position to be in. Sorry, I said Paul Newey. That's not Paul Newey. Paul
Newey was in the tournament.
He was in the tournament. Yeah, it's just force of habit of saying Paul Newey. No, Paul there with the fold of the 7s, I think is a good play when you're on 20 blinds and under the gun 1 on a 9-handed table. Not a fold you want to make too often, but I think with these dynamics, I understand very much why he made it.
It's very different than playing 6-handed when under the gun opens, right?
Right, exactly.
Because whenever, in that scenario, under the gun should be just generally looser. Also, you have fewer players yet to act behind you. So you probably want to be going all in that scenario, but that was a very, very good fold, I think, in general.
Ryan makes the call out of the small blind with Queen Jack suited. So we'll go to the flop heads up.
Like, even Queen Jack suited is probably a close call in the small blind. I mean, it's a fine hand, don't get me wrong, but you're never really thrilled to play against an under-the-gun raiser if the under-the-gun raiser has 20 big blinds and is playing competently.
Agreed. And an interesting flop here on Jack 10, 3, 2 hearts. Matthew with the gut shot over cards and ace-high backdoor flush draw. Ryan, of course, with top pair and a couple of backdoor draws of his own.
This is an interesting spot because Ryan has top pair, yet if he shoves all in, he may get mostly called by better hands, but he does make hands like ace-king and ace-queen fold some portion of the time, right?
He does, and in those instances, it's quite good for him since ace-king here actually has quite a number of outs. However, with a jack on the turn, you can see Matthew now drawing dead. That is the card, a queen, that would give him Broadway, would fill up Ryan. Ace or king would only give him a pair as opposed to Ryan's trips, and with a 9 of hearts on the river, 2 of the most obvious draws on the flop have been completed.
Yeah, the jack had Matthew drawing dead, but it also made it to where Matthew's just not going to lose much more money in this hand unless he improves on the river. Or maybe if a 10 comes or something like that. But even then, it's not a great spot.
Yeah.
So how big does Ryan go on the river?
Not big. It's essentially a blocking bet of 135,000 into a pot of about 600. So he bets quarter pot or so. Matthew here with the ace heart blocker, thinking this over.
Does he ever make the hero all in?
Ever? Sure. Often on a paired board when your opponent can have a number of the full house combinations on this texture, I'm gonna guess he doesn't go for it this time.
Yeah, it's just too easy for me against Jack 10, Jack 9, right? Maybe even pocket 10s or 9s if they don't go all in pre-flop.
That's right.
Or just a flush. You know, he could just have a flush or a straight that doesn't fold. Probably not the best spot to call because you really don't beat much.
No. I will say that if you're going to bluff, this seems like the hand to do it with, but it is also a very difficult bluff to get away with against your opponent's value range, and so he'll make the fold, and Ryan takes that one down.
You may ask, why would Ryan want to bet so small with what is almost certainly the best hand there? And it's because he just doesn't have very many bluffs in his range. Ryan or Matthew? He doesn't have, yeah, Ryan did not have very many bluffs in his range in that scenario. So when that's the case, often a smaller bet's ideal.
So Matthew Erdley takes a small setback, came into the final table with about 20 blinds. There's a shot of Paul Siddle, one of our middle stacks at 2.27 million. And the reflective sunglasses, hopefully not too reflective.
So did you enjoy Dusk Till Dawn, Tony?
I do very much. I've come here a number of times, as I used to be sponsored by Party Poker, and the WPT has partnered with them for a number of events here. And it's a really fun crowd to gamble with. Like, I've got some good stories for you. You know, when we have a down moment in the stream, in the action, about the kind of players I encountered here. But right now, Simon, raising it up to 120,000 with sixes, has run into Maria's jacks. Maria has had some amazing success here in the last couple of years, including one of her first major wins was at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, she's been winning seemingly everything recently. And, you know, good for her. I know she studies a ton, puts a lot of effort into getting better at poker, and she is consistently crushing it. So she does just call with the pocket jacks pre-flop, elects to not re-raise as also a middle stack.
A good flop for Maria's jacks on 10-8-3.
There's no space. There's no space there. Matt's got 2 spaces for himself.
It's not by choice. Well, I'm liking it.
Simon here, considering whether he'd like to better check this flop.
This is an interesting spot because it's kind of difficult to know what Maria's calling range is pre-flop, because it could be rather wide with a lot of suited connected type hands, or it could be just mostly unpaired big cards at this point.
Yeah, Simon.
Or a lot of medium pairs though, and like, what does pocket sevens do in this scenario? It's a tough spot for pocket sevens or even pocket nines, right?
Agreed, and Simon has one of those hands that benefits from protection and driving out some of those overcards, but also doesn't have great playability should he bet and Maria calls. And so here on the turn, my guess is that he will slow down.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of the best players in the world now just open folding small pairs from the early positions, and it's because this happens a lot, right? Like, you raise, somebody calls, and then it's bad unless you make a set. Because right here, even, for all he knows, Maria's just calling the flop with something like king, queen of diamonds, and then maybe she bluffs at it at the turn, and then you're folding the best hand some portion of the time. Or she just has jack 10 and goes for a value better. Jacks, right?
I am very surprised to see Maria check back on that turn. It feels like a board that is both very good for her, but one where she would want to get some money in.
I'm always a pretty big fan of at least considering the cautious line as a middle stack in general. Like, what could really go wrong in a spot? I mean, she could bet and then get jammed all in, right?
Yes.
That's, like, if you can ever just sidestep that completely and know that you get to call essentially every river bet, I don't mind it so much. But I do definitely agree. She has the best hand almost every time.
Right.
And she has to worry about getting outdrawn some portion of the time.
Correct. It is a hand that also wants protection when it bets the turn. And Simon here, I believe, is turning his hand into a bluff. Would you agree with that, John? That he's trying to bluff out maybe an 8 or pocket 9, something like that?
I think if he's going to bluff, he needs to use a much bigger size. He bet about a half pot, I think, if that's how the pot graphics are working.
Yes.
I would have much preferred more like a pot size bet, or even bigger perhaps, if you're going to try to get a 10 to fold or pocket 9s to fold. With this bet size, I think you're just going to get called a lot because it's so easy for Simon to just have queen jack or ace queen or ace jack or something like that that may decide to bluff.
And if I'm Maria, I would think this King of Hearts river, while good for Simon's range, is also one that will inspire some bluffs. So considering I didn't put that much money in the pot, I would have difficulty folding my jacks on the river.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying here I'm not folding pocket nines or maybe even 8 on the river, right? So, I mean, it is kind of tough that she has 2 jacks, which blocks the obvious bluffs, or some of the obvious bluffs with ace jack and queen jack. But he could also just have like ace 5 suited, right?
Yes.
There's so many potential bluffing hands that he could have, and the king, while it does hit his range, there's so many unpaired hands still, especially hands that bet the flop small, because he's probably going to do that with his whole range, and then check the turn with a lot of it. So, I mean, you don't necessarily think you have the best hand every time in this scenario, but you certainly have the best hand a third of the time. Probably more like half the time or even more.
And Maria does make this call. So Simon's
definitely
sixes,
like the call.
No good. Maria's jacks will take down a nice pot here and push her near 3 million.
I mean, I guess if you're going to bet the 6s there, I think you either need to go really big to try to get hands worse than a king to fold, or you need to go really tiny to try to get stuff like ace queen and ace jack to call.
I agree with you there, John. I was a little surprised by Simon's choice in sizing there, but also sometimes early in a final table and a lot's happening, you kind of, this sounds crazy, but every now and then you lose track of the pot size.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely easy to do in live poker. I know a lot of people are playing on party poker, and it keeps track of the pot for you, which is very, very nice. It also keeps track of the number of big blinds you have if you want it to do that. In live poker, you have to do a little bit more work.
Action starts with Simon again. And now Maria with King 10 of spades.
One thing Maria does, I think, very, very well is I think she portrays like a rather timid image in general, but she's not timid at all. You know what I mean? Like maybe sitting there, call it quote unquote thinking with pocket jacks for a while, maybe she's trying to induce people to bluff her later.
Paul folds ace 7 suited on the button. Now Matthew with ace 8 suited in the small blind. John, were you surprised by that ace 7 of spades fold on the button?
I mean, it's reasonable. You don't have to play it. I mean, all the medium strength hands, it's certainly viable just to fold them if you feel inclined, especially early at a final table. I mean, it is worth mentioning the payouts here. I mean, 9th place is $36,000, whereas first is $330.
Right.
So a very, very big difference between 9th and first place. And, you know, getting a few ladder ups is not so relevant because, let's say, 6th place is $76,000, so you basically double your money between 9th and 6th. But I'm a pretty big fan of just feeling out the table early at a final table because a lot of people really prioritize getting to the final table, and once they get there, they go nuts. Some people really want to ladder up, and you learn that over the course of the first 30 minutes or hour at a final table. Yeah, I mean, I would have been in there with those hands, and suited aces are pretty good.
Yeah, I think I see the flop there with the ace 7 suited as well, but I understand why players take the more cautious approach early in a final table. Action's back on Maria with queen 8 suited, and she will let that go. And now Paul with aces on the cutoff. It's going to 130. Simon in the big blind with queen 9. Very likely to take a flop.
Yeah, if Paul had raised larger here, Simon could conceivably fold, but not against a min raise. You should be defending your big blind quite wide against a min raise in general, especially when you have more chips than the other player. Simon doesn't know it, but he's really rooting for no top pair.
especially with Paul raising on the cutoff. Should Simon make top pair, that could get quite expensive. 9-5-3, and so Simon here may be in for an expensive hand of poker.
This is a good top pair too. It's not like it's 9-8-7, right?
Right. This is a spot that if you are not at a final table, the queen nine may even check raise some percent of the time. I think at a final table, most players will take the more cautious approach.
Yeah, I think, like, if there ever is a time to be more aggressive in general, is when you have more chips than your opponent. But I definitely agree that I would be calling a lot of the time in this scenario. Some people just always raise their top pairs, though, so I wouldn't be shocked. Looks like a nice call.
Eight on the turn. Mostly good card for Paul. It would improve 7-6 to a straight, or certainly 9-8 to two pair, but beyond that, I imagine he's happy to see an 8 peel off there. And Simon, also likely pretty comfortable with that card. I don't see him folding to this second barrel here. Do you, John?
I do not. I think this is just a... I mean, you're kind of stuck at this point. I mean, it's unfortunate when you make top pair and when your opponent is betting the flop and then betting the turn. You're never really loving it. But I mean, notice here, Paul could just have Jack 10 or Queen Jack or
hearts,
any various overcards, right?
All kinds of stuff.
He could have flush draws. He could just be betting Ace 8 now for, you know, value / protection. It's easy enough for Paul to either have a worse made hand or a draw, or just unpaired hands and unpaired cards in general.
So Simon does call the turn for 350,000, nearly 1.5 in this pot as we go to a 10 of hearts river, and that may slow things down a little here. I'm not sure Paul, with just over pot to play, will go for the third barrel of value.
I think the main time you can go for a value bet in this scenario is if you're pretty sure that Simon is rather call happy in general. I mean, again, going back to the idea that we are at a final table, right here, if Paul loses the rest of his chips or a big chunk of his chips, it's just really bad. Whereas if he just checks it behind, he makes it to where he cannot lose a significant amount of money when he happens to be beat. So I don't mind the check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Paul's check as well there, and so some early setbacks for Simon. Loses a decent pot to Maria, now against Paul.
People often ask me, like, what is the difference between tournaments and cash games? And that hand right there on the river is a very good example of a difference, because in a cash game, you would almost certainly go for a value bet. Because the aces are good, even when you get called a decent amount of the time there. But in a tournament, you really don't want to be losing the last bit of your chips. So even if the aces are good there like 55 or 60% of the time when you bet and get called, it's still probably not worth it.
Now most of our final tables are six-handed. Certainly the televised ones are six-handed. Today's stream final table 9-handed. The players played until about 1 a.m. last night. They were aiming to get down to 8, but things are moving fairly slow, so they settled on 9. And that leaves us with more time to watch poker today, John.
Which is great. I enjoy seeing the play that you very often don't get to see, right? 2 weeks ago for WPT Deep Stacks, we streamed starting with, I think, 12 players. We got to see them playing down before the final table, right? And that is very interesting. Here we get to see the 9-handed play that you often don't see leading up to the final 6 you often get to see on TV. So it's very, very nice to be able to experience this part of the tournament and see how the best players are getting deep, right? Like, for example, we saw Maria already just call the pocket jacks. I mean, just calling the jacks instead of 3-betting, even that's going to ensure she makes the final few players more often than 3-betting a lot of the time, because when you 3-bet it, sometimes you just end up going broke.
Matthew here moves in for 15 blinds on King Jack and the cutoff. No takers behind him, and so he'll take that down. You're right, John. I think in a lot of settings, Maria would have 3-bet her jacks pre-flop, but those final table dynamics you spoke to definitely enforce a more passive approach, particularly in the early goings while we're full ring.
So far in the bottom of my bag, it's like so many creases in it that I would have had to spend probably an hour ironing it. Even if I'd remembered, it probably wouldn't have come out.
James with pocket queens here. Will open for the minimum.
Tony, do you still enjoy using a 2 big blind raise size in this scenario deep at the final table, or do you try to use a different size for whatever reason?
I think when you and all of your opponents are 50 or 60 blinds and less, I'm mostly opening to the minimum or slightly more. I might alter that based on my opponent's tendencies. Sometimes you have players who are just way too loose, are not very attentive to sizing, and so against them I tend to tighten up my opening ranges a little bit and then make my opens bigger since I know that they are planning to call me. But I think at a table full of mostly pros, I prefer them in or close to. On 5-4-4 to clubs, Maria, with her jack-3 of suited, has not connected in a meaningful way. She'll check over to James. And James in a spot where I expect him to mostly bet, but every now and then on these paired boards, when you're up against the big blind players, people check back because their opponent is much more trips heavy than they are raising an early position.
And also, if you check it back on the flop, you just know you're not folding, right?
Yes.
So it makes it to where you just cannot be bluffed, which is quite nice. Yeah. Because right here, like if there was a heart on the board, I would not be shocked if Maria would check raise with this. If there was a heart on the board, a relatively junky draw. Yeah, it's not a good draw at all, but it's an aggressive line that she could potentially take. Not against the chip leader, most likely, but it's you don't really want to be in the spot where you get check raised on 5-4-4 when you have an overpair.
Yes.
Unless you know your opponent's crazy. And, you know, I think Maria just plays really, really well, and that puts her opponents in tough spots when she does decide to get out of line and make those bluffs.
And of course, I think 5-4-4 is a better paired texture to bet than 7-6-6. Some of the middling cards. The 4 is going to get folded pre-flop by Maria more often.
Might loosen you up a bit.
Than some of the cards a little bit higher up. So I think James can feel more confident that his opponent is trips deficient.
You say that, but when facing the min raise, getting 5-to-1 odds pre-flop or whatever it is, it's tempting to call. I'm not going to say with any 2, but certainly with a lot of hands, right?
Certainly anything suited with a 4 in it probably calls.
I mean, like 6-4, 5-4, 4-3. I mean, offsuits. It's a spot where perhaps raising a little bit bigger, like you mentioned, may get some of these hands to either call a slightly worse pre-flop or fold, which is not the end of the world especially on some flops like that one.
Manic here with queens on the button and just under 20 blinds. Goes to 150.
I like watching him play. He's very methodical, and when I say methodical, I don't necessarily mean like slow, but I mean he's very put together. I like seeing good put together humans. We'll see Simon, one of the chip leaders as well, 45 big blinds. He has a pretty rough seat with Manig and Maria on his direct left. When you have 2 good players on your left, Tony, do you tend to just tighten up a little bit and play a little bit tighter than normal because you expect to get played back at a bit more, or do you not care?
I guess I would say I play my usual ranges, but if I have bad players to my left, then I start to open them up. I don't really like, excessively tighten up my game because of quality opponents, but I just don't break the ranges that I came intending to play, whereas sometimes you see players on your left that never 3-bet you without the nuts, and all of a sudden a lot of hands become profitable opens in late position that wouldn't be otherwise.
I think I come ready to play the looser strategy.
Do you?
Until I have to adjust back to the regular strategy.
Simon with a slightly loose open, holding 5-4 suited on the hijack. Leo in the small blind with 7s, sitting on 20-something blinds, 23, 24 or so. In one of those.
Earlier we saw the 7s fold against an early position raise, but here I think an all-in is the right play.
Yeah, good play from Leo there.
And that's because he's facing a later position raiser, and there's only one person yet to act, right? So it's a much better scenario to shove the 7s than the previous spot that we saw 10 minutes ago.
So Simon, taking some early hits at our final table, came in as our chip leader, but 0 for 3 so far.
0 for 3, but still in fine shape. He's doing a good job of not losing his mind. Although, maybe opening it up with a 5-4 is the first little step in that direction. We are at the WPT UK. There were a lot of great events. There was a WPT 500 here. The Jack Hardcastle won for $68,000. A WPT Ladies event. The Katie Swift won for $4,500. And the Devilfish Cup in memory of Dave Devilfish Ulliott. And Rick Trigg won $250,000 in that tournament. Oh, I missed the Devilfish. He used to always tell me ridiculous stories and call me Young Guppy when we would sit before Bellagio tournaments.
He was one of poker's true characters, remembered very fondly here at Dusk Till Dawn. Paul under the gun with queens. Opens the action to 150. Maria's out with a7. Now Ryan in the big blind with 6-4. And there you go, John. Make it 2.5x, and you get those 6-4 offsuits to fold from the big blind.
That's exactly it. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not going to say you necessarily want the 6-4 to fold. I mean, I think you'd rather just call more money pre-flop, right?
Right, yes.
And like you said, if people don't care how much you raise, they just defend against any non-absurdly big raise. You might as well just get more money in with your range that stands to be better than their range. But there we see it fold, which is, they're not really a great result. That said, maybe the 6-4 folds to a min raise too. It's tough to say.
Action starts with Matthew. He'll go out. Folds around to Simon, and now Manig. Maria with a potentially playable 8-6 suited on the hijack.
I enjoy playing these marginal suited connectors, but sometimes it doesn't work out so well because they make a whole lot of potential bluffing hands after the flop.
Well, Maria will open hers to 130,000.
Definitely like the raise.
Paul in the big blind will not play his 10-5 offsuit. And so Maria chips up over 3 million.
One thing you definitely see when you observe the best players, and Maria is definitely one of the best players, is that as they have a medium to big stack, they just start opening it up with every potential raising hand for the most part. I'm not gonna say every time, but definitely a lot. Basically, they go for it. And I feel like a lot of the players who, take a lot of 8th place finishes just don't go for it. They kind of just blind out, wait for good hands, and inevitably just have to get it in a flip. Whereas you see players like Maria, and they're battling, and she's just usually going to slowly chip up throughout the tournament, which is perhaps the reason she's made so many fantastic runs recently. I mean, she has over $3 million in earnings at this point, which is fantastic.
And it happened very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's $3 million in like 2 or 3 years, right, playing maybe the biggest buy-in is $10,000 or something. So it's not like she's playing tons and tons of 100Ks or anything like that.
Maria's breakthrough win came here at Dusk Till Dawn about 2 years ago. Maybe 3, I was here for it. It's all starting to blur together, John, a long time on the tour. James with 9-8 suited. It'll raise up the cutoff. Paul in the small blind with ace-6. This is typically not a hand that I would get involved with, but I could see some merit in 3-betting. And Paul is going to make a 3-bet here to 400,000. And this is interesting because James has one of those hands that could go either way between calling or folding depending on what you think of your opponent. I typically call in this spot, but every now and then people make tight folds, and especially with 9-8 suited as the suited connector, sometimes people fold this one because it gets understrated by ace-king on some runouts.
Every once in a while, if I think Paul is 3-betting light, I just shove it all in. Which may seem a little bit aggressive, a little bit crazy. But, I mean, I don't know how many of these players play, so I don't have a ton of experience. But, I mean, if Paul takes every ace-x offsuit and turns it into a bluff, you can definitely profitably shove.
Yeah.
That said, just because he 3-bets ace-6 one time doesn't mean he 3-bets it all the time. Also, as you are facing a bigger and bigger 3-bet, usually it's more polarized to some extent. Maybe, maybe not, depending on the opponent's strategy. But if it just has way too many bluffs in that range, you can get away with jamming very wide. And that was a full, 3.6 or something like 3.6x 3-bet, so a pretty sizable one.
Now a great flop for James here on 10, Jack 8, bottom pair open-ended. Paul checks, and
you
James,
say it's great, but if a lot of money goes in the pot, he's certainly not loving it.
No, but I think when he calls with 9-8 suited pre-flop, he is very much hoping for a board like this, but I like his decision to check back as well.
Yeah, he has a very clear marginal made hand. If he could just check this down all day, he'd be thrilled. Because if he bets and gets called, he's probably losing a lot of the time. I don't mind Paul's essentially check fold on the flop, just because it is so easy for James to have something on this board.
Yeah. I will say
now
about...
that it goes check, I mean,
I was going to say about Paul's 3-bet pre-flop, I think I would prefer his choice and hand selection, and if they were more shallow at 50 blinds deep, your opponent is going to flat you pretty often, and as you see here, ace-6 offsuit, not with great playability post-flop, and of course some chance that you just make a second best top pair that has to pay off. So Paul bet 350,000, gets called, and the 10 will pair on the river. Does he have another barrel here, or will he give up on a card that is much better for James's range than his?
I suppose if you're in this scenario, I mean, I guess this may be one of the better hands to bluff with. You don't block hands like
King Queen or
ace-high
spades. Or, yeah.
You don't block King Queen. Well, King Queen's going to fold. You don't block the King, the Ace, the King Jack, the Queen Jack that could conceivably fold.
Check, check. And James and his 8s and 10s will take down this pot. Paul and his ace-6 offsuit lose about a quarter of his stack.
You're definitely right, though, that as you are shallower stacked, you can 3-bet with a more polarized range, including a lot of blocker hands like ace-x offsuit, king 5 offsuit, queen 5 offsuit. But when you are deeper, you much rather have post-flop playability, either with suited hands or just straight up better hands, just a strong linear range. Here we see the chip stacks.
Very British final table, as I would expect at Dusk Till Dawn, but certainly an international presence.
It doesn't seem right that people not from Britain can come in and play this event and make the final table. You'd think the British would team up on them and get them.
Well, there's still 6 of them, so maybe they will. Probably the wrong time in poker history to make jokes about collusion and cheating, though.
Yeah, my bad.
No, I don't mean that you're out of line. Just that with all the news about Mike Postle and the cheating scandal over at Stones, or the probable cheating scandal over at Stones, it is a very sensitive subject right now, but something that the entire poker world is talking and thinking about.
If the chat box is going nuts, I posted my thoughts on my YouTube channel. Go check it out.
Yeah.
Today we're watching a World Poker Tour event. I've commentated many WPT events, and security is tight, and you don't get to get away with anything. Even if you wanted to, it's like impossible.
Maria with an ace-9 of spades here.
One good thing about people who attempt to get away with unethical things in poker is that in regulated venues like Dusk Till Dawn, the penalty is go to prison. And you don't want to go to prison.
James.
So nice open with the ace-9 suited.
How much do you play, Maria?
James has one of those hands where he can opt between 3-betting and calling. I think I would probably split it fairly evenly here in his shoes, and maybe with the final table dynamic and his seat position lean towards 3-betting. How about you, John?
425.
There it is.
You could definitely go either way because Maria, I think, opens a little bit too wide in general. I say too wide, meaning wider than probably just like a GTO strategy, but I think it's a good strategy against the vast majority of players because they just fold too often and play too passively. So the question is, if you 3-bet, will she just respond with a lot of 4-bets, which I don't think so. If she's going to respond by calling a lot, then 3-betting is just great. If she's going to respond by 4-betting a lot, you'd much rather call the king-queen and see a flop.
And if Maria should fold here, it would speak to the power of the dynamic at play at this final table, because I think in a normal setting, I'm calling if I'm Maria. I'm just not really folding ace-9 suited to a normal-sized 3-bet, even out of position. But at a final table, it becomes one of those marginal hands where against the chip leader, one of the only people who can knock you out, you just decide to stay out of the fray.
It's tough because you are against the chip leader, and you really don't want to get involved with the chip leader in general when you have a non-nut hand to some extent. So I like the fold, but if Maria wants to continue opening decently wide, she's going to need to defend some of them if it becomes clear anyone with a bigger stack is going to 3-bet, potentially wider than normal. I mean, the king-queen was certainly just a fine 3-bet, like you said, but you always have to be aware of, are they just really attacking my raises?
Oh, nice play from James there, who has a more comfortable chip lead now. Leo here with pocket 8s.
James is a fantastic player. He has lots and lots of cashes on the World Poker Tour. About $800,000 in cashes total,
Whoa.
and
Whoa,
he's crushing it over the last year.
Leo open folded 8s.
That's a little bit tight.
So James will have the opportunity to open instead with an ace-9, which is duplicated by Paul's ace-9 in the small blind, and Simon with a king-9 in the big blind. Again, in one of those spots where he has enough hand to peel here, and as we know, he'd better not make top pair of 9s, although they're almost all out of the deck.
Holding those 8s there is a good example of how you take a whole lot of 7th, 6th, 5th places, but not a whole lot of wins.
Agreed. I think that was a bit much.
You just have to play your good hands. I mentioned earlier maybe folding hands like 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s, and 2s from early position, but that was middle position and it's 8s, so it's just a better hand in a better position.
Yeah.
Just too tight to fold.
So
they both miss.
And on the 6-4-3 texture, I imagine James will split between betting and checking here. Certainly a better texture for the big blind's range than his, and one where if we were strictly playing for chips, he would get check raised on moderately often at the final table. I think that would be reduced, and a queen of hearts lands on the turn after a check-check flop, giving Simon a hard flush draw.
This may look like a good card for Simon to bluff, but it's okay, I guess, because you would think James would have a whole lot of ace-high type hands, but he could also have a whole lot of king-queen and queen-jack and queen-10 type hands.
Right, the queen certainly favorable for James' raising range from the hijack. Or was he the low jack, actually? Excuse me. And it looks like on this deuce river, does Simon try and bluff out an ace high on this 4 straight board? Nope, he will check. I like that Simon checked there, even though maybe it looks like he had an opportunity to bluff and the 9 of hearts is a relevant blocker. I would think you're going to get to a flop so often that if you're bluffing every time you have a king high, it's a bit too much. So I wouldn't have minded a bluff from Simon, but I also like that he's willing to check down there with his king high.
I would have bluffed.
You would have bluffed? You can't help yourself, John.
For sure.
You know, it certainly would have been a good bluff,
sure,
too.
In that, like, king high, I don't think is going to be good there all that often. Because
Right.
you have to assume that if you're against an ace, that's just going to check it down what you lose to. But if you're against a jack high at this point, that would have bet the flop or the turn. So I think when you check, you just lose basically every time. And you're right that you're probably bluffing,
You don't list this the
quote
rock as
unquote,
well.
too much. But at the same time, it's probably fine to bluff too much on a low 4 straight 3 flush board.
Yeah, when you have one of the flush blockers, too, so. Certainly something Simon could have attempted there, but instead he will check. James, our chip leader, gets richer.
Don't be afraid to bluff the chip leader. Sometimes that's the best person to bluff because they would assume you would never bluff them.
And also they have wide opening ranges in these spots, so.
A lot of people get very cautious playing against good, slightly overly loose, overly aggressive opponents, but often, if anything, you should be fighting fire with fire and re-raising and bluffing them because they just have too much garbage in their range. And they don't expect you to bluff them because you have to be crazy to bluff a loose, aggressive player, right? And so when you do, you just get away with it.
Over to Matthew on the cutoff. Queen 9 and 15 blinds. He'll go out. Paul out on the button. Simon in the small blind with a 10-6, facing off against Manig and his middling stack. Start by calling.
Simon was the winner of WPT Deep Stacks Barcelona recently and also was the WPT Deep Stacks European Player of the Year last year.
Manig with ace deuce in the big blind is under 20 blinds here. Do you think he will shove, John?
It's tough because it depends on what he thinks about Simon's limping range. And apparently he thinks it's not overly strong. Which I typically would not think. So I like the all-in.
Yeah, I think I shove in Manig's shoes as well. Pretty much all of my offsuit aces, maybe a couple of the biggest ones I would raise as an induce, but I think below ace-queen, it's all in. So
the only time you can really not jam in that scenario is when you think for some reason your opponent would fold a lot of the time from the small blind, which means when they limp they have a much stronger range than normal, or if you think they would raise with a lot of their really bad hands for some reason, but not their best hands. So you really need to know your opponent's doing something very odd, which is it's difficult to know. Very often you don't know your opponent's strategy, so you just have to use your good, fundamentally sound default strategy, which is to go all in.
Ryan will raise ace-4 suited here. Maria, 10-9 in the big blind. This wants to make sure she knows how much she's playing against. And she will make a call. And on 10-8-4 all diamonds, Maria will outflop Ryan here, but a board that both players likely to be cautious on. Maria checks over to Ryan. Ryan with the hand that can find reasons for both betting and checking.
Yeah, if you bet, you just get lots of hands with equity to fold or put in money, which is fine either way, that you beat. And, you know, checking has a lot of merit because if you bet and get called, well, now it's not so great because you're either against a better hand or a draw that has plenty of equity against you. So what do you like in this spot?
If I bet very small. So my only real note here is I think Ryan may have bet a little bigger than needed. But his 150 does get a call from Maria, and a 3 of clubs lands on the turn. I think
it's worth mentioning. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think at a final table, I lean towards betting and assuming that Maria is going to check raise less often than usual with, you know, random 1 diamond hands that occasionally mix in a bluff check raise. And yeah, that she's just going to play slightly more cautious in this spot, and so betting clears out some equity on her behalf. And look at this. Ryan going to double barrel here. This is surprising.
So we bet about half pot. It's an interesting size because, I mean, I suppose you make some random hands like Queen Jack with a diamond fold, maybe? Or King Queen with a diamond? We still have to think any 10, any 10 or 8 will call you. So maybe he's planning on triple barreling.
I think he can get some 8s to fold in this context. Not many, but some. 10s, pretty much never. And so Maria does make the call here. And if I'm Ryan, I believe I would rather bluff a hand with more equity. I mean, almost certainly probably with a diamond in my hand. And a 10 of spades on the river will give Maria trips.
And you often like bluffing hands that can't win at the showdown.
Right.
Like Queen Jack, right? Queen Jack with a diamond or random overcards with a diamond would be, I think, better bluffs than this hand. Unless you think that for some reason Maria would raise her pairs on the flop. I mean, again, like it seems like if you want to be betting, it's because you think your opponent does something, right or wrong, right?
Look at this. Maria's going to lead out on this 10 for 400,000. Monotone flops are very tricky situations and ones that I think people are less experienced at playing out. I am very curious what a solver would say about this river lead here. It's an interesting play.
It's an interesting one because she could easily be against a 10, right?
A better 10, too.
Right. If she's against a 10, it's against a better 10.
Right.
She could be against a flush.
I also think that by leading out there, she deprives Ryan an opportunity to bluff with unpaired 1 diamond hands that, you know, on a 10 aren't going to go for it that much, but people click buttons sometimes in spots they shouldn't, especially when they know they're not winning at showdown.
Yeah, I mean, if he's sitting there with Queen Jack, then, I mean, I would not, I mean, it's probably an okay hand to bluff with. So, interesting river. I think the solver would probably tell you to lead with mostly nut hands and good blockers. And I don't think 10-9 is quite a nut hand. Solvers don't lead a whole lot when the opponent can just have the nuts or the effective nuts.
That's exactly right.
And so right there, it was very easy for Maria to be against a better 10 or a flush. Because a flush would certainly just bet the flop and bet the turn, right?
Right. Even 8's full. She can run into 8's full as well. Simon here with ace-3 of spades on the cutoff. Going to 120,000. Manning right behind him with ace-10 on 20 blinds. I think he's going to say those magic words, John.
Oh, I love the magic words. Tony, do you try to play like a robot solver all the time, or do you adjust based on your opponent's tendencies and how you think they will play?
I am a little surprised to see Manning calling. As to your question, John, one thing solvers taught me was how to adjust when you spot those inefficiencies in your opponents. I mean, I actually think that a lot of people make this argument that, oh, well, studying with solvers isn't that useful because against real opponents, nobody plays like the solver. And they seem to forget that you can input what the solver does. And I'll continue that diatribe later because Leo has ace-king suited.
So Maria called as well in the small blind, which I think is perfectly viable. Leo's not going to call. He'll say the magic words. And look at this. Mannix may get off the hook here, right?
I think so. I can't imagine him calling this hand. I was pretty surprised at the original flat. But man, you know, I will say that, again, the solvers like flatting a number of hands in these cutoff first button situations that I used to play as push-fold.
Yeah, calling is an option. You are allowed to call. Don't forget. Do not blindly follow a reshove or fold chart because calling exists.
So no
One of the
magic.
issues a lot of people have using solvers to analyze situations is that they do not input the correct information, or they assume things that are just not accurate. And that's why you have to make sure you understand what's actually happening, and that's where a lot of the best players really succeed. I mean, a lot of the old school live players, they were really good at just adjusting to whatever their opponents did wrong. And now people do fewer things wrong. But the idea of I'm just going to input the GTO strategy for all opponents and then just copy that is probably not the most profitable.
Definitely not.
Still get it in.
Ryan with a pair of queens. Bluffed off some chips into Maria. Now finds a premium under the gun. Simon on the hijack with ace-10 suited. Has had a bad first hour.
Very first hand I had pocket threes, open folded, manic raised and someone shoved on him. It's probably a good fold. Very next hand, Matt raises under the gun. I fold pocket sevens under the gun +1. Hey,
Maria.
One called and then it came Jack 10 something.
The same hand, back
Check
to back.
Call, some trick on the turn and then Jack on the river and he bet and Matt folded.
It's another good spot to call the Jack-9 suited.
I agree.
I was flipping against Matt at absolute best. And then since then, our best hand.
So 3 ways to this flop. Everyone holding hearts. Ryan with just one. Simon and Maria suited in hearts. And a king jack 5 2 spade flop may result in some passive play. Start with a check from Ryan. Simon, not much happening here beyond his gut shot. We know he's only got 2 outs. He'll check. Maria with second pair, not a lot of reason to bet. But maybe she feels that her position in this texture is favorable. She will check. 10 on the turn. He'll pair up Simon, give Ryan an open ender, and not change much about Maria's hand. And right now, looks like a board that everyone wants to reach showdown with.
So now Maria decides to go for a bet. It's an interesting spot for a bet because she has the best hand a lot of the time, and I suppose some worse hands can call, so as long as their opponents aren't doing a whole lot of trapping, probably not so bad as long as you're not betting too big.
It's certainly a lot of bad rivers for you, so I also don't mind this bet from Maria. I do think that Ryan will call, considering the price he's getting and that he is open-ended and sometimes just has the best hand. Oh, look at this. He is gonna check raise. Interesting.
Wow.
625,000. I guess Ryan thinks, look, I've got 2 of the queens. You don't have a straight. You don't have a set. If you got a 2 pair, I doubt it, and it's probably Jack 10 or King 10, and I'm going to make your life hard. So 625,000 from Ryan. Back to Maria. And Maria does fold her second pair of jacks. It's always a little funny when you watch somebody turn their hand into a bluff, but in reality, they're value raising. Ryan Mandara, now third in chips. Just above 3 million. His pocket queens work out for him. Maria, with her first setback at this final table, has had smooth sailing thus far. But James Rand is your chip leader. Action on Simon. He is the low jack here with King 6 suited. I think were he still chip leader, he'd open, but now he makes a slightly, I mean, it's not like a tight fold or anything. It's just one of those marginal borderline hands where you can open when conditions are good and you should fold when conditions are bad. And right now conditions are not ideal.
I completely agree.
So Maria, the Queen Jack of Spades, will raise and take down the blinds.
Whenever you are having a rough go at it to some extent, it's usually better to slow down, I think, because I think most people will assume you perhaps are getting a little bit annoyed or tilty and maybe opening it a little bit wide. So if anything, I fold the hands that are at the bottom of my normal playing range.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. People often assume that if you take some early hits, you may feel the frustration trying to open up your game and get some chips back. I don't think that's even that true about many professional poker players, but it's still something that others might assume about you.
Right. I mean, I definitely do not think that most poker player or most good players do go on tilt in scenarios like this and make egregious errors, but some people will assume maybe you are.
I feel like this is strange. I feel like our card reader must be off or something, because there's no way Manning was going to open 9-5 off, or maybe it was and he needed a second to kind of settle himself, but Manning plays quickly, and I know for sure that he doesn't open 9-5 offsuit there, so I don't know quite what happened. Maria will open King Queen suited though. And now with Paul in the big line holding 9-8, we are likely to go to a flop. Paul, perhaps betraying the strength of his hand a little bit there, makes what I think is an overly tight fold, but you do want to be careful about not showing uncertainty in your demeanor while you're potentially going to enter the pot.
Yes, have a reasonable poker face.
Yeah. I can remember a hand I played at Dusk Till Dawn where I reached the river with like second pair or something in a spot where my opponent ran a bluff on an ace-high board, and I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? He really thought it over before he made the call out of the big blind, whereas he would have just quickly and automatically called anytime he had an ace. Therefore, I know he doesn't have one, and I made the call, and it's the kind of thing that, if you pay attention, will become impactful later in the hand.
Right.
Simon with fours. Again in a spot where, in good conditions, he could open, but has to let it go. Manig with nines will be opening.
Some people may elect to just open shove in this scenario. I typically don't, but I'm interested to see what Manic does.
160.
He does go for the raise. Notice, not a min raise either.
No, over 2.5x.
Around to King Jack.
Leo thought about it. He's like, maybe I'll get this guy. Man, nah.
Nah. You know, if we watched this hand many years ago, maybe 10 years ago, that King Jack almost never gets folded, I don't think.
You think it gets
now,
called and occasionally 3-bet?
150.
Well, it definitely gets played, either by calling or 3-betting. 10 years ago, you know, a long time ago, back when we were just getting started. People thought big cards were great. And now they're realizing that they're not so good.
Certainly offsuit ones. Matthew in the big blind with Jack 6 suited. He's going to fold, so some conservative play in the early goings of our WPT UK final table. Manig and his pocket nines. One of those hands that may have benefited from sizing it up there. As you can see, his opponent did have an overcard in the big blind, a suited hand as well, but opted to pass considering the price.
And for all we know as well, maybe the King Jack would have 3-bet against the min raise.
Maybe. After watching Leo fold those 8s, I am going to have difficulty believing he chooses the more aggressive option, but we'll see if his game opens up once he chips up or players fall away. Huh. $160,000 from Leo, the ace-8 suited. Paul on the button with King Jack suited. Worth noting that our blinds have gone up. We are at 40,000, 80,000, and an 80K big blind ante. So Paul just above 25 blinds. Ooh, that seems way too tight, John. Paul with the big button fold over to Paul in the big blind. He has 6-5 suited facing a min raise.
The person whom you're trying to reach is currently unavailable.
And again, our player in the big blind kind of betraying the strength of their hand with the contemplation. And Paul does make the call. So Leo with his ace-8 of hearts.
Morning, Paul.
Doesn't find much, and look at this. Paul just check folds before anything happens.
You watched it stream?
Yeah.
So
what did Mandara have? I nearly jammed that ace king ace hearts on him on river as a bluff, but I decided I missed it. Fucking some use you are.
I imagine that Leo would have followed through with the bet there, but Paul folds before he gets the opportunity, and that doesn't seem recommendable to me, John. At least give your opponent the chance to check back. I mean, Paul could have turned an open ender. James now with ace-king.
There have been a lot of ace-kings going around.
There has.
Today. No one's really gotten in too much trouble with it, though.
I think I saw one of your cards when you called it.
Good one.
I don't know if I should announce it.
See what happens first.
So action folds to Simon in the big blind with Jack 7 suited.
Sometimes when people fold, they pick their cards way up off the table and fling them at the dealer.
Right.
Don't do that because people get to see your cards. Keep your cards relatively low when you muck them, and don't cause problems.
Well, the way Simon is running right now, this flop's going to come king high with 2
Queen of
clubs.
spades has been folded.
Nope. Ace, Jack, 8. All diamonds. Second pair for Simon, top pair for James.
Middle pair might as well be equally bad.
I just did my signature move there.
Is he active?
Simon does check to James. And again, these monotone boards, one thing I have learned from the solvers is they really prefer small bets and a lot of checks on monotone boards. Now in the setting, I do think we want to be betting more than usual. But there is almost no betting of over 1/3 pot on these monotone flops. So it's 140 from James over to Simon. About 1/3 pot, right on the money. And not a spot that Simon appreciates. A hand that's often good, but not that often. It doesn't have great playability going forward, but he also feels, well, I kind of think that James is going to bet close to 100% here because of the dynamic, so he does make the call. And a 5 of spades on the turn will not improve him.
Yeah, you're never loving when you could have the best hand, but if much more money goes in the pot, you're very unhappy. But if you're folding this hand, you're probably just folding way too often on the flop.
Right.
So you need to defend this hand with the idea that you're going to just fold it to additional bets.
If I'm James, I think I'd like to bet again. $4.25. And I like this bet, John. There's a lot of ways for Simon to have a pair and a diamond or a gut shot and a diamond that has a ton of equity going to the river.
Yeah, I think that's nice. You can get called by many, many worse hands. It's only rough if you get jammed on. I mean, what do you even do if you get jammed on here? It's a pretty bad spot.
Pretty bad spot. I think at a final table, I might hero fold. I just don't think that people run the like king 10 with the king of diamonds, check, jam, bluff very often at final tables.
Yeah, I think in general, people are just not going to be running bluffs like that, so you can relatively confidently fold. But it really is rough when you run into that one guy who does it.
Yeah.
And just punishes you.
But typically you know what type of guy it is that is willing to go out on a limb like that.
Right, that is true. And, I mean, to be fair, maybe it is the guy who has not been running so well at the final table and decides to just take his shot.
Well, like you said.
Maybe it's the guy who was the WPT Deep Stacks Europe Player of the Year.
Simon came into our final table first in chips. An hour later, he is 6th.
It's always the nice, quiet ones you have to worry about, you know? Notice the Jack-10 offsuit not being played.
Yeah.
For all of those out there who like playing big cards in general from early positions, they are just not good if they are not the best big cards.
Paul with a face-up fold of 9-7 suited. Looked accidental. Now Manning in the big blind. Not going to play 9-4 offsuit, especially with a 9 dead.
No. Feel first.
If you do have a hand that is normally a defend in the big blind, but somehow you know a card or two is dead that is relevant for you, you should be way more inclined to just fold. Even if your hand is normally okay. Don't
9
go
off,
overboard. Don't fold
someone
like pocket nines if there's a 9 dead necessarily.
Right.
But
What do you think of 7 9 off?
Yeah.
You have body called.
what do you do there in the big blind if you had 9-7 or 9, let's say 9-6 suited? You fold that, Tony?
I'm not great about those spots. I'm not exactly sure how much one dead card affects our equity, especially with a hand that, with 9-6 suited, a lot of its benefit is in making a 3-street hand, but Manig only has 20 blinds, so he doesn't really get to play a lot of 3-street pots, and so he mostly wants cards that can make a top pair and just kind of get the money in or refuse to fold or whatever it is. So I think I would fold, but it sounds really tight. I don't know.
Yeah, I presumed it was tight. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not the best with that kind of math either, but I do know that the dead card is relevant.
Very.
And I thought, like 9-8 suited, clearly you call, so I think it is 9-7. Well, if you have the same hand that was dead, I guess you fold. What about the 9-6? It's close. King 7 in the hijack. Thought about jamming it. What about Jack 8 in the cutoff?
On my 8 blinds, I'm definitely all in there as Paul.
Yeah, I'm in with that Jack 8 suited.
Yeah.
You probably would have gotten called on a flip. When you get shallow at a final table, you have to take whatever spots come to you. Unless players are like really in there battling. If they're really in there battling, then maybe you can knit it up and move up a payout jump or two. But right now, the payout jumps are not all that big. If you bust right now in 9th place, you get $36,000. If you outlast one more player, it only goes up to $46,000. Now, $10,000 is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a ton in terms of buy-ins, especially when first place is $330,000, right? A significant jump.
I like this shove from Simon here, just over 20 blinds with his pocket 5s on the button, particularly with Manig short in the small blind. And Maria could comfortably call a min-raise with an awful lot of hands in the big blind. Also, he doesn't really want to call a shove. It's not quite good enough to induce a shove, pocket 5s. You gain quite a bit just from your opponent's folding pre-flop in relation to your stack, so the pocket
also,
5s
if you
all
raise
in.
the 5s and get jammed on, it's not like it's a good spot.
That's what I'm
because
saying,
you're against all the bigger pairs and only maybe the few of the smaller pairs and maybe a few worse, like ace-x suited that you dominate, but for the most part, you're either flipping or dominated. So it's not a spot you want to be in. You'd much rather just open jam it yourself and get all those hands with equity to fold. Like random overcards, which is going to be much of your opponent's hands. Some people have it in their mind that they are only allowed to go all in for specific stack sizes. Or once they get below a specific stack size, they just have to go all in or fold. And it's based more so on your hand strength, the player's tendencies yet to act, and don't just follow very simple strategies. Because, for example, say they fold to Manig on the button here, and he thinks the 2 players in the blinds are very tight, he can now raise and or shove way wider than normal. And if you're not taking those spots, you're just leaving money on the table. Maria has a 4. And it looks like she's getting out raising chips.
Well, regardless of her other card, I think that Leo's stack and thus far his playing style make him a good opponent to attack from the small blind as one of the chip leaders.
Go on the jam round. You like Jack Queen?
And you see there, he does make the fold with King 7. And that's a hand that, again, in most settings, we are going to be defending with, but at this final table, as one of the middling stacks, I understand why Leo is taking the more risk-averse approach.
Yeah, it's a tough spot, because for all we know, maybe Maria is not raising from the small blind all that often at all.
I'm going through my head.
So when she does, he may think it's just a very strong range. In which case, King 7's in terrible shape. But if she's raising a polarized range with some of her best hands and some garbage, because we don't know what was with the 4. It might have been ace-4 suited or pocket 4s, or it could have been the 4-2 offsuit for all we know. Your strategy really changes a lot depending on what her actual strategy is.
That one was ambitious.
So it was capped to 1 pair, so.
Oh, the other guy.
Yeah.
Paul here raises up an ace-10 to 160. Leo out in the small blind. Now, had Leo chose to 3-bet king-jack there, I wouldn't have minded. And I know I'm looking at Paul's ace-10 and that, I know it would have put him in a rough spot. But Paul's opening, middle position, Leo with the king-jack out of the small blind could get involved. There was an earlier hand where he clearly considered 3-betting king-jack and then opted to fold, where I would not have been a fan. There, I think that would have been fine, but Paul was opening in a fairly early position, and I prefer the pass as he chose to do.
Because you're so tight. Anything average?
Action is back on Paul.
I've gone there.
Matthew here with pocket sevens, under 10 blinds.
Oh.
Magic words.
There they go. Whenever you are the other shallow stack at the table, you're just really rooting for that short stack to get called.
That'd beat him to it, yeah.
Because either way, if the short stack doubles up to 20 big blinds, now you're the only person with 10 big blinds, which is fine, or 8 big blinds, right? It's fine. And if they bust, that's great because you get the free $10,000. Remember a long time ago, I was playing on Party Poker in a $600 buy-in tournament, and it was like their monthly million guarantee or something like that. And I made the final table, and I was just high-fiving all my friends every time we got a payout jump. Like, free 10K, free 10K.
Is that like the college days of early online poker?
Oh yeah, it was fantastic.
Every final table was an event.
Well, no.
I got my start on Party Poker. I put $50 in there as a kid, as an 18-year-old kid, and I played a whole bunch of sit-and-goes. And thanks to Party Poker for letting me play a lot of sit-and-goes and win a bunch of money.
It's pretty much how I got started as well in the online arena. Back then, the sit-and-go section of Party Poker was just popping off, man. You could get so many.
Yeah, I was playing about 3,000 of them a month. I was the person who played the most sit-and-goes on Party Poker a few months in a row, and they actually invited me to Vegas to play some VIP tournament or something like this. This was a long time ago. My memory's not so great, but I remember going to dinner with Mike Sexton at, I think it was Prime at Bellagio, and it was very, very nice. They treat their players well at Party Poker, and even today,
they
have the Caribbean Poker Party coming up in November. I mean, I'm never going to miss that event. If you want a great poker party in the Caribbean with great high stakes action, low stakes action, medium stakes action, do not miss that event.
Thinking of going down there myself.
I'm telling you, Tony, I will literally never miss that event unless something crazy happens in life.
Interesting. And you've got kids at home.
Yeah. I mean, what more do I want than a Caribbean poker party when I have 2 kids at home?
I wouldn't know.
Nick it out for another round there.
Paul, with his queen 8 suited, essentially moves all in pre-flop and takes down the blinds. I believe that's his first pot of this final table. It's been quiet for him thus far.
It's nice whenever you have been relatively tight and you get something reasonable, you can jam and maybe get a little bit more credit for a big hand than normal. Which is great, right? We just talked about that, about how if your opponents are going to fold a little bit too often, you can start raising or shoving way more often.
Maria will go out.
If you have not experienced these live Party Poker tournaments, they are fantastic. The events are all ran incredibly professionally. They're fun. They're great venues. Make a point to get to one of them as soon as you realistically can.
Ryan with Jack 10 suited. Will open the button to 200,000. I like the larger open here, as it will force Ryan into more push-fold decisions, and you're definitely not folding the Jack 10. I thought maybe 7-5 offsuit would be the type of hand that the larger raise would get a fold from, but Matt does make the call here, so just 10 blinds effective. We're going to a flop. And it is queen 4-3, all clubs. No club for either player. A gut shot for Matt here. Strikes me as a spot where Matt will probably, where Ryan will probably bet very small with the intention to fold to a jam. And a nice bet size there, 110,000, and it'll do the job.
Yeah, calling off of that 10 big blind stack may look a little bit optimistic, but in reality, you're putting in 1.5 big blinds to try to win a pot that's going to be, what, 6 big blinds? So you're getting 3-to-1 pot odds, and you generally know which flops are good enough for you. So you get to realize your equity very well. Every time you make a pair, you're just in. A straight draw, a good straight draw, you're in. So that's something that a lot of people used to never do, but I watch a lot of the very good players make seemingly loose defends in spots like that off of relatively shallow stacks, just because you can play really well after the flop.
That's absolutely right, John. I remember a few years ago I thought, well, if you're in the big blind, you're really short, you can't do a lot of defending. You know, oh, worst case, you're going to make a pair, and then you're going to have to stack off, and it really, if anything, it's the opposite. It's like you make a pair, and now your hand plays itself.
Yeah, you're pumped to stack off.
Pumped to stack off, exactly.
That again goes back to people who assume their only options are all in or fold, right? It's just a big area. You get to call there. And the nice thing is when you're getting 3-to-1 odds, plus implied odds, you don't really have to win all that often. I say implied odds, not like they're that big of a deal, but really just 3-to-1 odds is what the most important thing is right there. Here we have the ace-10 suited all in.
Giving them my big blind. Come on, Matt.
Speaking of another party poker event coming up in the very near future is WPT Montreal. That's happening, well, very, very soon. In this month, they have a WPT 500 with $1 million guarantee. That is on October 25th with a few online day ones. So you can play the online day ones on Party Poker and then show up for day 2 or 3, one of the two.
That's my plan.
Montreal, which is pretty sweet. They have the WPT main event. That is on October 29th, and then also WPT Deep Stacks Montreal on November 1st. So a very, very sweet poker festival coming up right at the end of the month for whoever wants to make it. But if you're in Canada, you sure better make it.
Are you going,
John?
John?
Last year, it was amazing. It was a lot of fun, and that's at Playground Poker Club. It's a great venue, and I highly suggest you check it out if you can get there.
Are you going this year?
Unfortunately, I am not. You know, the kids, right?
Yes.
I have to take care of the kids. Also, World Poker Tour asked me to be a bounty in Jacksonville. They have a WPT there I think I leave on October 10th, so in just 4 days. And I only get to go to so many poker festivals. And I went to Montreal last time, so I figured I'd spread the love and go to Jacksonville this time. I haven't been there in a while, and it's kind of near my parents. It's in my home state, so figured why not. If I was playing even a slightly more full schedule, though, I would definitely make a point to go to Montreal every single time they have a tournament because the action is great. It's a great city, and you'll have a good time.
Meanwhile, James opens pocket sixes right behind him. Ryan will 3-bet his kings up to 480,000.
Now, one thing we've had not seen a whole lot of is 3-bets at this final table. We've seen a few, but not a lot. And typically, the person who is going to 3-bet you is not the medium stack when there are 2 very short stacks hanging around.
Yeah, this is a very strong 3-bet from Ryan, regardless of knowing that he has pocket kings. I think James will give him credit for a strong holding here. Now 4 chips. Sixes should be a call. However, given the final table dynamic, I like the fold that James made there.
Yeah, I do as well. There's some spots where the medium stack just really should be tight, and when they are re-raising you, it's a very clear indication of strength. Or they're just getting really out of line. If they're getting really out of line too often, they will get crushed.
Against your big blind, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They need to start drinking. I should give them
Get me around then.
$2.50 for a bar rail.
Well, I will be up at WPT Montreal in a couple of weeks. I'll go up early and play those online flights of the 500 that you mentioned and hanging out in one of my favorite cities. And then play the main events, high roller, pretty much anything they have on the schedule there.
Very nice. Also, Party Poker's having a promotion. Well, Party Poker and WPT. If you buy in to the WPT using your Party Poker Live dollars, they will give you $300 in your account. Just free money. A thank you to all of you. Help cover expenses. Go have a party. Do whatever you want. So if you're playing it, you might as well use your Party Poker Live dollars and get some free money.
$160,000 from James and his ace-3 of spades.
This is a situation where James, as the chip leader, can really start to get pretty far out of line, given there are, I believe, 3 players with about 12 to 15 big blinds or less. And what essentially happens is if 1 or 2 of them folds, the medium stacks really have to fold, and it's a scenario where you just get to open a lot of hands if you feel inclined, and I would not be shocked if he starts to do that.
James so far had the best run of this final table. Came in top 3, now easily in first.
This is James's 8th cash on the World Poker Tour. He's had a 9th place before at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock and Roll Poker Open. That was only 9th place though, and he's at least going to take 9th place today. Probably he's going to better it.
I like his chances at getting better than 9th. And James so far showing in his game that he has the ability to play his way to a lot of these spots.
As soon as we say that, I'm sure he's just going to start losing every hand.
Right.
Poker's a crazy game.
It's a crazy game, but at least he's making very good decisions. I really like what I'm seeing out of his play so far. So even if it collapses, I suspect it will be from getting cooler and not because he unravels.
So here we have a jam from the hijack seat. What ace do you call with in the big blind in Maria's shoes?
Ooh,
for 10 big blinds.
She's on the fringe here, but I might. Ooh, man. Yeah, this is the decision one, isn't it, ace-7?
It is. I think ace-9 is just definitely a call. I think
Yep.
ace-8, ace-7 are pretty close. Ace-6 is probably a fold. Ace-5 is very very likely a fold.
Depends a lot of what you think about Matthew and how likely he is to shove, some of the offsuit Broadway hands and some suited connectors and suited gappers. There are some players who simply do not shove enough, and we can comfortably fold here. There are some players shoving too much, and we snap call. Matthew strikes me as a guy that you really need to think it over against. And I think I like that fold from Maria. It's, this is really close. If that was a button shove, we would be snap calling. Cut off, yeah, I think we go for it. Hijack, you gotta give some respect there. There's 4 players to get through.
At the end of the night.
He looks like a loose shover to me, I call.
Well, you give him less credit than I do.
He won the high roller of the last Party Poker series they had. It was in December last year. That's still Dawn, so he knows how to get in there and battle.
Sounds crazy, that.
Do you want the Irish?
It lasted for a couple of days, didn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a good time to
It was fun.
We are the commentators, Jonathan Little and Tony Dunst. Thank you for being here with us today. The Dusk Till Dawn WPT UK final table. We're down to 9 players, and no one's busted so far.
Nobody coolered yet.
A bit.
I like this open from James here. This is exactly the kind of loosen it up a little bit open you get to make when you're the chip leader. I think I probably normally raise around 5s plus here, maybe 6s, one of the two. And I think opening maybe any pair, but definitely 4s is a good play here from James. I don't know about 2s and 3s. That may be a little much.
I would probably be opening a decent amount wider than normal. Just because no one can do anything. They have to fold a lot, and they will fold a lot. Like right here, Maria's one of the players who can defend her big blind more and call with hands on the button because she's relatively deep stacked, but she's just going to fold a lot because she's in the small blind in that scenario. You want to look for spots where the The very, very good, perhaps a little bit loose aggressive players are in their weakest spots, and when they're in the small blind, it's a good spot for you to be opening a little bit wider in general.
I'm all in.
You have to wait a hand for that.
You all hear the buzzing going off. That's the action clock, making sure the players go quickly. So we're not here for 14 hours like our last stream.
Was it really?
Yeah, the last stream was in Marrakesh 2 weeks ago. It started with 12 players, and we went 14 hours. But it was fun. There was no action clock there, though. I wish they had the action clock.
Yeah, I am a big fan of the action clock.
To be fair, the players were quick. They were relatively fast. It's not like anyone was overly slow. But, you know, every once in a while, you get a 2-minute decision in a big spot. And the action clock still allows for that because you have your time extension chips, or cards in this case. But I definitely like it as well. People just go quickly. In Atlantic City last week, I think I was playing, I think I took 35th.
Now Maria with ace-9 suited on the cutoff. We'll open our action. 170. But Ryan with ace-queen in the big blind. Well, these two are about 40 blinds deep. Ryan will call. I like this call here, John. I think some players may look at the positions in Ryan's hand and say that they would 3-bet, but 40 blinds effective. I think that that leads to Maria folding everything that he dominates and jamming a bunch of better hands. So Ryan makes the call and gets out-flopped on 9, 8, 6, 2 hearts. Tremendous flop for Maria. A little surprised by the check, but again, 40 blinds deep. Not that surprised by it, but this does strike me as a hand that, you know, both benefits from getting some money in on the flop and can potentially play for 3 streets on a lot of runouts, so I would lean towards betting. Now on the 7 turn, 4 to a straight out will lock up the action a little bit. Check, check once more. And we get a 6 on the river. That brings 3 spades on the board. And I'm sure some would consider bluffing in Ryan's shoes, but again, he strikes me as a little too high in his range to attempt that. I think that he will be able to win at showdown if it goes check, check here. Pretty decent amount of the time, and that when you bet, it's not that hard for your opponent to look you up with a pair, but maybe Maria will fold and make me eat my words, as the decision is now to her. So with the Queen of Spades blocker, I get what Ryan is going for here, but I just think he's too high up in his range to make this bluff, and that he can win going check-check pretty often on a board where Maria will want to show down ace-highs that are worse than his. So perhaps a unnecessary loss there on the river. So there we see our leaderboard. James, 27% of the chips in play. Maria, after that pot, climbing towards 4 million. And then Ryan and Paul are the only 2 players above 2 million. The other 5 all with under 25 blinds.
Yeah, when James has a lot of chips like this is a situation where he gets to raise very wide, and that's going to work out pretty well for him.
Action with Paul here, just 8 blinds. Does he want to move in with his ace deuce? Yeah, he's going to put half his stack in the middle, more than that. So it is essentially an all-in.
It's a pretty loose open as well with the ace-2.
Well, he's got 8 blinds. It's
Yeah.
close. I'm not exactly sure what our shoving range is on 8 blinds from that position, but I would think the ace deuce is getting in there, but I could be wrong. And Paul with an ace queen needs to go with this. He's in the big blind too. This is this should be a pretty clear all in.
Cool. Should go.
Paul perhaps may think that Paul, who has opened, is all in here when he makes this call, or that I'll just call and whatever the money will go in on the flop, but I don't really know why we would want to call as opposed to just putting the rest in. And
every once in a while, the board comes really, really ugly, and the ace-2 somehow doesn't go all in.
Right. Like, it wouldn't have been that crazy if ace-deuce folded on this board.
Good luck.
But Paul with the ace-deuce pretty clearly ready to get his money in. And now, drawing dead on the river, he is going to be our 9th place finisher. So our final table does finally have one elimination. We lose our shortest stack of Paul Jackson. Paul Siddle chips up a little bit. And our table is 8-handed. So there you see, 36,000 for 9th. Next out, 46. But really, everyone eyeing that top prize of 330,000, including a season-ending tournament of champions seat. WPT Tournament of Champions open only to WPT main event winners. I recall out flipping a young Jonathan Little this spring at the Tournament of Champions. Deep in the tournament, too. Yeah, that was fun. All right, Manic here, down to 11 blinds, holding ace-9 suited.
You had a great summer. I had a break-even summer.
Hell, a break-even summer is a great summer.
That's true. It's not so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I ran very well this summer. Manig is all in. He'll take that one down. Yeah, I have to admit, John, that I've been running very good lately, and I got killed here at Dusk Till Dawn this week, went 0 for 6 in the tournament bullets I fired, and I was like, man, I haven't lost at poker in forever, so that's what this is like.
Back to reality.
Yeah, back to reality. That's what it's supposed to be like most of the time. You just show up, spend hours traveling there just to get your heart broken in tournaments. That's the norm. But it's fun when you go on those streaks where when you need to win the important all-ins, they fall your way, and so much of those pots leads to your going deep in tournaments. Manic here with ace-deuce suited under the gun, 8-handed on about 13 blinds. He'll let that go. Now Paul on the button with ace-9. going up to 200. And Matthew in the small blind should be all in here with ace-10. And considering these positions and the size of Paul's open, I would expect a call here, wouldn't you, John? He wants a count first. It's about 11 blinds that he's moved in here for. Paul wants to know the full count. I would assume he doesn't believe his ace-9 is good, but he is getting an excellent price here. Can be flipping pretty often. Oh, okay, a time bank chip. For a second, I thought he mucked his cards. That was a time bank chip. Buy himself an additional 30 seconds. Paul does make the call, and Matthew, pleased to see that he is pipping Paul here.
Ace-9.
It's ace-10 in the lead. In good position to double up. Of course, this pot will be chopped somewhat often. Typically happens with the lower aces.
It's a tough spot for the ace-9. Sometimes you just have to call.
Yeah. I don't fold in Paul's shoes either, but I'm also not thrilled at having to make the call. So we go to our flop, and it is 8-5-3. A good board for Matthew to win 100% of the pot. Deuce on the turn creates chop outs to a 4. Otherwise, Paul needs a 9. 10 on the river, so ace-10 will double up for Matthew. He'll be about even in chips with Paul now, around 1.9 million. So a little bit of a cooler there pre-flop for Paul. And he loses the chips that he just won, knocking out the opposing Paul. And it always feels good when you get that first double up of the final table. You had to wait it out, but you did lose one player, and eventually you put your money in good, and now Matthew can start to think about running his chips up, and hey, maybe I can get one of the top 3 places. When you're grinding the 10 big blind stack, it seems so far away. Maria under the gun. Maria always goes through her process, you know. She definitely sets her cards up, she assesses the table, and then she lets them go. Ryan will open 160 here.
It's a good celebration for him, isn't it?
Action folds around to Manning. Now our short stack.
We'll have to stock up on the Asda stuff after this.
And he will fold his 7-5 to the min raise.
It's like the first time I've ever recommended a wine. It's like that good.
We saw Matthew peel with a 7-5 earlier on about a similar 10 or 11 blind stack. Manic facing a min raise, opts to fold. Matthew rocking a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a sip of a glass the other
Getting the
day.
drinking started early at our final table.
Tasted just like you said, vinegar.
Some players like to have a drink or two at the poker table.
You know what,
Perhaps Matthew
and start pouring glasses.
is pleased to make the final table, but came in
Maybe I'll
short
use
enough
that
that he
one
thought,
instead,
we'll
this
just have a
one,
drink,
so.
take it easy today. And if I run up my chips, then I'll cool it and sober up. And some people just love to drink enough in general that, you know, all settings are drink appropriate. Simon, 6-3 suited on the button, is going to let it go. Manigan, the small blind with a 10-8 on 11 blinds. And again, one of those spots that I used to play as strictly push-fold. But Manig with a hand that actually plays very well as a call here. And it is nice to have some limps so you can trap with your biggest hands, but also see flops with some of your middling hands, such as a 10-8 offsuit. Maria with a queen and a mystery card wants to know Manig's stack. She will check. So heads up between these two.
8:30.
And we have temporarily lost Jonathan Little to some technical difficulties. So I'll be flying solo for a little bit here until we get him back on the line. Decent flop for Manig here. A gut shot and a backdoor club flush draw. Still don't know the other card with Maria's queen, but apparently it's good enough to continue here. I'm gonna guess it's a 7 or a 3, since she did not shove pre-flop but wants to continue on this flop. I think that she would have jammed Queen Jack pre-flop. I think she would jam Queen 7 suited pre. I'm not sure about the offsuit combinations. And Manig, in this spot, may have decided that he is going to barrel down on most run-outs. His 10 high, of course, will not win at showdown. He may think that if he bets all 3 streets, Maria will release a pair, such as a 3.
Has Goose got in touch with it?
No, my phone died while it's on charge.
Message Casper. Say
Don't think Maria is ever folding a 7 here. She may release a 3, and it's also possible that she just had something like a Queen 8, Queen 9 that wanted to peel and see one more card that had a number of ways to improve, and then could not continue on induced turn. Either way, Manig, our short stack, chips up a little bit, but remains at the bottom of our leaderboard. James Rand with a comfortable buffer between himself and Maria and Ryan, both hanging in the 40 big blind region. One of these players to become a first-time WPT champion. 330,000 up top, including a seat, and our $15,000 buy-in season-ending Tournament of Champions, won last year by Ola Shumian.
I made a big fold against Ole in the Tournament of Champions on the bubble, and I regret it to this day.
Without knowing anything other than what you told me, I bet it was a bad fold. I bet he bluffed you.
He probably did, and he definitely should be bluffing a lot.
Yeah.
I made the classic error of thinking, I bubbled this Tournament of Champions the last 2 years in a row, basically bubbled it, and I sure don't want to bubble it this year for the 3rd time in a row. So I collected my free min cash and then decided to flip against Tony Dunst, which was clearly a mistake.
Big mistake.
Big, big mistake.
I work for the WPT. You think they're going to let me lose flips?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Ball here. Pair of 6s facing a raise from Ryan. Ryan with a loose open here, holding ace-7, under the gun 1, but he does get the 6s to fold.
You know, every once in a while you make the big folds on the bubble and you're right, and then you're just a genius. The thing is, you never know it.
You never know. Yeah.
You just feel bad. Like, I'm just going to feel bad for like 5 years.
And Ola will never tell you.
No. Every time I interact with Tony Dunst, I'm going to have these bad memories of min cashing the World Poker Tour Tournament of Champions.
And then getting outflipped. I feel like I outflipped you twice in very short succession around that time. There was some other tournament
There was another tournament this summer where you busted me on a flip. I think I took 15th place in that one. You took 2nd again. You need to practice your heads-up poker.
I do need to practice my heads-up poker. I got 2nd in an online tournament the other day, and I started as a 4-1 chip leader and just got wrecked. And I was like, come on!
You can't.
I've only been heads-up once recently, and I won. So I'm better at heads up than you, apparently.
What was the tournament?
It was a $2,000 tournament at Seminole Hard Rock.
Oh, that's
So,
right.
you know, little one.
Do you know he's?
August, yeah?
Do you know he's?
Yep, it was
The
okay.
happiest man on the planet all the time. All the time.
Seminole Hard
That's
Rock,
how math
another.
works. If I've won one and you've won zero, it must be way better, right?
He's done
Sorry.
Even though
bad,
you've
but
won
he's still-
infinitely more money
still
in
is
that
happy.
time period.
It takes something special to be like that.
Seminole Hard Rock
Oh, it's amazing.
going to finish up their renovations and open their new giant
You can't be
guitar-shaped
the bad
building
mood around it.
as an addition to their hotel, with a WPT of their own coming up in late November, close to Thanksgiving.
That is another place you want to make sure you go to play at. They have
Yeah.
great
It's
games, a
been
great
honestly.
venue. Once they get the new
It's
gigantic
infectious,
tower
isn't
open,
it?
it's going to
Happiness
be
is
even sweeter.
infectious. Like the best.
Maria with ace-3 on the button. 175.
Timing's good, Maria.
James and his 7 deuce can't
Let's
play,
do this again.
and Maria takes it down.
I like that.
It's always a little bit rough to raise into the big stack, but if you think of the times that Maria does get to raise into the big stack, James, is when Maria's on the button and the cutoff, because James is going to be out of position in those hands. So if she does have a time to get a little bit out of line, it is definitely in those two spots only. Because she doesn't really want to be raising from the hijack or the low jack seat, because then James will be in position and gets to call more or just play more hands. And so that's a pretty nice spot for her to not be afraid to play. Some people will play really nitty with the second, third, fourth biggest stack at a final table, but that's definitely a mistake. You can't just blind out.
Action to Simon. Ace-3, he's going out. Had a bad run thus far at this final table. Now Maria. Not going to play her 6 deuce. And Leo on the button, just over 20 blinds with ace-4 suited, in one of those spots where you can opt between shoving or opening.
Yeah, ace-4 suited is kind of like the pocket fives we saw not too long ago, where 20 big blinds was open jammed all in. Or was it ace-2 offsuit? It was something like this.
It was
All these
fives.
hands
It
bleed
was
together,
fives,
so after
yeah.
You play a lot of poker. But anyway, the ace-4 suited, if you raise and get jammed on, you don't really love it. And for that reason, perhaps just open jamming is a little bit better. Because if you open jam 20 big blinds, you even get some better aces to fold.
Yeah, Ryan gave his 8-2 offsuit a thought there, but did eventually give it up. Yeah, I look forward to my next tournament at Seminole Hard Rock and seeing what happened with the renovation.
Are you going to make it there in November?
I don't think so. I believe that I will go to Thanksgiving with my family, and it falls close enough that I won't make it over this time, but man, it's tempting. Their tournaments are great.
There's a lot of poker going on in the holiday season this year, I've noticed. I guess there's always a lot of poker going on. You can pretty much play a tournament whenever you'd like. There's
Yeah.
a whole lot of World Poker Tours going on.
It's reached that point where there's just so many different tournaments at various price points that there's almost always a whole lot of poker going on. Jack 10 of diamonds for Simon here.
I think that's our problem.
I mean, he hasn't won a hand yet, so you might as well fold.
Don't be ridiculous.
That's a joke. That's a joke. I'm never folding Jack 10 of diamonds ever. I don't really care this situation.
Now James here with King 9 of spades has an interesting spot.
Well, this is the type of hand that he can conceivably play in various ways, being on the button, being the deep stack. Simon's doesn't seem to be too phased by the fact that, you know, he's lost every pot, but he's still playing pots, right? So he probably doesn't have a really tight range.
James elects to fold there.
I think it would be okay to call. I think it'd be okay to maybe even re-raise. You can kind of do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's not obvious.
I agree. I think had Simon been a little deeper, we would have seen James enter the pot there, maybe with a 3-bet, but sometimes calling. Maybe at this stack depth, I would lean towards calling a little bit, because if we 3-bet, I don't know if we can really 3-bet fold to a jam, but man, it's going to be close. Well, I don't know, 21 blinds, yeah, maybe I would, but it is so awkward at exactly that stack size, and you see that awkwardness reflected in his fold.
Yeah, I think I like flatting in that scenario.
Pretty interesting flop here. Paul ended up calling from the big blind with queen 10 of spades. Simon flopped an open ender on king queen 8. Turn is the 5 of hearts. I think in many situations Simon would bet that flop, but he's right on a stack size that very much does not want to get check raised on that flop. And so he checks back. We see a 5 of hearts on the turn, and Paul will bet out with second pair for 200,000. And now Simon in another weird spot, because he still has some equity in this hand, but he's just drawing to a straight that could be counterfeited should his opponent have, well, not counterfeited, it would lose should his opponent have a flush or make a flush when he makes a straight. So he is debating whether it's really worth seeing a river here.
It's always brutal when you have a draw that, you know, clearly has some cards that are just great for it, but you're not really getting the right price, and sometimes you get a really bad card and you lose. And whenever you're playing with a relatively shallow stack at a final table, it's often best just to conserve chips to some extent. Especially when you may or may not even get paid if you get there. What do you like in this spot, Tony?
Oh man, if I'm Simon, I might make the seemingly nitty fold here. It's just tough to envision a lot of ways to win this pot, and so he does let it go. And I like that fold.
I like that fold. Yeah, that's a good fold. Sometimes you're just already dead. Don't forget that, right?
Right. And there's no reason to think that Paul wouldn't just bet out with his flush there. I don't think you can discount flushes in any way from the line that Paul has taken.
Yeah, it's a rough spot, but I like the fold. I mean, I really try to stick around my draws if at all possible, but sometimes you just don't get to.
Well, surely a letdown of a final table thus far for Simon, who came in as our chip leader and has been so hot for the last few months. But not over yet.
One thing you have to realize is that even when things are going quite poorly for you, every once in a while, you'll just run hot, catch some cards. And the nice thing is at a final table, if you just double up 2 or 3 times, you're all of a sudden the chip leader.
That's right. Win 2 flips, and yeah, you're chip leader. As
Yeah,
Simon
so
right now, you'd be at like 5-5 or something.
Don't go on tilt. Don't lose your mind. One time I was playing a tournament, and a guy came to my table with something like 5 times average chips. He immediately lost a flip, got down to only 4 times average, and then just proceeded to go on monster tilt and gave it all away because he was down from his peak. And don't do that. And when you're at a final table, remember, like right now, I'm not exactly sure how many chips they started with in this tournament. It was probably 50,000 or something like that.
30,000, yeah.
That's a big blind, or less than a big blind, right? Yeah. You clearly have more than that, so it's not like you're down. Don't have any absurd thoughts in your mind like that. And even if you are quote unquote down, who cares? Just continue playing your absolute best.
James here. A little bit of a loose open, but I think a good one with his ace-queen. And wow, Ryan just shoves 40 blinds behind him with ace-queen on the button here, huh? Excuse me, James opened the 10-8. Ryan has the ace-queen. And that's good enough to get a fold. That seems like a bit much to shove for me at a table full of short stacks, but we'll leave that one for the two of them as we go to break now. We'll be back shortly with more from Nottingham.
Hello and welcome back to WPT UK. We are here in Nottingham, currently outside the Dusk Till Dawn Casino, and in traditional classic British weather style, it is freezing cold and it is raining. So we're going to do a little tour around the HyperX esports truck, which is the first mobile esports truck, and it's the first of its kind here in Europe. And I've got Nikita here with me, who works for Allied Esports, and he's going to give me a tour around, and we're going to go explore and see how awesome this thing really is.
Here we are in the heart of the HyperX esports truck. This is where the action really happens. Over here on the side, we have the consoles with all the latest games. On the other side, we have the racing simulators where you can race against one another, try to get the very best time. And in the back here, we have our technicians who are working hard. I say working hard, but maybe it's hardly working. Anyway, this is the place you want to come to if you want to show your friends who the very best is.
So we're here outside Dusk Till Dawn. Gonna play a little esports, take my chance at a soccer game against Alex.
Oh wait, but it's not soccer, Tony, it's football. But not football as you know it. It's football as us Brits know it.
Well, we'll see if I can handle myself at your Euro version of football.
How do I switch player? I don't know how to switch player.
I don't know how to stop.
My player's just moving by themselves. Yeah!
Oh, this is the wide open shot!
Why is my player so crap?
So I'm pretty sure she's playing a computer.
Did you not set this up?
We just set two computers to play each other and pretended that we were... Oh, God. I'm drunk.
This whole automatic thing is pretty cool, but I'm not really doing anything. It's far too easy for me. I was top 100 global leaderboards for Mario Kart, so I don't think you quite know who you're dealing with here.
Top 100 in your village or?
Global leaderboards.
100 kilometers. She's gonna do a turn. Oh! She's in neutral. She's on second now.
I've never driven on this side of the car before with manual. No air! Oh my God, guys, this is so much fun. It just takes your mind off of poker for a little bit, you know?
Reset, maybe?
You're resetting. You're just rewiring your brain quickly.
If they turn up on the truck and stuff, can they race against you?
Yeah, they can try, because they're gonna lose. So we conclude our tour in the driver's cabin, which is also the commentating booth, am I right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This is where we sit, we'll watch on the screens the action, the gameplay happening, commentate.
Awesome. Well, I feel like I proved myself in the driving simulation. I have the right hat on, so let's get out of here, Nikita. Buckle up, we're off to the next destination.
For non-stop poker action at home or on the go, sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker.
You may ask, why would Ryan want to bet so small? So did you enjoy Dusk Till Dawn, Tony?
I do very much. I've come here a number of times, as I used to be sponsored by Party Poker, and the WPT has partnered with them for a number of events here. And it's a really fun crowd to gamble with. Like, I've got some good stories for you. You know, when we have a down moment in the stream, in the action, about the kind of players I encountered here. But right now, Simon, raising it up to 120,000 with sixes, has run into Maria's jacks. Maria has had some amazing success here in the last couple of years, including one of her first major wins was at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, she's been winning seemingly everything recently. And, you know, good for her. I know she studies a ton, puts a lot of effort into getting better at poker, and she is consistently crushing it. So she does just call with the pocket jacks pre-flop, elects to not re-raise as also a middle stack.
You need a second dealer to collect the chips.
A good flop for Maria's jacks on 10-8-3.
There's no space. There's no space there. Matt's got two spaces for himself.
It's not by choice. Oh, I'm liking it.
Simon here, considering whether he'd like to better check this flop.
This is an interesting spot because it's kind of difficult to know what Maria's calling range is pre-flop, because it could be rather wide with a lot of suited connected type hands, or it could be just mostly unpaired big cards at this point.
Yeah, Simon.
Or a lot of medium pairs though, and like what does pocket sevens do in this scenario? It's a tough spot for pocket sevens or even pocket nines, right?
Agreed, and Simon has one of those hands that benefits from protection and driving out some of those overcards, but also doesn't have great playability should he bet and Maria calls. And so here on the turn, my guess is that he will slow down.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of the best players in the world now just open folding small pairs from the early positions, and it's because this happens a lot, right? Like you raise, somebody calls, and then it's bad unless you make a set. Because right here, even, for all he knows, Maria's just calling the flop with something like king, queen of diamonds, and then maybe she bluffs at it at the turn, and then you're folding the best hand some portion of the time. Or she just has jack 10 and goes for a value better. Jacks, right?
I am very surprised to see Maria check back on that turn. It feels like a board that is both very good for her, but one where she would want to get some money in.
I'm always a pretty big fan of at least considering the cautious line as a middle stack in general. Like, what could really go wrong in a spot? I mean, she could bet and then get jammed all in, right?
Yes.
That's, like, if you can ever just sidestep that completely and know that you get to call essentially every river bet, I don't mind it so much. But I do definitely agree. She has the best hand almost every time.
Right.
And she has to worry about getting outdrawn some portion of the time.
Correct. It is a hand that also wants protection when it bets the turn. And Simon here, I believe, is turning his hand into a bluff. Would you agree with that, John? That he's trying to bluff out maybe an 8 or pocket 9, something like that?
I think if he's going to bluff, he needs to use a much bigger size. He bet about a half pot, I think, if that's how the pot graphics are working.
Yes.
I would have much preferred more like a pot size bet, or even bigger, perhaps, if you're going to try to get a 10 to fold or pocket 9s to fold. With this bet size, I think you're just going to get called a lot. Because it's so easy for Simon to just have queen-jack or ace-queen or ace-jack or something like that that may decide to bluff.
And if I'm Maria, I would think this King of Hearts river, while good for Simon's range, is also one that will inspire some bluffs. So considering I didn't put that much money in the pot, I would have difficulty folding my jacks on the river.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying here I'm not folding pocket 9s, or maybe even 8 on the river, right? So, I mean, it is kind of tough that she has 2 jacks, which blocks the obvious bluffs, or some of the obvious bluffs with ace-jack and queen-jack. But he could also just have, like, ace-5 suited, right?
Yes.
There's so many potential bluffing hands that he could have, and the king, while it does hit his range, there's so many unpaired hands still, especially hands that bet the flop small, because he's probably going to do that with his whole range, and then check the turn with a lot of it. So, I mean, you don't necessarily think you have the best hand every time in this scenario, but you certainly have the best hand a third of the time. Probably more like half the time or even more.
And Maria does make this call. So Simon's
definitely like the call.
No good. Maria's jacks will take down a nice pot here and push her near 3 million.
I mean, I guess if you're going to bet the 6s there...
9, 5, 3. Oh. And so Simon here may be in for an expensive hand of poker.
This is a good top pair, too. It's not like it's 9, 8, 7, right?
Right. This is a spot that if you are not at a final table, the queen 9 may even check raise some percent of the time. I think at a final table, most players will take the more cautious approach.
Yeah, I think, like, if there ever is a time to be more aggressive in general is when you have more chips than your opponent. But I definitely agree that I would be calling a lot of the time in this scenario. Some people just always raise their top pairs, though, so I wouldn't be shocked. Looks like a nice call.
Eight on the turn. Mostly good card for Paul. It would improve 7-6 to a straight, or certainly 9-8 to 2 pair, but beyond that, I imagine he's happy to see an 8 peel off there. And Simon, also likely pretty comfortable with that card. I don't see him folding to this second barrel here. Do you, John?
I do not. I think this is just I mean, you're kind of stuck at this point. I mean, it's unfortunate when you make top pair and when your opponent is betting the flop and then betting the turn. You're never really loving it. But I mean, notice here, Paul could just have Jack 10 or Queen Jack or
hearts,
any various overcards, right?
All kinds of stuff.
He could have flush draws. He could just be betting ace-8 now for value/protection. It's easy enough for Paul to either have a worse made hand or a draw, or just unpaired hands and unpaired cards in general.
So Simon does call the turn for 350,000, nearly 1.5 in this pot as we go to a 10 of hearts river, and that may slow things down a little here. I'm not sure Paul, with just over pot to play, will go for the third barrel of value.
I think the main time you can go for a value bet in this scenario is if you're pretty sure that Simon is rather call happy in general. I mean, again, going back to the idea that we are at a final table, right here, if Paul loses the rest of his chips or a big chunk of his chips, it's just really bad. Whereas if he just checks it behind, he makes it to where he cannot lose a significant amount of money when he happens to be beat. So I don't mind the check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Paul's check as well there. And so some early setbacks for Simon. Loses a decent pot to Maria, now against Paul.
People often ask me, like, what is the difference between turn bet? Usually it's more polarized to some extent. Maybe, maybe not, depending on the opponent's strategy. But if it just has way too many bluffs in that range, you can get away with jamming very wide. And that was a full, 3.6 or something like 3.6x 3-bet, so a pretty sizable one.
A great flop for James here on 10, Jack 8, bottom pair, open-ended. Paul checks. And
you
James,
say it's great, but if a lot of money goes in the pot, he's certainly not loving it.
No, but I think when he calls with 9-8 suited pre-flop, he is very much hoping for a board like this, but I like his decision to check back as well.
Yeah, he has a very clear marginal made hand. If he could just check this down all day, he'd be thrilled. Because if he bets and gets called, he's probably losing a lot of the time. I don't mind Paul's essentially check to check fold on the flop, just because it is so easy for James to have something on this board.
Yeah. I will say
now
about...
that it goes check, check, I mean,
I was going to say about Paul's 3-bet pre-flop, I think I would prefer his choice and hand selection, and if they were more shallow, at 50 blinds deep, your opponent is going to flat you pretty often, and as you see here, ace-6 offsuit, not with great playability post-flop, and of course some chance that you just make a second-best top pair that has to pay off. So Paul bets 350,000, gets called, and the 10 will pair on the river. Does he have another barrel here, or will he give up on a card that is much better for James's range than his?
I suppose if you're in this scenario, I mean, I guess this may be one of the better hands to bluff with. You don't block hands like
King Queen or
ace high
spades. Or, yeah.
You don't block King Queen. Well, King Queen's gonna fold. You don't block the King, the Ace, the King Jack, the Queen Jack that could conceivably fold.
Check, check. And James and his 8s and 10s will take down this pot. Paul and his ace-6 offsuit lose about a quarter of his stack.
You're definitely right, though, that as you are shallower stacked, you can 3-bet with a more polarized range, including a lot of...
And on 10, 8, 4, all diamonds, Maria will outflop Ryan here, but a board that both players likely to be cautious on. Maria checks over to Ryan. Ryan with a hand that can find reasons for both betting and checking.
Yeah, if you bet, you just get lots of hands with equity to fold or put in money, which is fine either way, that you beat. And, checking has a lot of merit because if you bet and get called, well, now it's not so great because you're either against a better hand or a draw that has plenty of equity against you. So what do you like in this spot?
If I bet very small. So my only real note here is I think Ryan may have bet a little bigger than needed, but his 150 does get a call from Maria, and a 3 of clubs lands on the turn. I think
it's worth mentioning. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think at a final table, I lean towards betting and assuming that Maria is going to check raise less often than usual with, random 1 diamond hands that occasionally mix in a bluff check raise. And yeah, that she's just going to play slightly more.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham for our World Poker Tour UK final table, currently 8-handed. James Rand out in front. On the hand before break, he opened a 10-8 offsuit on the cutoff, and Ryan Mandara shoved his ace-queen for what was then 40 blinds. Now, with the jump to 50,000, 100,000, all of our stacks leaning towards the short side, the exception of James, Maria, and Ryan. Everyone else, 20 blinds or less.
We only saw one bust out in the first 2 hours of play, but I'm betting we'll see one or two this time at least.
Action with Maria holding king-queen.
This is a spot where Maria is definitely going to play. She may run into a lot of tough spots, though, given there are either obvious shove stacks behind her or the big stack, James, you see there in the middle. So it's a tough spot to open too wide.
Yeah, James does find ace-jack of clubs here. And I like his call, John. I think that his hand is a little bit too good to turn into a bluff here, and should Maria jam over a 3-bet, he would be forced to fold ace-jack suited, so I like that he goes with the call here.
Yeah, I completely agree. You just don't want to put yourself in a spot where things can go horribly wrong, and with your big suited cards, those flop incredibly well, so don't mess that up. And, every once in a while, Maria may check, and then you get to end up winning on boards like this.
Right. This is a board where, although it doesn't connect with your ace-jack of clubs, you're having position and the chip lead against an opponent who's mostly opening hands that don't connect on a 9-high board. You get to win with a bet at a very high frequency. And James, of course, does have some nice backdoor draws here to a straight or to an ace-high flush. But he checks back. 7 of clubs on the turn. We'll put 4 to a straight and 4 to a flush out for James.
Now, at this point, I imagine James has way more 10s in his range than Maria does to some extent. To the point that James should probably start betting with this ace-jack. I mean, do you think he should be betting this hand on the turn?
I would be betting in his shoes. It's especially nice that we are going to make better aces fold with just one bet.
Right. Or maybe even under pairs, or maybe even a random ace-8 suited that opened and somehow check the flop, right?
And I don't think Maria is going to check something like, say, ace-10 of spades over that often. I think that she's normally just going to start value betting. So I think that even if your opponent calls you, you can plan to follow through on the river and feel pretty confident it'll work. But yeah, normally one bet is all you need, and that's all James needs. Maria lets it go.
And also, every once in a while, you just have the nuts on the river when you make a flush.
Yeah, or you get the 10, and then now you have the jack high straight.
Yeah, that's definitely a good spot to bet the turn and then follow through again on the river if you do get called. And notice there that his cards didn't really matter all that much. That was a scenario where the board runs out like that. He's just going to end up winning the pot a ton.
Oh, no, they're getting it.
Which shows you the power of being in position with the big stack, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about his hand having 4 to a flush and a draw to the straight, but ultimately it's not that important, actually. It's about what his range is and what Maria is likely to be able to check call twice with, which is almost nothing. Action folds around a mat on the button. With Jack 10, he'll make the min raise.
This is a situation where you see some players perhaps starting to develop a limping range on the button. Because if you min raise and get jammed on, you need to fold out the pocket or the Jack 10 offsuit. But if you limp, they're not going to jam on you quite as often. I suppose now that, both of his opponents only had 10 big blinds, maybe he should have just been all in.
I think that would have been the right play there, John. Manning here, though, will have an opportunity to shove his 9s over this raise.
Yeah, if they both had 15 or 20 big blinds, then I think maybe limping becomes a viable option, but not whenever they both only have 10 big blinds. And you notice right here, he ended up folding out a flip, right?
Right.
Which is a bit of a disaster. And also, Manning's going to shove a lot of aces, ace X, maybe even some king X suited type hands. Who knows how wide he's going to go? I mean, I'm sure he has a flatting range as well. But it's a spot where you fold out a decent chunk of equity when you do min raise. And whenever you only have to put in 8 big blinds more into a pot that's going to be 20, you only need to realize 40% equity to break even if you don't care about the payouts, so maybe a little bit more, but it's a close spot. There you see the payouts, though. The payouts are what forces you to fold in those spots because you don't mind moving up the payout ladder.
There you see our payouts, $330,000 for the eventual winner, $46,000 for 8th. Right now, Simon and Paul and Manning among the short stacks. WPT Champions Cup position behind the table, bearing the name of every main event winner. John, you've won 2 main events, correct?
I have.
Yeah.
Those were nice. So my name's on the cup, I think 2 times. It goes on there once each time, I believe.
And bit of a tight fold there from Ryan with King 9 of hearts in middle position. A little surprised by that from a guy who has not been afraid to get in the mix.
Yeah. Some players have hands that they just don't particularly like. I know this sounds a little bit weird, but some people don't like suited connectors as much as others. Some don't like King 9 and King 8 suited as much as others.
They're pounds.
And I mean, clearly they're all playable. The question is, do you play them every time? I mean, if the answer is yes, you should probably play them. And I think King 9 suited is probably a yes every time or close enough to it. But you'll find that some players just have specific hands they don't really like. And I don't mean like, oh, I don't like pocket jack, so I don't play it. I mean, the hands that are on the bottom of a playable range, I can't talk. Those don't do so well for me.
Well, here, Simon, high up in his range, shoves ace jack on the button, and Maria has ace 5 in the big blind, facing this 11 blind shove. Now, we saw her fold an ace 7 versus a high jack shove for a similar amount. Now, ace 5 facing a button shove. John, what would you do in her shoes? Okay, well, she will lay it down and escapes what would have been a dominated situation there. That struck me as awful close, John. You're getting 1.3 to 1 with a hand that might be ahead of his range.
Yeah, we've seen relatively snug folds in general at this final table so far. Seems like no one's wanting to take risks. I mean, I would have called there. I would have been in bad shape.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's how life goes sometimes. But, again, making these folds is something we've seen some of these players doing. Like we saw Manning earlier not jam, and a spot both of us assumed he would jam with the ace-10 offsuit, and he sidestepped running into a better hand. And we see here, Maria sidesteps being in a spot where she only has 3 outs. So maybe we're too crazy, Tony.
Well, maybe we're being results-oriented, and those are all ins and a call. But, I would think the ace-5 is almost certainly a call. I think the ace-10 situation that Manning encountered was close between the shove and the call. But, yeah, reducing the all-in risks you take at a final table is unlikely to be a bad adjustment.
Some players get it in their mind. I'm playing for first. That's all I care about. But the problem is when you play for first, you sacrifice a lot of money. That said, there is a whole lot of value in becoming the chip leader. I mean, there's talks among the high-stake community about how ICM, individual chip model, may not actually be all that accurate, especially when it comes to the big stack and the big stack's value, especially if you can get position on the medium stacks. And sometimes it makes sense to take a risk to try to become one of the bigger stacks. That said, notice Maria is actually in a spot where, if anything, her gaining more chips is not all that valuable because she still has the big stack James 2 to her left. So this is a scenario where she's in a kind of a pretty bad seat in general. And James has made it clear that he's come to play, and he seems to be playing very well, so it's not like he's a big sack who's giving away his money or anything like that. So that is a spot, I think, where Maria should probably look to be a little bit tighter than normal. Because if she can just hang out, ladder up, collect third place or better the vast majority of the time, that's probably the optimal strategy for her in terms of making money in this spot. Whereas James, on the other hand, should be raising a ton.
Ryan here finds kings under the gun.
Ryan has a reasonable seat to capitalize on being in position against James. If James opens up a little bit too wide, Ryan should actually start being willing to take more risks against him, because if he does overtake the chip lead, then now he'll basically have James and Maria in a bad spot because they're both to his left. So I don't think Maria should be taking too many risks or close risks, but I do think Ryan should be.
Well, an interesting flop between Ryan and our chip leader, James. Top set for Ryan, but middle pair, backdoor flush draw, and an open-ender for James.
You say all those things James has, but in reality, when you look at the board, you're like, ugh. You know, because this just lines up so well with Ryan's range, to where if Ryan wants to go bet, you just can't call unless you improve. And even if you do improve, sometimes you lose. Not too often, clearly, but... like right here, he really doesn't want a queen or a 10, right?
Absolutely not. Although, I'm sure in his mind, a queen is actually a pretty good card because, you know, you don't give your opponent credit for sets that much. We know that it would be a disaster for James, but he will definitely make the call of this 285.
A mistake a lot of players make is slow playing hands like top set. They get in their mind, all right, I'm going to slow play top set every single time. And that is definitely a mistake when the board is draw heavy and when the board should connect well enough with your opponent's range. And now the 9 comes. So James now has the best hand. But he still has to fade 20% of the deck going to the river. This is clearly a very, very bad card for Ryan. He just really didn't want to see an ace, 10, or 9. And there you go.
Ooh, baby. That's the card, isn't it?
That's it. So now, if James checks, I presume Ryan's going to make a big bet. And if James bets, I presume Ryan's going to make a big raise. And he's going to win a bunch of money.
Yeah. I'm going to make a prediction here. I think James gets away. I think he is going to assess this and realize that all of the full houses are in Ryan's range and would play exactly this way. Every now and then he shows up with an ace-10, although typically I think just ace-10 bets the turn. But James has really been zoned in, and I don't see him paying off in a spot where other players could get stuck to their hand.
Yeah, this is a spot where you can value bet very confidently like James does with the intention of folding if you get raised. A lot of people get in their minds that if they bet, they can't fold if they get raised because they have a straight. But a straight here is actually quite bad. And if you think about the hands that Ryan has to be turning into a bluff, it has to be like ace-king or king-queen. Or maybe like pocket eights, you know? Like hands that could conceivably call or just don't make sense to turn into a bluff. He does go for that big raise, as predicted.
A nice sizing from Ryan here. About a pot size raise. And James now with a decision.
Do you think that maybe Ryan should go for a smaller raise, given I just lined up how he doesn't really have many potential bluffs, or many obvious bluffs in his range?
I think this time I like his sizing, since I don't think James calls with any 10, but he can actually have worse full houses, and you want to get as much money as possible against those. Like, it's not that unrealistic for James to have the queen jack, the jack 9, the king jack. I mean, king jack, you know, not very likely when you've got 2 of the kings, but full houses are in his range as well, and if you don't think he's going to call with the 10 and the only hands he calls with are under boats, then you want to put in the big raise.
If that's the case, why not go all in? Or make it even bigger, right? Because does second, third, fourth, fifth house ever actually fold?
No, and so I think it would have been entirely reasonable for him to either shove or just make it, I don't know, 1.82 million, whatever it is. Who knows? Maybe, I wonder if James would ever fold Jack 9 there, for example, facing a jam. And you're just sitting there thinking, holy crap, like, how am I ever good? But I don't know. That's a very weird and rare scenario. Meanwhile, Matthew, pocket deuces and 15 blinds in middle position.
You always want to be asking, what am I trying to get called by and how much will those hands actually call? And if the answer is not a straight there, then the right answer is probably really, really big. So it's definitely a fun spot.
Manig now with 14 blinds on the hijack and an offsuit Broadway. He'll go with the min raise, and I like that he has some min raise folds here. I think he'll want to be able to min raise some of his biggest hands as an induce, and so he wants to have some raise folds as well, and King 10 seems like a good option.
Usually the best hands to min raise fold are the ones that are, you know, maybe at the bottom of a shoving range or not quite good enough to shove, but still are decent. So this is definitely a good hand to use the min raise with.
I think that he would just jam King Jack and fold King 9, so this seems ideal to me. And I think an overly tight fold from Ryan there with Jack 9 in the big blind, that seemed like a little bit of a missed opportunity to take a flop.
Yeah, I definitely would have called and saw a flop in that scenario. Again, pot odds are real, and when you're shallow or your opponent's shallow, if you just make a pair, you're happy enough. And now you may say that if Manig's range is a lot of garbage, maybe he doesn't actually put a stack in all that often, but when it's the nuts, he always puts a stack in. And, you know, that's true, but you're still getting great pot odds. And, you know, Manning could just have ace-king or ace-queen, right, that you're in fine shape against. Fine enough shape, you know, given your pot odds. So to be clear for the viewers, in that scenario, when Manning raises, he's going to have something like aces, kings, queens, jacks, ace-king, ace-queen, as well as hands like King 10, maybe King 9, maybe Queen Jack. Hands like that they have two good blockers to make it harder for anyone else to get attacked to re-raise or call. And if you get re-raised, you probably have 3 outs and you can easily fold.
Well, there, Manig making one of the folds you discussed earlier. When players are on that middling stack and have one of the small pairs, it becomes very difficult to play them if you can't open shove, and I guess 16 blinds felt a little too much.
Yep.
I think if Manig were in slightly later position, he may have just open jammed. But being that early, he elects to pass.
You have to be cautious from early position. A lot of people have it in their minds that I have the best hand with a pair most of the time, but just because you have the best hand does not necessarily mean that you get to play it all the time, because when you do run into a better hand, you just lose all of your money.
So 320,000 out of the small blind from Ryan here into Paul in the big blind, and he folds a 4-3 of spades. And
that's another spot where you may opt to defend, because you have to put in 2 big blinds to try to win a total of 7, right? I mean, and you're in position, and you have a hand that flops well enough. Maybe too loose, Tony.
No, I would have called in his shoes, John. I think 4-3 suited is among the worst hands, and certainly among the worst suited hands that I am calling with. But I do take that flop in position, and I want to give Ryan some credit for sizing up there out of the small blind and making it difficult on Paul. He went over 3x.
Yeah, when you raise from the small blind, you definitely want to be making it like 3 big blinds at the minimum, maybe more like 3.5 or even 4 if your opponents are good, competent players. What I see a lot of players do, especially when I play the smaller and medium stakes games every once in a while, is small blind will raise to 2.5 big blinds. You always want to ask, what am I presenting to my opponent? I mean, in that scenario, your opponent has to put in 1 or 1.5 big blinds to try to win a pot that's 5 big blinds or 6 big blinds. So you're saying you don't think they can realize 20 or 25% equity in position. And they just can with everything. So you're just presenting them a good, profitable scenario. And you don't want to give your opponents good, profitable scenarios. You want to give them tough scenarios, which is why when you make it 3.5 big blinds, now they have to realize way more equity.
And Leo opens for the minimum on 16 blinds with his ace-king.
We may see action on this one. We saw a pair of 7s fold earlier.
Well, hijack versus
but not anymore.
Button. I can't imagine Ryan would. Okay, yep, that's a good play right there. I like this shove from Ryan. Both the blinds behind him are quite short. Leo will make this call, of course, but Ryan with the small edge holding the pair there. When he got snapped, you could see that concern across his face, and then he saw the ace-king, and there was a relief.
Sevens against ace king. We want 7s to hold to get more money.
So Leo flipping for his tournament life right now. Should Ryan win this pot, he would actually be our chip leader and edge out James. Let's go to a flop. It is Jack 10-3, 2 clubs and a spade, neither player holding a club, and so Leo 40% to double up, but Ryan maintains his lead.
40%'s a lot. A lot of people don't realize how good ace-king is when it has a gut shot.
Clubs, though, there's no club. Neither of them.
Down to 23% going to the river with 10 outs for Leo and his ace-king. It is a 4, and we will lose Leo in 8th place. Going to take home $46,000 for his efforts here today. Didn't get to do too much at this final table, but put his money in with good hands and was live going to the river, but couldn't catch up.
Sometimes at a final table, it just doesn't go your way. I mean, you have to accept that that is tournament poker. You see the updated chip counts? We have Ryan now, the chip leader, which is exactly where I was saying he wanted to be. Now he has position on James and Maria, the 2nd and 3rd stack. And now Ryan is in a great spot to play pots in position against those two and to raise and steal a lot of blinds from the shallow stack. So Ryan is in an amazing spot to take home this title, especially given he already has 30% of the chips in play.
It'll be interesting to see how much he adjusts his game, having watched him, say, fold the Jack-9 in the big blind. He strikes me as a guy who has the occasional leak here and there in his pre-flop play, but I also wonder whether, having watched his ace-queen hand where he just jams over James, he's also a very aggressive player, right? And a guy willing to take some risks. So maybe with the chip lead, he really opens it up and starts pounding on people.
Yeah, maybe he does only play good hands aggressively, though. You know what I mean? Like, well, we'll see in the very near future if he does adjust. I'm excited to see it. Remember, he won a high roller tournament here at Dusk Till Dawn last year, so certainly a capable player.
Yeah, definitely. And in good position now. Paul with 10-7 of diamonds on the button.
If the sacks were a little bit shallower, he may opt to just open shove this hand, because it does pretty well when you get called, but I think they're still deep enough to where it may develop a limping strategy.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight fold, though.
It is, and with the 2 short stacks behind him, I would like to see Paul just move in on them with a hand like 10-7 suited, as you mentioned. You know, there are limping strategies, but most people don't spend the time looking at limping strategies enough to develop a balanced approach. So if you were to play that spot as push or fold, or maybe, you know, push, fold, and use a couple of hands as induce or just like raise folds. I think 10-7 suited seems like a pretty clear all-in.
Yeah, of those choices for sure. And to be fair, if your opponents are just going to fold their big blinds a lot, you'd much rather shove all in than limp. Because then they get to realize equity, right? You don't want to let them see a flop and make top pair. You'd much rather just have them fold out too often. And given what we've seen at this final table so far, if anything, I think players are going to be a little bit too inclined to play cautiously, which would make me more inclined to jam. By the end of this final table, Tony and I are both going to be absolute lunatics compared to these players. As they play tighter and tighter, you should be playing more and more aggressively, at least until they make it clear that they have a hand.
Yeah, Paul here, making it 250 with his ace-king. No takers, though.
Tough to get action when everyone folds, which is why you want to be opening up a little bit more. Obviously, we haven't had too many great spots for people to get too out of line, and so far they've been all reasonably sane, but especially if you have the ability to watch the stream replay on 30-minute delay, you can really pick up things about your opponents, especially just overall tendencies, like everyone's playing a little bit too tightly, and that alone should make you open it up a little bit more often. When I say a little bit more often, it may be like a 10 or 20% increase to your range, right?
But like normally with that stack, yeah.
Which adds up.
James now, under the gun, lets it go. With Paul, not gonna play. Simon on the button. Ace-8 of spades.
This is another hand where you'd usually rather just rip it all in. And he does. So that's great.
Oh, look out.
With the effective nuts, he's not going to be folding. It's nice, because whenever I see Manning have a hand, I just like, no, you're not folding, right? I'm not going to be surprised. Makes life easy. Watch him fold now. Is there any chance he folds, Tony?
Do you fold with my hand?
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There he goes.
All in and a call. 3 to stable. Yeah.
So Simon is all in, at risk of elimination. He's going to need an 8 or some spades. Or straight every once in a while. Otherwise, he's going to be out of here in 7th place.
Manning, a big favorite going to this flop. 7, 5, 3, 2 hearts, and a diamond.
It's not the flop Simon wanted, because now even if he gets the 8 of diamonds, Manning's going to have a redraw.
Although an 8 of hearts will help.
Wow. The exact card he wanted. Manning now has a little bit of a redraw.
5, no help. And so Manning, I believe, was shorter than Simon. They are going to count it down. Our computer is saying that Manning had 75,000 more. I'm sure that they will clear this up.
Oh, maybe I have 1.4.
Yeah, I think you have 1.4.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I had 1.3.
Well, you don't want to abandon. Yeah, you don't want to abandon your stack before it's over.
We discussed this earlier. If starting stack is 50,000 chips and you have 75,000 left, that is a starting stack and a half he has in front of him.
Okay, my bad.
You're thrilled to have that a few hours into the tournament.
And Manning is a guy who, he's not on tilt. He just lost his entire stack. He took a bad beat. I promise you, he's not on tilt. He is exactly the kind of player who could take one big blind, win a couple of all-ins, and be right back in this thing.
And since we're playing big blind ante, he actually gets to sit here if he feels like it.
That's right.
Now, this is a scenario where the big stack should be opening very, very, very wide. Because Manning's sitting here with one big blind. They call it 0% of chips in play. I suppose we're rounding down. So, in this scenario, the big stack, Matthew can open it up with, I'm not going to say any two cards, but definitely very wide, and put all the other players, besides Manning, in a tough spot. And if Manning comes along, it's fine because he's getting good pot odds.
Ryan now under the gun.
Oh, I said Matt. I meant Ryan, my bad. I'm getting everyone's name confused. Ryan, there you go. Ryan, the big stack. Should open it up very wide.
He does open fours here.
Sign off the big blind ante right now.
And notice this is going to fold a ton. Like right here, James would normally play this hand a lot of the time, but in this exact scenario, I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Tony? This is one where maybe you can still splash around. This close.
Certainly versus a min raise, I'm never folding. Versus this sizing, it's real close. I don't blame James for his fold here, and a lot of the value in suited connecting hands is being able to bluff on future streets, which is not so much what we want to do when we're facing off against the only opponent who can bust us.
Yep.
But it is 4 high.
4 high?
Yeah.
It's like 4 high. Oh yeah, I want you to call that one.
Yeah, bad beat.
Yeah. Yeah,
notice Manning did not just put his money in with any two cards there, even getting good odds, because the way the ante works, he can just sit here. Just sit here and blind out, blind out. Do you happen to know the particular rules here at Dusk Till Dawn in terms of the ante? Does he have to get some chips before the big blind comes around, or can he put his big blind in or his chips into the big blind?
I don't, so I won't speculate.
Okay. A lot of casinos have not quite figured out exactly how they operate in this, because imagine Manning has one big blind, and he's now going to be in the big blind. In some places, he has to put his money in the ante, meaning he can only win back the ante and not the small blind. In other places, he puts his money in the big blind, in which case now he can win any calls, any raises, any money from the small blind, etc. So those are very, very different structures, and you should be aware of that.
Now Maria starting the action here with a limp on the button holding King 10 of spades.
Notice the limp so that she can limp and then call a raise if necessary. She doesn't want to raise and then get re-raised. Let's see if Ryan really decides to get after it. Notice if Maria opened this, Ryan could 3-bet very frequently. He still goes for it, though. I'm always a little bit more cautious going for a raise against the limps, because people limp hands they want to see a flop with, which means they're not folding all that often.
I'm in agreement with you here. I think this is too much from Ryan, but I do give him credit for making this big sizing so that the play is unnatural for Maria and some of her borderline calls become folds.
And this is what you want to be doing as the big stack, is applying pressure to especially these two medium stacks.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
That's a pretty snug fold there.
Yeah.
And now, I think James needs to fold it. Because 9-7 suited out of position is not really where he wants to be. But this is exactly what I was saying Ryan should be doing as the chip leader, and he's doing it.
Yeah, I really like the adjustments we're seeing out of Ryan right now.
If you're a cash player, it's fine though, right?
At times.
Like this setup right here is where you can win a ton of chips as the chip leader. And it's where you can also lose a lot of chips as a medium stack. And the medium stacks really do need to be cautious, but you may say, well, why not limp and then fold the King 10 suited? I mean, the problem is you're in position getting great odds with a hand that's pretty nice against a player who's incentivized to be aggressive. And you know, every once in a while, you go broke before Manning when you limp and call that King 10 suited to make a pretty good hand. But in exchange for that, every once in a while, you end up with just a load of chips. And probably more often than not, whenever you play big pots.
That hand, that suit, that's the one.
Simon here, King 9 of diamonds.
This is a spot where I think Simon should just fold. Because he has Manning on his left with the half a big blind, or 75k. And he's raising into all the big stacks.
Right, if Manning folds here, well, he won't. If Manning were to fold, the big stacks could kind of come after Simon and really lock him up.
I mean, if it folds around to Ryan, the chip leader, he could just jam it all in. For 30 big blinds, right? And then Simon can't call, ever.
Instead, Simon will be the one to attempt to knock out Manning, getting his ace-queen.
Well, Paul may come along. And I do think Paul should come along for one big blind more into the seven-ish big blind pot.
He does make the call.
Yeah, I definitely like this call because most of the time you can, well, I'm not gonna say you can definitely count on Simon playing more straightforwardly than normal, but a lot of the time you can, and that's just gonna allow you to easily check it down with a lot of middle pairs. Because both Paul and Paul Simon are induced to really try to knock Manic out, because Manic being at the table makes it to where neither of them get to play very many hands. So they really want Manic
25
out.
too much. You had 75, Manic?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so 250 in there. You've got to take 25 out. That's what I had.
Calculating the side and main pot. Interesting flop here. Top pair and a diamond flush draw for Simon. An open-ended straight draw for Paul, and not much happening for Manning's ace-queen. Check, check on the flop. 7 of the turn will pair up Paul to go with his open-ender.
As I mentioned, right, this is a spot where normally Simon would just make a small bet with a lot of his range. Instead, he just checks it back, no problem, right?
Right. Now I would be betting.
Pretty great in terms of hands like you could bet that you're not really worried about getting outdrawn with. This is a hand that is probably fine to still just bet the flop, but I mean, I get the idea of checking. And you know, interestingly enough, Paul actually has one of the hands that would put money in. Does call a turn bet. Man is going to need an ace on the river. He does not get it.
Nope, it is top 2 pair for Simon instead. So we will lose Manning.
Manning got it all in with ace-queen twice. Brutal.
And my head would explode if Paul calls a river bet.
I do like how Simon's not just snap betting the river. Some people will instantly bet when they have a good hand on the river.
Yeah.
Because they know they're betting. But notice how he kind of thought it over, made it look a little suspicious.
Yeah, and on that note, I do think that Paul is, how to put it, he has some tells in his timing and speed of action, particularly pre-flop. We've seen him really kind of think it over when he's on the fringe. Whereas, say, on the turn there, he, like, snap-called with his pair and open-ender when it was a no-doubter. So it's something you do have to be cautious about where, you know, I hate to suggest people slow down the game, but it can be good to just take a beat, as it were, before your action. So those times when you have something that is very clear and very obvious is not distinctive from the times where you really genuinely need to consider things.
Oh, FT, official FT.
So 6-handed now at our WPT UK final table.
Next player out gets $76,000, so starting to see pretty decent payout jumps. All the short stacks can breathe a sigh of relief because they're not going to make a horrible payout implication disaster whenever they go broke every once in a while. So they're happy about that. Now we can go back to somewhat normal poker, even though Matthew and Paul are both still relatively shallow.
You ready for WPT 500, Deep Stacks, and the main tour in just one festival? Well, get ready, because WPT Montreal is back in partnership with Party Poker Live, taking place at Playground Poker from October the 25th to the 4th of November. Players will be able to play day one online on Party Poker, and you will also be able to use your Party Poker Live dollars. The first 100 players to buy into the WPT main tour will receive 300 Canadian dollars in their Party Poker account. The festival kicks off, of course, with the WPT 500 on the 25th of October with a 1 million Canadian dollar guarantee. This is then followed by the 3,300 Canadian dollar buy-in main tour event on the 29th of October. And then last but not least, of course, we have the WPT Deep Stacks, which has a 1,650 Canadian dollar buy-in.
For non-stop poker action at home or on the go, sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This is an interesting spot because Ryan has top pair, yet if he shoves all in, he may get mostly called by better hands, but he does make hands like ace-king and ace-queen fold some portion of the time, right?
He does, and in those instances, it's quite good for him since ace-king here actually has quite a number of outs. However, with a jack on the turn, you can see Matthew now drawing dead. That is the card, a queen, that would give him Broadway, would fill up Ryan. Ace or king would only give him a pair as opposed to Ryan's trips, and with a 9 of hearts on the river, two of the most obvious draws on the flop have been completed.
Yeah, the jack had Matthew drawing dead, but it also made it to where Matthew's just not going to lose much more money in this hand unless he improves on the river. Or maybe if a 10 comes or something like that. But even then, it's not a great spot.
Yeah.
So how big does Ryan go on the river?
Not big. It's essentially a blocking bet of 135,000 into a pot of about 600. So he bets quarter pot or so. Matthew here with the ace heart blocker, thinking this over.
Does he ever make the hero all in?
Ever? Sure. Often on a paired board when your opponent can have a number of the full house combinations on this texture, I'm gonna guess he doesn't go for it this time.
Yeah, it's just too easy for him to be against Jack 10, Jack 9, right? Maybe even pocket 10s or 9s if they don't go all in pre-flop.
That's right.
Or just a flush. You know, he could just have a flush or a straight that doesn't fold. Probably not the best spot to call because you really don't beat much.
No. I will say that if you're going to bluff, this seems like the hand to do it with, but it is also a very difficult bluff to get away with against your opponent's value range, and so he'll make the fold, and Ryan takes that one down.
You may ask, why would Ryan want to bet so small? So did you enjoy Dusk Till Dawn, Tony?
I do very much. I've come here a number of times as I used to be sponsored by Party Poker, and the WPT has partnered with them for a number of events here. And it's a really fun crowd to gamble with. Like, I've got some good stories for you. You know, when we have a down moment in the stream, in the action, about the kind of players I encountered here. But right now, Simon, raising it up to 120,000 with sixes, has run into Maria's jacks. Maria has had some amazing success here in the last couple of years, including one of her first major wins was at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, she's been winning seemingly everything recently. And, good for her. I know she studies a ton, puts a lot of effort into getting better at poker, and she is consistently crushing it. So she does just call with the pocket jacks pre-flop, elects to not re-raise as also a middle stack.
You need a second dealer to collect the chips.
A good flop for Maria's jacks on 10-8-3.
There's no space. There's no space there. Matt's got 2 spaces for himself.
It's not by choice. Well, I'm liking it.
Simon here, considering whether he'd like to better check this flop.
This is an interesting spot because it's kind of difficult to know what Maria's calling range is pre-flop, because it could be rather wide with a lot of suited connected type hands, or it could be just mostly unpaired big cards at this point.
Yeah, Simon...
Or a lot of medium pairs, though. And, like, what does pocket 7s do in this scenario? It's a tough spot for pocket 7s or even pocket 9s, right?
Agreed, and Simon has one of those hands that benefits from protection and driving out some of those overcards, but also doesn't have great playability should he bet and Maria calls. And so here on the turn, my guess is that he will slow down.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of the best players in the world now just open folding small pairs from the early positions, and it's because this happens a lot, right? Like, you raise, somebody calls, and then it's bad unless you make a set. Because right here, even, for all he knows, Maria's just calling the flop with something like king, queen of diamonds, and then maybe she bluffs that at the turn, and then you're folding the best hand some portion of the time. Or she just has jack 10 and goes for a value better. Jacks, right?
I am very surprised to see Maria check back on that turn. It feels like a board that is both very good for her, but one where she would want to get some money in.
I'm always a pretty big fan of at least considering the cautious line as a middle stack in general. Like, what could really go wrong in a spot? I mean, she could bet and then get jammed all in, right?
Yes.
That's, like, if you can ever just sidestep that completely and know that you get to call essentially every river bet, I don't mind it so much. But I do definitely agree. She has the best hand almost every time.
Right.
And she has to worry about getting outdrawn some portion of the time.
Correct. It is a hand that also wants protection when it bets the turn. And Simon here, I believe, is turning his hand into a bluff. Would you agree with that, John? That he's trying to bluff out maybe an 8 or pocket 9, something like that?
I think if he's going to bluff, he needs to use a much bigger size. He bet about a half pot, I think, if that's how the pot graphics are working.
Yes.
I would have much preferred more like a pot size bet, or even bigger, perhaps, if you're going to try to get a 10 to fold or pocket 9s to fold. With this bet size, I think you're just going to get called a lot, because it's so easy for Simon to just have queen jack or ace queen or ace jack or something like that that may decide to bluff.
And if I'm Maria, I would think this King of Hearts river, while good for Simon's range, is also one that will inspire some bluffs. So considering I didn't put that much money in the pot, I would have difficulty folding my jacks on the river.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying here I'm not folding pocket 9s, or maybe even 8 on the river, right? So, I mean, it is kind of tough that she has 2 jacks, which blocks the obvious bluffs, or some of the obvious bluffs with ace jack and queen jack. But he could also just have like ace 5 suited, right?
Yes.
There's so many potential bluffing hands that he could have, and the king, while it does hit his range, there's so many unpaired hands still, especially hands that bet the flop small, because he's probably going to do that with his whole range, and then check the turn with a lot of it. So, I mean, you don't necessarily think you have the best hand every time in this scenario, but you certainly have the best hand a third of the time. Probably more like half the time, or even more.
And Maria does make this call. So Simon's
definitely like the call.
No good. Maria's jacks will take down a nice pot here and push her near 3 million.
I mean, I guess if you're going to bet the 6s there...
9-5-3. And so Simon here may be in for an expensive hand of poker.
This is a good top pair, too. It's not like it's 9-8-7, right?
Right. This is a spot that if you are not at a final table, the queen 9 may even check raise some percent of the time. I think at a final table, most players will take the more cautious approach.
Yeah, I think Like, if there ever is a time to be more aggressive in general, is when you have more chips than your opponent. But I definitely agree that I would be calling a lot of the time in this scenario. Some people just always raise their top pairs, though, so I wouldn't be shocked. Looks like a nice call.
Eight on the turn. Mostly good card for Paul. It would improve 7-6 to a straight, or certainly 9-8 to 2 pair, but beyond that, I imagine he's happy to see an 8 peel off there. And Simon, also likely pretty comfortable with that card. I don't see him folding to this second barrel here. Do you, John?
I do not. I think this is just I mean, you're kind of stuck at this point. I mean, it's unfortunate when you make top pair and when your opponent is betting the flop and then betting the turn. You're never really loving it. But I mean, notice here, Paul could just have Jack 10 or Queen Jack or
hearts,
any various overcards, right?
All kinds of stuff.
He could have flush draws. He could just be betting Ace 8 now for value / protection. It's easy enough for Paul to either have a worse made hand or a draw, or just unpaired hands and unpaired cards in general.
So Simon does call the turn for 350,000, nearly 1.5 in this pot as we go to a 10 of hearts river, and that may slow things down a little here. I'm not sure Paul, with just over pot to play, will go for the third barrel of value.
I think the main time you can go for a value bet in this scenario is if you're pretty sure that Simon is rather call happy in general. I mean, again, going back to the idea that we are at a final table, right here, if Paul loses the rest of his chips or a big chunk of his chips, it's just really bad. Whereas if he just checks it behind, he makes it to where he cannot lose a significant amount of money when he happens to be beat. So I don't mind the check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Paul's check as well there. And so some early setbacks for Simon. Loses a decent pot to Maria, now against Paul.
People often ask me, like, what is the difference between turn and bet? Usually it's more polarized to some extent. Maybe, maybe not, depending on the opponent's strategy. But if it just has way too many bluffs in that range, you can get away with jamming very wide. And that was a full, 3.6 or something like 3.6x 3-bet, so a pretty sizable one.
A great flop for James here on 10, Jack 8, bottom pair, open-ended. Paul checks. And
you
James,
say it's great, but if a lot of money goes in the pot, he's certainly not loving it.
No, but I think when he calls with 9-8 suited pre-flop, he is very much hoping for a board like this, but I like his decision to check back as well.
Yeah, he has a very clear marginal made hand. If he could just check this down all day, he'd be thrilled. Because if he bets and gets called, he's probably losing a lot of the time. I don't mind Paul's essentially check to check fold on the flop, just because it is so easy for James to have something on this board.
Yeah. I will say
now
about...
that it goes check, check, I mean, I
was going to say about Paul's 3-bet pre-flop, I think I would prefer his choice and hand selection, and if they were more shallow at 50 blinds deep, your opponent is going to flat you pretty often, and as you see here, ace-6 offsuit, not with great playability post-flop, and of course some chance that you just make a second best top pair that has to pay off. So Paul bet 350,000, gets called, and the 10 will pair on the river. Does he have another barrel here, or will he give up on a card that is much better for James's range than his?
I suppose if you're in this scenario, I mean, I guess this may be one of the better hands to bluff with. You don't block hands like
King Queen or
ace high
spades. Or, yeah.
You don't block King Queen. Well, King Queen's going to fold. You don't block the King, the Ace, the King Jack, the Queen Jack that could conceivably fold.
Check, check. And James and his 8s and 10s will take down this pot. Paul and his ace-6 offsuit lose about a quarter of his stack.
You're definitely right, though, that as you are shallower stacked, you can 3-bet with a more polarized range, including a lot of...
And on 10, 8, 4, all diamonds, Maria will outflop Ryan here, but a board that both players likely to be cautious on. Maria checks over to Ryan. Ryan with a hand that can find reasons for both betting and checking.
Yeah, if you bet, you just get lots of hands with equity to fold or put in money, which is fine either way, that you beat. And, you know, checking has a lot of merit because if you bet and get called, well, now it's not so great because you're either against a better hand or a draw that has plenty of equity against you. So what do you like in this spot?
If I bet very small. So my only real note here is I think Ryan may have bet a little bigger than needed. But his 150 does get a call from Maria, and a 3 of clubs lands on the turn. I think
it's worth mentioning. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think at a final table, I lean towards betting and assuming that Maria is going to check raise less often than usual with, you know, random 1 diamond hands that occasionally mix in a bluff check raise. And yeah, that she's just going to play slightly more cautious in this spot, and so betting clears out some equity on her behalf. And look at this. Ryan going to double barrel here. This is surprising.
So we bet about half pot. It's an interesting size because, I mean, I suppose you make some random hands like Queen Jack with a diamond fold, maybe? Or King Queen with a diamond? But you still have to think any 10 or 8 will call you. So maybe he's planning on triple barreling.
I think he can get some 8s to fold in this context. Not many, but some. 10s, pretty much never. And so Maria does make the call here. And if I'm Ryan, I believe I would rather bluff a hand with more equity. I mean, almost certainly probably with a diamond in my hand. And a 10 of spades on the river will give Maria trips.
And you often like bluffing hands that can't win at the showdown.
Right.
Like Queen Jack, right? Queen Jack with a diamond or random overcards with a diamond would be, I think, better bluffs than this hand. Unless you think that for some reason Maria would raise her pairs on the flop. I mean, again, like it seems like if you want to be betting, it's because you think your opponent does something, right or wrong, right?
Look at this. Maria's going to lead out on this 10 for 400,000. Monotone flops are very tricky situations and ones that I think people are less experienced at playing out. I am very curious what a solver would say about this river lead here. It's an interesting play.
It's an interesting one because she could easily be against a 10, right?
A better 10, too.
Right. If she's against a 10, it's against a better 10.
Right.
She could be against a flush. The solver would probably tell you to lead with mostly nut hands and good blockers. And I don't think 10-9 is quite a nut hand. Solvers don't lead a whole lot when the opponent can just have the nuts or the effective nuts.
That's exactly right.
And so right there, it was very easy for Maria to be against a better 10 or a flush. Because a flush would certainly just bet the flop and bet the turn, right?
Right. Even 8s full, she can run into 8s full as well. Simon here with ace-3 of spades on the cutoff. Going to 120,000. Manning right behind him with ace-10 on 20 blinds. I think he's going to say those magic words, John.
Oh, I love the magic words. Tony, do you try to play like a robot solver all the time, or do you adjust based on your opponent's tendencies and how you think they will play?
I am a little surprised to see Manning calling. As to your question, John, one thing solvers taught me was how to adjust when you spot those inefficiencies in your opponents. I mean, I actually think that a lot of people make this argument that, oh, well, studying with solvers isn't that useful because against real opponents, nobody plays like the solver. And they seem to forget that you can input what the solver does. And I'll continue that diatribe later because Leo has ace-king suited.
So Maria called as well in the small blind, which I think is perfectly viable. Leo's not going to call. He'll say the magic words. And look at this. Manning may get off the hook here, right?
I think so. I can't imagine him calling this hand. I was pretty surprised at the original flat. But man, you know, I will say that, again, the solvers like flatting a number of hands in these cutoff first button situations that I used to play as push fold.
Yeah, calling is an option. You are allowed to call. Don't forget. Do not blindly follow a reshove or fold chart because calling exists.
And a king jack 5 2 spade flop may result in some passive play. Start with a check from Ryan. Simon, not much happening here beyond his gut shot. We know he's only got 2 outs. He'll check. Maria with second pair, not a lot of reason to bet. But maybe she feels that her position in this texture is favorable. She will check. 10 on the turn. He'll pair up Simon, give Ryan an open-ender, and not change much about Maria's hand. And right now, looks like a board that everyone wants to reach showdown with.
So now Maria decides to go for a bet. It's an interesting spot for a bet because she has the best hand a lot of the time, and I suppose some worse hands can call, so as long as their opponents aren't doing a whole lot of trapping, probably not so bad as long as you're not betting too big.
It's certainly a lot of bad rivers for you, so I also don't mind this bet from Maria. I do think that Ryan will call, considering the price he's getting and that he is open-ended and sometimes just has the best hand. Oh, look at this. He is gonna check raise. Interesting.
Wow.
625,000. I guess Ryan thinks, look, I've got 2 of the queens. You don't have a straight. You don't have a set. If you got a 2 pair, I doubt it, and it's probably Jack 10 or King 10, and I'm going to make your life hard. So 625,000 from Ryan. Back to Maria. And Maria does fold her second pair of jacks. It's always a little funny when you watch somebody turn their hand into a bluff, but in reality, they're value raising. Nope. Ace, Jack, 8, all diamonds. Second pair for Simon, top pair for James.
Middle pair might as well be equally bad.
I just did my signature move there.
Is he active?
Simon does check the James. And again, these monotone boards, one thing I have learned from the solvers is they really prefer small bets and a lot of checks on monotone boards. Now, in the setting, I do think we want to be betting more than usual. But there is almost no betting of over 1/3 pot on these monotone flops. So it's 140 from James over to Simon. About 1/3 pot, right on the money. And not a spot that Simon appreciates. A hand that's often good, but not that often. It doesn't have great playability going forward, but he also feels, well, I kind of think that James is going to bet close to 100% here because of the dynamic, so he does make the call. And a 5 of spades on the turn will not improve him.
Yeah, you're never loving when you could have the best hand, but if much more money goes in the pot, you're very unhappy. But if you're folding this hand, you're probably just folding way too often on the flop.
Right.
So you need to defend this hand with the idea that you're going to just fold it to additional bets.
I'm James. I think I'd like to bet again. $4.25. And I like this bet, John. There's a lot of ways for Simon to have a pair and a diamond, or a gut shot and a diamond that has a ton of equity going to the river.
Yeah, I think that's nice. You can get called by many, many worse hands. It's only rough if you get jammed on. I mean, what do you even do if you get jammed on here? It's a pretty bad spot.
Pretty bad spot. I think at a final table, I might hero fold.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the final table of the WPT UK main event. The players are now playing for a first prize of 330,000, including a TFC Tournament of Champions seat. We want to thank our sponsor Party Poker Live for making this event possible, and the casino Dusk till Dawn. I now let Alex Gray present to the players.
All right, so I'm going to announce the final 6 players. Congratulations everyone for making it to the final table. In seat order, in seat number 1, we have Simon Brandstrom with 3,550,000 chips. And in seat number 2, with 2,890,000 chips, we have Maria Lampropoulos. In seat number 3, James Ran with 4,625,000 chips. Now, taking seat number 4, our chip leader with 6,890,000 chips, we have Ryan Mandara. In seat number 5, Paul Siddle with 1,455,000 in chips. And last but certainly not least, we have Matthew Adley with 1,220,000 in chips. Good luck, players. I wish you all the best. And yeah, good luck. Do you want to see it?
Good luck, boys and girls.
Thank you very much, Alex. We are down to 6. The official TV final table, as you can see. Ryan Mandara has 33% of the chips. He's in great shape. He also has position on James and Maria, so he is in a fantastic seat to make a great run. Also, we have a few shallow stacks. Paul and Matthew need to make something happen. They are in the 5 and 6 seat next to each other, so this is going to be an interesting final table, because very often what's going to happen is they're going to fold around to Ryan. Ryan's going to raise, but then the 2 shallow stacks, they get to jam it all in if they feel like it, which, you know, isn't the end of the world if you do jam here and end up taking 6th place. I mean, realize 6th place is $76,000, but if you can chip up a little bit, get position, or you have position on the big stack, that will allow you to make a very good attempt to take 1st place money, which, as you see here, is $30,000. That includes a $15,000 seat to the World of Poker Tour Tournament of Champions. Everyone wants to get in, so there's still a whole lot left to play for.
I'd like $330,000.
Yeah? Hi, Tony Dunce.
Hey,
With
what's
Tony
up?
Dunce with us today. I am Jonathan Little. I want to thank you for being here with us for the final table of WPT UK at Dusk Till Dawn, presented by Party Poker.
It's the official final table now. 6 players remain. Ryan currently out in front, edging out James, who held the chip lead for most of our final table.
I was looking through the results of some of the players on our most recent break, and Maria has $3 million in cashes, but this is actually her first WPT cash, if my records are telling me correctly. And if so, it's pretty nice to make a final table on your first cash.
I believe Maria's breakthrough win was in a Party Millions event, correct?
I believe so, yeah, right here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Correct, yeah.
For $1.25 million.
Oh, man.
Not a bad way to break out.
No.
And then since then, she's been crushing the circuit for the last 3 years. We have James right next to her. James has 7 World Poker Tour caches, not counting this one, but his best run ever was at the Seminole Hard Rock with a 9th place finish. He's going to be doing way better than that today. Hold on to Matthew. Well, I think we all know what's about to happen right here.
Yeah, this is an 11 blind shove. Maria will not take too long here.
One thing Maria does that I think is good is making sure she understands the situation. A lot of players make little errors here and there because they don't quite understand exactly what's going on. And imagine Matthew actually had 25 big blinds and somehow she just got it wrong. You might as well take 2 seconds to let the dealer tell you exactly what's going on. And so she does make the easy call, and Matthew is going to need a 3. You're not rooting for exactly a 3 too often, but this is when he'd like it.
King 3-6 on the flop, and salvation for Matthew. Now way in front. Maria does have a backdoor diamond draw. Queen on the turn, no help, and so a 9 and only a 9 will eliminate Matthew. It is an 8, and Matthew will stick around and knock Maria under 20 big blinds.
A 3 for Matthew boy, as the crowd called for it. The one good thing about losing 9s to 3s here is that you still have chips left. And I'm sure Maria is going to play very well with this stack size and keep her poise. It's always nice when you get there. And you know, every once in a while, you turn no chips into a lot of chips and you win the tournament.
Maria now in 5th place on 1.7 million. Simon and Paul also fairly short. Bulk of the chips reside between James and Ryan.
You hear the crowd getting a little bit rowdy. The British rails are known to be perhaps the rowdiest of rails. We may see that as it gets a little bit later in the night.
I think there is a tough decision between the British and the Brazilian rails. I think Brazilian rails are louder, British rails are drunker.
Either way, we're in for a real treat. I remember vividly the guy who poured all of his beer in his shoe and drank it over and over and over again one time at a final table.
What? How have I missed that one? Excuse me?
I'm sure you can find it if you Google it. Apparently it's called a shoe bomb. It's a thing in England, I guess.
Oh, man. Let's talk about this hand before I just crack up and Google that or something. Ryan here opens the ace-8 on the cutoff and gets a pretty decent flop here on 7-7-5 2 hearts. Simon calls from the big blind with ace-jack. He is now chipped up enough that his hand is going to play better as a call pre-flop than a re-raise. Now facing this bet of 150,000. I think that Simon will get to a turn.
Yeah, this is a tough spot where you realize you have the best hand very frequently, but you also realize that if Ryan just keeps betting, it's probably not going to go so well for you unless you improve. So, I definitely think you should call, recognizing we're probably going to end up losing this spot. I think a lot of people get in their minds that if they call the flop, they just have to call the turn and call the river, but that is not how poker works. You're allowed to fold out some of your hands. You're supposed to be folding out some of your hands on each betting round. And ace high is a great one to check call the flop and then fold later. Middle pair, bottom pair, great ones to check call the flop, maybe even a turn, and then fold later. In some hands, you fold by the river.
In this instance, a river 10 will deliver a chop pot should neither player fold, and I find that very unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think either player needs to bet in this scenario. I think they can both just be content to check it. Although, do you think Ryan will ever make a bet here? I mean, there is merit to try to get ace high to fold, right?
I was going to say, before I could even answer, he cuts out a bet of 275.
But will ace high fold to this bet? I guess that's the issue. Is I don't ever see ace high folding here. So if ace high is not folding, are we value betting against the king?
I don't know.
We've seen a few bet sizes in this final table that I like ideas of betting, but you see here, just ace high calls no problem, right?
Yes.
So therefore, does that mean this is a value bet against a king? Is a king going to call? I don't know. Whenever you do make a bet, like say you make a bluff in a scenario, and your opponent just calls you no problem with a pretty junky hand, you should often definitely go back and relook at that bluff. Maybe your opponent just decided to hero call you for some reason, or maybe you didn't use very good bet sizes, or maybe it's just a bad spot to bluff. So always second guess yourself. A lot of people like to think they definitively know what they are doing at the poker table, and I'll be the first to tell you, I often do not know what I'm doing definitively, and that's why you have to study the game away from the table.
So what do you do to study this far into your poker career?
At this point, I mostly do a whole lot of talking to other good players who devote their entirety of their life to grinding online on sites like Party Poker and studying the various solving tools, because they are in their study mode almost all the time. At this point in my career, I'm an old man. I have a wife and 2 kids, and I'm not grinding all day every day, and so I outsource that to some extent. And I study from the people who are doing it all day, every day, and they're happy enough to give me that information. And it's not a situation most people are in, but I'm very fortunate to be in it. But I would definitely suggest everyone find a good study group who are using solvers, discussing various scenarios, discussing exploits, discussing player pool tendencies. And that type of thing will go a very, very long way to helping you improve as a poker player. I mean, if you paid attention to Maria at this final table, she was talking to Manig after mostly every hand. I'm guessing she may be asking him advice about these scenarios, right?
Well, here, she moves all in over a button raise and takes it down quickly with the ace-5 suited.
It's very good to find a study group and people who are like-minded, who really, really, really want to make it to the top. And you'll find that very often cliques form in the poker world where you have the people who study and work really hard, and then you have the group that does not. And the group that does not tends to not do so well, whereas the group that studies a lot and works very hard, they tend to make it. Poker's a game you have to devote a lot of time to get very, very good. What do you do, Tony?
I watch a lot of training videos, and like you said, I speak to other players. Mike Watson is a very successful player who at times functions as a de facto coach for me, although I try not to eat up too much of his time. But I got into a phase about 6 months ago where I became very passionate about studying poker again, and devoted maybe 5-7 hours a week to studying. And that really doesn't sound like much, but I still think, I'll put it like this: I think that people talk about studying and working on their game and being in the lab infinitely more than they actually do. And that really, if you cut out an hour a day, 4 or 5 days a week, to whether it's watch a training video, run some solves, review hands with friends, you're probably going to be ahead of the curve as opposed to the amount of time your opponents are putting in. So, for the people who want to reach the top of the game or make a massive improvement in their game, the resources are available, and it really is whether you want to put in the time.
Google Tony Dunce, Google me, you will find stuff that we have made to help you become better. It's all available for you. All you have to do is utilize it. And if you are currently studying none or very little, realize even 2 or 3 hours a week is way better than 0. And after a year, you will have put in, let's say you do 3 hours a week. That's 150 hours of study? I mean, by then you'll if you're paying attention, taking notes, and actually studying, and not like sitting back and having a beer, then you will be way better than you are today.
And that's a good point, John. And instead of sitting back and having a beer, the qualification I would make is put your damn phone away. If you are studying, study, and do not look at social media. Don't check your phone for the time or for whatever you're curious about in that moment. Like, it just needs to be an hour of poker time. And that's one of the things I think that the top players, when they are really trying to bring their A game, they're not even really like messing with their phone at the table very much. Certainly on day ones, we're all in our phones, and that's fine. I don't mean to criticize that. But when you want to bring the A game, or you want to study and really be focused, you need to put that handheld distraction away.
And you need to practice doing that, right? It's not something you can necessarily easily do. So here we have a raise from Simon, and a 3-bet, rather big 3-bet, from Ryan.
Yeah.
Queen 10 suited.
So I get what Ryan is going for here, and certainly as the chip leader, turning close situations into 3-bets is never a bad idea. However, I actually don't really love that choice in hand selection for the 3-bet from Ryan. I think that we would rather use, an offsuit hand with some blockers as opposed to a Queen 10 suited that flops so well and will be able to, call down multiple streets or check raise a number of flops. Because if you 3-bet pre-flop and Simon shoves on his 30-ish big blind stack, you have to fold, and you've spent a hand that actually has a lot of playability post-flop on that 3-bet, whereas if you turn the Queen 10 offsuit into a 3-bet, you really don't mind as much having to fold.
Yeah, Queen 10 just flops pretty well.
I'll also say I would like that 3-bet very much at deep stacks, but at these particular stacks, Simon is going to be able to jam on you and negate the equity of your hand often enough that I think you do better selecting some other types of hands in that spot, particularly offsuit ones.
Yeah, you want to call with the hands that flop well and 3-bet the hands that do not flop so well in general.
Here, Ryan will call with Jack-6 in the small. Paul is in the big blind and checks with Queen Deuce of clubs. And flops top and bottom.
I'm a little bit surprised Ryan just didn't open jam here.
Yep. And that Paul also didn't jam. Although I'm more surprised.
I think Paul's spot is closer because when the big stack has a spot where it's like kind of a clear jam with a lot of his hands and he does limp, that might make me a little bit afraid.
I agree.
To jam.
But most of all, I agree that Ryan does need to move in there on Paul. And particularly, Paul has been a little more conservative at this final table pre-flop. So I think he is someone you might get some folds from that you wouldn't against Maria or a Simon. And so you benefit even more by just jamming those marginal hands like a Jack 6-0 pre-flop and not letting him see a flop. action with Simon under the gun, holding ace-king. Simon entered this final table, 9-handed as our chip leader. Took a number of setbacks and was the short stack for some time, but has chipped back up, and now right in the thick of things with ace-king. And a spot for Paul here that he is going to shove. Well, we know he's going to get called. And, you know, look, I don't, how to put it. I don't think this is a bad shove, but I think it might be optimistic against an under-the-gun open 6-handed from someone.
It's tough because
you
Simon
know,
has been kind of active in terms of opens, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, in terms of spots, I don't mind this particular spot, given we have seen Simon maybe not necessarily play too wide, but definitely be active.
Right.
So, it's a tough one. I mean, I don't
agree.
fault him for the all-in.
I don't mind it at all. I think it might be a little much. I'm not really sure, though. But a queen on the flop will put Paul way in front, and now Simon is drawing to 3 outs.
These 3-outers are coming a lot here on the World Poker Tour today.
They are.
Now he improved to 7 outs. More than doubling his outs going to the river.
And a deuce on the river will hold up Paul's top pair of queens. He gets a double up here against Simon, who is so close to being back amongst the chip leaders.
From penthouse to outhouse, as they say.
Well, he's not out yet, so let's say penthouse to one bedroom, no, a studio apartment. There we go, that's about right.
You know, a studio apartment in London is quite valuable. In Nottingham and England in general. So you're still in fine shape. Don't be too
You're in New York City, John. I mean, I don't even know what a studio apartment costs there, but probably, you know, like twice whatever the winner of this tournament gets for a month.
Yeah, basically.
Paul Siddle sitting on 3.2 million. He's been up and down at this final table, but now in third.
It looks like he's been swinging all over the place, and right at the beginning of the final table, he just did not win any hands, but he really hasn't done anything. It's been absurd, you know? It's not like he's giving it away by any means, but he's just had a tough run so far.
Simon or Paul? You talking about Simon?
Simon?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Simon has had a very tough run. I really like what we've seen out of his game so far today, but he has been on the wrong side of a lot of runouts.
James has been pretty tight ever since Ryan took over the chip lead, as I think he should be. He's definitely going to play the Jack-10 suited, though. Ryan's thinking, do I go into Punisher mode? He does not.
Ryan showing some discipline so far with his chip lead, not trying to just blast away on everybody. Simon here with 6-4
Don't forget, he got him
suited.
with the King-2 offsuit earlier.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that full-blown blasting away. I thought that was kind of an interesting spot to pick, and if your opponents are folding King-10 suited, then hey, good stuff.
Yeah, 3-bet or raise anything. All right, 6-4 suited. I love this hand. Let's see a flop. Two of my favorite hands facing off.
Well, nobody connects on this board, but James with a gut shot and a strong range advantage here, opening on the hijack and getting an ace-high flop.
You don't consider a gut shot connecting?
Not quite.
I consider the 6-4 backdoor flush draw connecting.
You're an optimistic
Backdoor
man,
flush
John.
draw, backdoor straight draw. What more do you want in life? Both players have a great hand.
Well, when I got started in this game, they said no set, no bet. So I'm not ready to call backdoors a connection.
I remember one of the first poker books I read that talked about how, like, if you raise ace king and someone re-raises you, you better get out of the way.
That was the TJ Cloutier book. I remember that very well. I remember another hand where he like gives a demo where he like raises ace king and the opponent calls, and it was either like an ace high or an ace king high board, and he bets and the opponent raises and was like, you gotta fold. Your opponent wouldn't raise you without the set.
Mm-hmm.
Poker was different.
Yes. Yes.
Simon
now,
here.
Look, Simon's considering with the backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw. He used a time card.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he's going to pull a check raise here and jam on favorable turns, of which there are a number for his hand.
Maybe this is where Simon finally snaps. He just lost the all-in, don't forget. He's been getting beaten up for the last 3.5 hours. He may be about to use another action clock card.
Not a crazy spot for a tiny check raise. And look at this. Simon hits him with the small check raise of 400,000. We're loving it.
I think there are definitely better hands to use in this spot than the 6-4 of hearts, because 6-4 of hearts is just really bad. Like, you'd much rather have something like 10-6.
You can't turn the anything.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, you can't turn the anything except for a draw. You can turn a draw, but typically when you do this kind of play, you want to be able to turn a made hand. But still, Simon here recognizes that James will c-bet this flop at a very high frequency. Maybe James decides, look, I think any decent ace you have is going to move in pre-flop. But no, he will let it go.
You could have ace-9, ace-7,
I agree.
9-7. You know, all those are viable. Reasonable. That was a pretty sweet bluff. You realize he put in about 1/3 of his chips to check raise that flop.
I know.
That is strong.
Yeah, I really like that one. I agree with you. I think there are some better hands to choose there, but that was a reasonable one, and above all, a good recognition of the dynamic and board texture and the fact that James will c-bet there probably 100% or close to it.
The problem with the check raise is that James has been tight, and James is going to have a lot of good aces in his range that don't fold. So, hey, it worked that time, but you have to be very careful check raising on those ace XX boards into early position raisers or tight raisers in general. That said, you know, if they're reading the TJ Cloutier book, they can bet an ace king on the ace 9-7 and then fold it to the check raise. So in that case, check raise them with any 2 cards.
Matthew all in for 19 blinds on the button with an ace-6 suited. Maria going through her process will release 5 deuce.
Oh, to be playing poker in the 70s and 80s. What a time it must have been.
I remember reading these stories about Stu Unger coming up in those days and how he was so aggressive and he was just making all these final tables. And at the time I thought, how is that possible? You know, nobody makes that many final tables. And now, all these years later, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see how that would work.
Yeah, I'd win almost every time.
Yeah.
Kind of like Bill Helmuth thinks he's supposed to do today.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you rather live back in that time or today where you get to come play at fantastic party poker festivals and World Poker Tour events all around the world?
I think the right choice is now, because back then there still wasn't that much money in poker, and the image of poker players was very bad. They were considered like scummy, borderline criminal people, likely to be cheats or con men in some way. And if you study your poker history, you will learn why that is. And I'll leave it at that.
Fortunately, now only a few of them are cheats, not very many at all.
Yeah.
And we have great images in general.
Yeah.
And now, like you said, you get to go to places like Dusk Till Dawn and have fantastic series. Coming up right in the middle of this month, there's WPT Montreal at Playground Poker Club. That is another fantastic event. They have the Party Poker, Caribbean Poker Party in November that I will be at. That's like the poker trip of the year, in my opinion. And they didn't get to do that back in the 70s. They got to drive a long way and play in a seedy home game. And so I think I'd much rather be around playing poker today.
A big problem back then, if you read the books of guys like Doyle Brunson, was getting robbed. You know, they'd say winning the money was half the battle. Getting out of town with it was the other half. And they all got robbed at gunpoint multiple times in their career. And, you know, that unfortunately can and does still happen in the modern era. There was a very unfortunate incident this summer at the World Series where a player was robbed coming out of the Rio late at night. But it is infrequent enough that it's not something we spend a lot of time thinking about as part of our profession.
Yeah, I'd rather not get robbed at gunpoint.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the reason I don't really play too many, or any, private home games today. It's for the same reason, because you never know if the deal is on the up and up. They may take a lot of rake. You have to deal with getting paid. There's like so many issues.
Right.
And all the games, or the majority of the games back in the 70s were like that. And I mean, goodness gracious, the mess they went through. So thanks to all the pioneers who paved the way for us. Speaking of pioneers, they had the Devilfish Cup just the other day here at Dusk Till Dawn. And actually, Paul took second place in it for $200,000. There you see him right there. Modern day pioneers, we have Simon Trumper and Rob Young, who are doing great work promoting poker, making great poker events. Huge thanks to them for everything that they are doing to continuously improve the poker world.
Simon was also at that final table, but for now, Paul has raised 3x with the king 10 of spades. First to act, and Matthew right behind him shoves pocket queens. Look at this, the other pocket queens belong to Maria. So I imagine we are about to see another all-in, and in all likelihood, a chop pot.
I hate chop pots.
Do you? I thought everyone
Yes.
loves a chop pot.
No, not me.
2,140,000.
A raise to 3 big blinds, right? And then a pretty big shove. I mean, you're clearly not going to fold the queens here, but I would think I'm against 2 very good ranges right now. Yeah, I think jacks might actually be a fold. Ace queen, I think, is definitely a fold.
Yep, ace queen's definitely a fold. Paul gets out of the
jacks,
way.
you pop it in there.
I don't know. Ugh.
It's nasty though, right? Like
Yeah.
ace king, you're not folding clearly.
Queens against queens.
Well, some tiny chances of one of these players making a flush and winning the entire pot, but in all likelihood, we will watch the board run out to a chop.
Clubs and hearts, lads.
Oh, 3-spade flop, Paul. The king 10 of spades did fold 2 of Maria's outs, but Matthew not loving that.
The Brits were rooting for the clubs.
Yeah.
But they got the spades.
So 7 outs remain for Maria. 7 on the turn. Would be a very dirty way to go out when the guy next to you says, I folded 2 spades.
No, that's just fun.
Whew. It was black, but it is a club. 10 of clubs brings us a chop pot.
It was the club the crowd was rooting for. They got 1, that's all they needed. Tony, how do you feel when you get it all in with aces and lose to the aces?
I'm trying to think if that has ever happened to me. Certainly not in any big scenario, like the Connor Drennan, you know, $1 million buy-in, aces to aces loss.
It's happened to me one time in a World Poker Tour, like near the bubble, and I just got up and left.
Anytime you lose with aces that you got in pre-flop, I actually don't feel bad about it, because I did what I was supposed to do, and the rest was just the deck. So if I got my money in with aces and I lost, then okay, so be it. Wasn't my turn.
Anytime I get my money in just like good in general, and I still lose, like it's okay. It's okay. Don't beat yourself up over, you know, not messing up.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I'm not saying you just sit there and blind out and blind out and blind out and then get it in good for a third of a starting stack. Don't do that. But you know, if you're playing, you're in there, you're battling, you're consistently chipping up, you get it all in with the best hand, or even like Ace King. Just the other day at Borgata at their WPT, it went raise re-raise. I jammed it all in with Ace King, got called by Jacks and lost. to bust in 35th. And there's like nothing you can do in that spot. I'm always all in that scenario. My opponent maybe could fold, but whatever. He calls, and when he calls, I'm just out half the time. I mean, that's what I signed up for. Recognize that and move forward with your life productively.
Like I said, just
knowing that sometimes you're in
John.
35th, sometimes you have all the money.
Simon will raise it up. Pocket sixes to 240,000. Ryan in the small blind with the 5-2 suited. Thinking about how to get involved and opts not to.
It seems like we're seeing slightly bigger than normal raises now.
Yep.
Well, bigger than min raises now.
And Paul folds Jack-9 in the big blind. Again, that's the second time we've seen a player fold Jack-9 in the big blind facing a small raise, and both times I've believed that's too tight.
Yeah, people don't like playing Jack-9 here for some reason. Maybe it's unlucky in England.
Now, the hands that really stick out with some kind of bad memory in my career are the ones where I clearly screwed up in a big spot. Those, occasionally have the bad flashbacks too. Action back with Simon. He's going out this time. Ryan on the button with 5s. Well, both stacks on his left are pretty short. I think he may shove here, John.
Yeah, in this scenario, when they both have... Notice the blinds just went up, actually. Whenever they both have... What do you think?
20-ish
blinds. Yeah, I'm going to say maybe 18 big blinds at the most. 20's probably fine, too, sure. And we mentioned this spot earlier where if they're both shallow and a little bit on the tight side, you can actually jam for more chips, and you can jam with a wider range. One thing a lot of people do wrong is they look at a push-fold chart at the final table and think, well, first off, that with 20 big blinds, their only option is to go all in or fold, which it clearly is not. Do not follow a push-shove chart for 20 big blinds. You're messing up. And then also, they forget that there are payout implications. And don't forget those either. Do not follow simple charts and win the most money possible.
Maria drops that with 5-4.
As you see, Ryan, the chip leader, not afraid to get in there and raise, right? This is a spot where you could certainly fold in the cutoff if you expected to get played back at, but he doesn't. So he should raise. Jack-9 again. No one plays Jack-9 ever. 5-2 suited. This is a pretty bad hand. A lot of people see that it's suited and think, oh my gosh, I have to play it every time. I'm not gonna lie, I'd still probably call. But it's not a good hand.
Yeah, it was just over the min, so I think I make the peel there, but I'm with you that I'm kind of looking for reasons to fold the 5-2 suited as opposed to call, particularly at the 20-ish blind stack size.
Another logical flaw a lot of people have is that they think that if they call pre-flop, they just have to be always willing to go if they get any piece of the flop. And to be fair, sometimes you do. But, like, say it comes ace-king-2, and you have 5-2 suited there, and you face a bet, you should probably just fold. Right? Like, it's okay. Some people think that they can only get it in if they have top pair, which is also a mistake. Like, say it comes 9-5-3. Like, you're pretty happy with the 5-2 there. So you have to get comfortable playing post-stack or post-flop poker, even with a shallow stack. You have to get experience. You have to get in there and battle. And a great way to get experience is to play online. Get on Party Poker, load up some games, play, get experience, and you will inevitably make some final tables. And then whenever you do find yourself in this scenario, you're not a fish out of water.
Paul will open our action with King 9 on the cutoff. Simon with ace-8 in the small blind. Paul seems to have opened things up a little bit pre-flop here. Simon makes the fold. Now 5-3 suited for Maria. And again, kind of an awkward spot for our big blind with a weak suited hand. I think.
And now we're facing a bigger raise.
Right.
Notice this is 2.5x. So I think it's reasonable to fold here, whereas I don't think the previous 5-2 was quite as reasonable, given it was
a min raise essentially. Yeah. So
yeah,
Maria does let this go.
I'm fine with that fold. I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I think I do the same there, and I certainly, as you said, like it more than the 5-deuce one, but goes to show that playing those small suited hands out of the big blind, it's never that natural sub 20 big blinds.
It also shows that little tiny differences matter, like a slightly bigger raise or slightly stronger range for your opponent. All these things add up to making some hands fold and some hands call. I was reading a poker forum the other day, and someone said that, well, if you're going to call a 15 big blind shove, you're going to call a 20 big blind shove too. I'm like, no, it's not how poker works, right? If you're getting worse odds, you should fold more often. And that was a good example of that pre-flop where she was getting worse odds, so she should fold more often.
250 under the gun from Ryan. Simon will go out, as will Maria. James in the big blind, sharing Ryan's hearts with a Jack-4. He will make this call. Queen 6-4 on the flop, so bottom pair for James. Not too much for Ryan, except the backdoor draw.
And position. Let's see what position's worth here. Might be worth losing one bet and seeing what, and then going from there.
It's 250 from Ryan. And James will make the call with bottom pair.
This is another one of those examples of a relatively tough spot to navigate with the bottom pair, but you don't have any other good options, so call, see the flop, go from there.
And a 3 on the turn will give Ryan a gut shot, and I would like to see a second barrel from Ryan here. The 3, not that likely to improve James' hand. Yeah, he can have some 4-5, 6-5 kind of hands that now have an open-ender, but I think he has a lot of these kind of hands, you know, one pair with the 6 or the 4 that's not connected to the board and is in a really tough spot facing a double barrel on the turn. And Ryan seems to agree. He fires 550,000.
Anytime you have a hand with no showdown value, but also turns some equity, you almost always want to at least consider betting with it. And he does, and he picks it up.
Nice hand from Ryan. And a good hand from James as well. I would fold in his shoes too.
Yeah. He played it fine, but as you see there, position trumped hand strength.
Ryan, already making plans for the evening. Yeah, I'll be going out later. I'm going to bring this cup with me, drink out of it, you know, no big deal. I figure that's when he finishes drinking out of his shoe.
Six players still remain. A little bit surprised everyone's lasting so long, but I guess that's what happens when people are making a little bit snug, a little bit tight folds, right? When they're not seeing so many flops.
Queen Jack suited for Maria on the button here. She's under 15 blinds.
Do you just jam this one in, Tony, or
I
do we consider something else?
No, if I'm going to raise fold or raise decide, I want it to be with a hand that's either a very clear call or a very clear fold, and that is not the case with the Queen 10 suited, so Maria will move all in and drives both of the blinds out of the hand.
I may also not mind limping if she was a little bit deeper. That way she could limp and then call. I mean, we saw her limp and then fold the King 10 suited earlier, so maybe that's not exactly what she wants to be doing. But you definitely don't want to raise and fold Queen 10 suited. That is a disaster.
Cool, how much you paying now?
9-5 suited in the hijack seat may start to look good because it's suited if you haven't played any hands in a while, but it's not a good hand. Don't feel inclined to play it.
James.
King 4 suited, though. That's another story. He is raising into the big stack, but the big stack's in the small blind.
Oh, wow.
Well, seems to just let it go, fearing the big stack, right?
James showing Ryan some respect with that fold.
Well, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about how in the real world, just having a big stack gains you tons of equity, right? Above even what ICM will say it is worth. Because like right there, the King 4 suited folds. Why? Because he doesn't want to be in a bad spot against Ryan. Simple as that, right?
And Paul also making a tight fold out of the big blind with Queen 9 in position.
There you go again, right? Two
big
beautiful instances in one hand of just where Ryan having the big stack lets him punish his opponents. Because they're letting him punish them, to be fair, right?
Seriously, a big stack is just a license to kill around here.
Well, it is in all poker tournaments. Unless your opponents are world-class at defending against a big stack, which a lot of players are not. A lot of players are world-class at blinding out till they take 4th place. They're not really so good at actually winning the tournament. I mean, having a big stack just lets you run people over as long as it's kind of clear that's what's happening, and that is what's happening today. To be fair, maybe there are the button raises, the 7-3 suited big stack 3-bets, and wins it that way. Who knows? Maybe he actually would have won more. So Maria has a tough spot with 16, 17 big blinds, 18 big blinds, whatever this is, with ace-3 suited. I suppose I just raise it. It's always unfortunate you have to raise and then fold this type of hand, but that's fine. Recognize you don't actually have all that many low ace-x suiteds in your range compared to the rest of it, so these are okay bluffing hands. When you do open up with the ace-3, you're basically raising with a blocker bluff that still has plenty of equity against a big blind calling range, which is fine.
Matthew with the ace of his own in the big blind. I would take a flop in his shoes, John. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, about how Maria has been a little bit on the loose aggressive side at this table. So if there ever is one of these players to jam it in, it's either going to be her or Ryan, the big stack. But I would have called as well. If both get a gut shot.
Yeah, both get a gut shot. If Maria bets small here.
4 too is that it actually doesn't get chopped up all that often.
No. 200,000 from Maria to Matthew. You will make this call.
Notice how they're both in here fighting for this pot that is a decent chunk of their stack. They're not just all in or fold, right? They are actually seeing the flop, going from there. They're probably both just going to check it, and they're probably just both going to check the river. We're not going to see a whole lot else happen, and that's okay, right?
And Matthew, in that event, would end up winning 100%. Maria, you know, her hand did not improve on this turn, but This isn't crazy to double barrel here if you think that Matt could have one of these weak pairs and the jack is much better for your range than his. He should not really have any jacks here beyond a king jack kind of stuff. Maybe a jack four suited or whatnot.
He could have maybe backdoor flush draws.
Yeah.
But there's not a ton of those. I think Maria probably just has some better hands to bluff.
Yeah,
with.
you're right about that. And now
Wow.
Matthew turning his hand into a bluff.
That's a weird bet size. Again, like, is ace high ever folding? Like a good ace high that Maria has? A lot of, ace queen, ace 10 at type hands? Queen high's not going to call. I mean, if Maria's sitting here with like ace 8 suited, it's close.
She will let it go, so Ryan's ace 5 wins a very significant pot for his short stack.
I'm not so sure Maria would fold there with ace queen or ace 10, which are her most likely aces, right? Just because there's unsuited combinations of those compared to the other hands.
Now Maria, our short stack now. But the chips continue to accumulate in front of Ryan, who's done an excellent job of maneuvering his big stack.
A+ job so far. I guess there was one hand I would have jammed Jack 6 offsuit from the small blind. You can't really fault him for not jamming the Jack 6 offsuit though. We'll give him a A- job. How about that? 2 points, 1 big blind open. Matthew with just an ace. Is that good enough to rip it in?
Depends what it's with.
Probably. I mean, I would be all in with almost any ace in this scenario. When the big stack opens, the big stack is the player who's most incentivized to open wide, right?
Yes.
So that means you get to jam with a wider range than you would against one of the other stacks, who is not incentivized to open wide.
We'll never know what Matthew's other card was, but his ace was enough to take it down and make Ryan fold Queen Jack.
Look at that sweet camera to the side of Matthew. WPT spends so much money to bring all of you a fantastic stream and a fantastic show. So huge thanks to WPT for putting this on, and for making the poker boom happen all those years ago. I remember watching the WPT as a 18-year-old kid thinking, oh man, if I could only get on there, I'd win all the money.
I had the same thought.
And look, here we are today.
Winning some of the money.
Some of the money, yeah.
Ryan will open up his ace-7 suited. Paul with 6s right behind him. A little above 20 blinds.
It's the exact same spot we were just looking at in the previous hand, where like maybe Paul doesn't jam this against a tighter opener, but Ryan is the one player incentivized to raise wide, so I would have been all in there with those 6s.
Definitely.
King 9 suited, same story.
Yeah, it's a little less of a fist pump all in, but I think I go for it as Simon. Might be one of the worst hands I shove, but I still think I go for it.
Yep, I agree with that.
Nope, nobody wants to do it.
Nobody wants to go for it. They are going to sit here and let Ryan run over this table while they all try to collect an additional payout jump. And right now with 6 players left, 6th place is 76,000, 5th is 98,000, and 4th is 128,000. So they do get a reasonable amount more money for laddering up, but they're basically just
conceding,
handing Ryan first place money of
yeah.
330K, or at least first and or second place money.
Exactly.
Instead of making his life tough, right? You need to make his life tough, and sometimes that busts you in 6. That's okay. And this is actually really bad for James, who's on Ryan's right, because James just has to sit here and watch it happen, because he's out of position every hand. Which is brutal. I mean, James he's just like has the absolute worst scenario for him, where you're the second stack and you have the big stack on your direct left. All he can do is just sit there, and that's what he's doing. He's correctly just sitting there. And unfortunately for him, the short stacks aren't cooperating and either busting or consolidating. Four, 3 suited on the button. That's probably okay to fold.
I think at his stack size, I like the fold.
Yeah, the low, junky, suited, connected type hands go down in value as you get shallower.
No,
Maybe first walk of the day.
Both those players
Maria
avoided
had
getting
undercards.
jammed on.
Sorry?
So both of them avoided getting jammed. Well, Maria would have jammed herself and gotten called. Had Simon open the button, James would have shoved on him with 4s. So instead, he will take a walk.
It was 4-3 suited on the button, 3-2 in the small blind, and 4-4 in the big blind. They were just in awful shape. You know, Tony, I didn't think we were going to be here all night, but we may end up being here all night, given
I don't
the
think
relatively
there's
passive play.
enough chips in play for us to be here all night. I've seen final tables before where looking around, everyone was so stacked up, you thought, oh man, this is going to take years. But you know, we've got also we have the chip distribution such that you really see Ryan with his playing style just kind of pounding on this final table and bleeding them dry. So I just can't imagine that this runs crazy late. But famous last words.
Mm-hmm. All that has to happen is Ryan needs to double up 2 of the shorties. And then we're here. Raise from the hijack from Matthew. This is a loose, aggressive open.
I agree. Maybe not a bad one, though, considering the play going around this table, but Ryan is about to punish him with an ace-queen.
Yeah, I like the open with ace-x offsuit in general if people are going to be folding too often. It seems like they are, so I like that. Again, just like a solid blocker open.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets jammed on, so he folds. And it's always unfortunate when you fold the ace-8 there, because like, is the big stack just pushing me around with any 2 cards? Because you don't know. I mean, it's nice that they'll get to know in 30 minutes or so, whenever they watch the stream replay. But you never know in real time.
I tell you what, John, when I put on a jacket and dress shirt today, I thought we were appearing on camera for at least a moment, but turns out that was all unnecessary. It's kind of cold out here, though. I'm glad I got my jacket.
You're always dressed to impress.
Uh-huh.
That's why you're the commentator.
That's why I'm the commentator. I just look like I should be working or something. Otherwise, why are you dressed that way?
Right, you must be a professional.
When I used to suit up for poker tournaments all the time, I would constantly be asked for directions in the casino from random people. And I'd just be, I don't work here!
Where are the high-limit slot machines, sir?
Yeah.
Where's the buffet? I'm just going to start paying people to go up to you to ask you those questions.
Now the questions I get are about payouts.
Now you're the tournament director.
All right, Ryan with 8s in the small blind here. What's he want to do against Paul in the big? He wants to go all in. Oh, that's going to work out well for him. Paul has one of those best possible hands that really can't call this shove. He could have definitely shoved over a raise or called in position, but now facing this all in, I don't think he can make this call.
This maybe would have worked out better for Ryan if he raised to the 3.3 big blinds again like he did last time.
Yeah.
And got jammed on, clearly. But I do like the... Well, thought he was folding. Putting in an action clock card. I do like the fold. Because you're roughly flipping. When you're in fine shape, and when you're not in fine shape, you're in very bad shape. Probably thinking, though, that Ryan may not jam his good hands. And if he wouldn't jam his good hands, then ace-4 starts to look pretty reasonable. But clearly he did jam his good hands, right? Well, a good hand. So ace-4 is in a much tougher spot.
And he does fold the ace-4 suited, so Ryan and his pocket eights win that pot, and that pushes his stack near 9 million.
Remember, he had 6 million not too long ago, and he hasn't really won a big pot. He's just been leaning on him, right? Like I said he should, and he did it. Good job, good work.
Yeah, Ryan playing awesome with this big stack. Winner of last year's Devilfish Cup. Now in the position to take down the WPT UK main event here at Dusk Till Dawn. Action will start with Simon here. Maria, our short stack is on the hijack with 10 blinds. Back to Ryan with another hand that may just be an all-in here on the button. Yep.
There he goes.
And
I'm
yet
excited
again,
to see whenever he starts to get weaker hands if he just continues pounding him.
Paul with another ace, this time with an 8. Wondering if Ryan is maybe going all in so often that he should call it off here.
If this was if he had ace-8 in the previous hand, I think he probably would have found a call. It's a little bit closer, but I think this one's an easier fold because now he has to worry about the big blind waking up with something every once in a while. And Ryan's range should be stronger because he's jamming into 2 different people instead of 1. At some point, though, you start to get really suspicious. That said, a lot of people get really suspicious, but they don't do anything about it. They just let it continue happening. And so far, they've been content to just let it happen. When I'm at a final table, I often do not let this happen. I'll end up taking 6th place a lot of the time, but every once in a while we get the double, then we're in position to capitalize on our newly found medium stack because we'd be in position against the big stack.
Maria here, first to act.
As you see there, James let go of the ace-2. Cannot play it because he is a medium stack. Ryan in the cutoff opens this time into roughly the same stacks. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just jam this one again.
Certainly would have been reasonable. Also not a bad hand to use for the raise fold, but given the flow
I mean,
of
at this
the
point,
game,
I think the hands they use for the raise fold are like
even
4-2
worse?
offsuit.
You think it's even worse than that? You think this is just much too good? Interesting.
I mean, I would be opening literally any 2 cards in his shoes right now. Which may sound crazy, but look what's happening. He hasn't gotten... There's been no action. I would be raising small from the early positions with a lot of hands. I'd be jamming a lot of hands from roughly cutoff and button. Maybe just min raising everything's better though, because if people just fold to the min raises, then why risk your whole stack, right? I guess to be fair, we've seen the jams make ace-8 and ace-4 suited to fold, so maybe if you raised smaller, he would have gotten action in those scenarios.
Action with James. Going out.
And quite often you just have to wait for the chips to come to you, but other times you get to make them come to you. And right here, I think, is that spot for Ryan. He's gotten, what, 4 good hands in a row?
Mm-hmm.
It's always nice to get 4 good hands in a row.
Oh, Simon behind him with with pocket 7s.
Wow. If we see an all-in, Ryan's getting really good odds to call.
With a very good hand for all-ins. You know, you're never really in front, although this time It's awful close. But your equity against your opponent's range is always going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, it's probably just the call. I think a lot of people don't quite realize how good Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited, those hands are. Even when you have to end up being all in.
Right.
So let's see if he makes the call.
Oh, snap fold. Huh.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't fold there.
And that shows you that he doesn't think he's getting jammed on very often. Imagine you thought your opponents were only jamming, well, what, maybe 7s and better and ace 10 and better and like king, queen, maybe king, jack.
Man.
To fold against that.
Are you supposed to fold against that range?
Probably, especially if they're just letting you min raise and steal every pot. Or almost every pot, right? I don't know. I'd probably still call. And the nice thing about calling there is that it lets them know, oh my god, this guy's going to call me with queen high.
Right.
No, it's not exactly that logic, of course, but some people will think that, like, well, I guess I can't jam on him now. So it puts fear into them. Remember a long time ago, a wild player named Joe Tehan, there was a spot at a final table where he raised and I jammed like 25 big blinds and he like snap called me with king 9 offsuit. And I had ace king and he beat me. And he's like, yeah, I had to let him know they can't push me around.
Oh, boy.
And he was right. He called me and he busted me. Queen Jack's a little bit better. Queen Jack suited is a little bit better than king 9 offsuit, but same logic applies to some extent. You definitely don't want them to see you snap folding.
No, you don't, actually. And
because then they're like, oh, we could just be jamming. Why are we not jamming on this guy every time? So Ryan gets another good hand. What, 5, 6 in a row, something like that. Realize that pre-flop, there are a lot of chips in the pot. It's, what, 300,000 chips pre-flop?
That's right.
Is that right? That sounds like a lot. 300,000 chips pre-flop. And Ryan has won 5 out of 6. And the one he lost 2 big blinds. So he's just like consistently chipping up. I mean, this is exactly what you want to do. I always hate to go back into the past in streams, but that hand where he was facing the shove with the ace-4 suited, the more I think about it, the more I like a call with the ace-4 suited. Even though he was against eights there, I mean, we didn't know he was against eights, right?
Even with Maria having half his stack?
Yeah, I think so. Because if Paul wins that hand, now that will make it way harder for Ryan just to run everybody over. And that's really good for you. So again, one of those spots where like ICM may not... I think ICM is probably a little bit wrong in that scenario. There's a whole lot of value making the big stack not be able to raise super wide. And you're going from the big stack having a 20 big blind stack on the left to a 40 big blind stack is quite significant. Because now you just can't jam any 2 cards, and you get to flat a lot in position then and then go from there. So it sets you up to be in very, very favorable spots in the future, even though sometimes you take 6th place.
James flashing some chip tricks. He was our chip leader for much of this final table until Ryan edged him out and started applying pressure. Action with Simon now after Matthew folds. Over to Maria.
Simon's done a good job of generally staying composed despite having a bit of a rough go at it so far.
A very swingy day for Simon, who came in as our chip leader. Maria folds queen 9.
Maria's had nothing going on recently.
James, forced to play tight with Ryan on his left. He's folded a few decent hands on the button. Ryan goes all in, and Paul is going to fold 10-4 offsuit.
Paul looks like he's getting really annoyed.
It's like I should have called that ace-4 suited, damn it.
And notice that if he busted in 6th place, he could be at the bar already, and if he won, he wouldn't be annoyed. So either way, he's happy.
There are so few times in poker where you just get to win tons of pots and feel like, man, I'm bossing this table. But Ryan is having one of those moments, and it is just the best when it happens.
Yeah, Ryan is absolutely crushing them. And the problem is that if everybody sits here and just waits for somebody else to go broke first, none of you get to win the tournament anymore, right? Because what's going to happen is just Ryan's going to end up with all the chips. Everyone else is going to have 8 big blinds, and Ryan's going to have 100. And then, you know, one of you is going to get lucky and get him, but you certainly aren't going to win. So now it's like second place is almost the most you can win. And that's not where you want to be. You'd much rather give yourself a shot right now to still make a very deep run, I think.
Now Ryan, now with a fringe hand, will he shove or just raise? He will raise.
I don't know what you're saying, a fringe hand. This hand is great.
Fringe
He
hand,
didn't just rip it in.
fringe hand under normal conditions, and yes, so am I. I think I would shove in his shoes.
I'm pretty inclined to shove from small blind and from the button and from the cutoff sometimes. Not so much from earlier position with a 18 big blind stack behind me, but I guess we have a 20 big blind stack here with Matthew. I didn't quite realize he had so many chips. I would still be all in though, I think.
And I would probably peel there as Matthew as well. Facing the min raise, I can get why you want to fold, especially with Maria being so short right now. You're like, I don't want to make some weird pair and then get short too, but I just don't know if I'm giving up that easy against a guy who's opening a huge percentage of hands.
These are spots where you want to be tight if Maria is like all in very frequently, right? Because then she's either going to double or go broke really soon. But she's not. She's sitting here playing, well, waiting for good cards, it seems, right? Like she could have just jammed the queen 9 if she didn't. And that is not the spot where you want to be also blinding out as the middle stacks. Or at least the second and third shortest stacks, right?
Maria with 7-3 here. We'll let it go. Ryan?
He's had a real hand every time.
Every time.
I'm waiting for him to get like king 2 offsuit to see if he goes for it. All right, Paul, again, all in, man. Let's go. Nope. Like I just saw Jack 9 flash. I don't know who had it, but I would consider being all in with that too. I mean, like I would just be jamming way, way wider over Ryan's open. Because even though we know from, you know, seeing the cards that he's opening quite wide, the players don't know that. He's opened literally any 2 cards when they fold him, from their perception, right?
Yes.
So, like, his range, maybe it's not 100%, but maybe in their minds, maybe like 80%. And I mean, I'm sure people listening are saying, but he's only had good cards. But listen, the people there don't know that, and it's important to put yourself in their shoes. And it also shows you how sometimes you can just kind of get hit by the deck. Ryan's had reasonable starting hands every single hand so far, but his opponents don't necessarily know that. Look at the chip stacks. I said Ryan's going to get up to about 100 big blinds. He's at 84 right now with no real contest. He has started with 33% of the chips. When we started at 6-handed, he has 48% with almost no risk involved whatsoever. And that is what you want to do as the big stack. And so the way you mess up the big stack strategy is for the 1 or 2 players to his left to be jamming very frequently. And if he's opening too wide, he's going to have to fold to your shove a ton, and then you're going to crush him. Ooh, 9-8 offsuit fold. So maybe he is only playing good cards still. Or maybe he decided to fold because he's like, look, guys, I've raised every hand for the last 15. I better take one off. I do think there is a lot of merit in taking a hand off, by the way. If you played every single hand, it's nice to let your opponent see that you can just fold no problem.
Paul here, raising 6-4 suited on the cutoff.
Paul's probably thinking, I've had 0 opportunities to open.
Right.
I'm going to take whatever opportunity I get.
I think that's what's happening here, because in his shoes, with a bunch of short stacks behind me and not having any high card blockers, I don't open this hand. But Paul has been under the thumb of Ryan thus far. So he will take his opportunity, and he's going to get it through.
And I like taking the opportunity. I mean, I probably would have jammed the ace-8 offsuit in that spot on the button, but hey, I like it. Why not, right? You have I mean, that's another punishment, right, for folding that ace-4 suited earlier? Paul doesn't get to open any hands anymore. Or very few, right?
Very few, yes.
And that's awful. It basically means you don't get to play your button anymore. And you don't get to play your cutoff anymore. I mean, good luck winning at poker if you don't get to play your button in your cutoff. Or you're forced to play only good cards in your button in your cutoff.
I'm a big blind specialist, so.
Ah, I see. That's where you win all your money?
Not if you believe Poker Tracker. Okay, Ryan with the Queen 8. We'll open at 275.
We want to talk about, oh, here we go, never mind. Queen 8 offsuit. Notice he didn't raise 9-8, but he's raising Queen 8, and I think those are rather comparable. So,
look at this. Paul with pocket jacks, Matthew with ace king. And somebody's going to get stacked here. These two players almost dead even in chips. Maria is loving this. She's like, yeah.
Yes! Free payout jump. She's sitting here thinking, what place are we in? She's sitting here thinking free 20K.
All right, so Paul, small favorite here. The jacks up against Matt's ace king. He does cover Matt ever so slightly.
I don't know how much I've got. I don't know if you've got me covered now. See what happens, don't worry about it. I should have had a water break.
Paul's attitude's fantastic. It doesn't matter. Let's just see. Ace on the flop. Matthew jumps well out in front.
Paul drawing the 2 outs.
Deuce came. Paul's going to need a jack on the river.
5 of diamonds.
He does not get it. Looks like Paul's going to be down to...
How do you reach just about 5 of diamonds?
Third of a big blind. 2/3 of a big blind.
Could be a chip in the chair, literally.
Twice we've had a chip in the chair at this final table. Both had, well, Manning at least got it in good with the ace-queen earlier, but could not win.
4 chips.
Let's see if Paul can do any better.
He's got, I believe, 20,000 left.
That's really short.
229, yeah?
So Matthew will jump into second place now. Paul, they say 25,000. I thought there was 4.
Sure looked like 4 to me, but that's okay. So now, Ryan has a big stack on his left. Well, I'm presuming Paul's out of here. Once Paul leaves, he's going to have Matthew a solid medium stack on his left. So that is probably going to slow down Ryan a little bit. That said, if I was Ryan, I would still open wide because I would not be convinced Matthew's going to make my life tough. Whenever you are the big stack and you have a new medium stack on your left, you always want to figure out what they're going to do. And if the answer is they're just going to fold a lot and wait for the other shallow stacks to go broke, then it's fine. Wow, so earlier Manning got it all in with ace-queen for his less than 1 big blind. Paul gets ace-queen for less than his 1 big blind.
And runs into jacks. We will reverse the coin flip.
Win this time.
Yeah. And Ryan
wow.
might peel this, yeah. Yes, he will. 9-8 suited in the big blind, worth the call. So essentially heads up between Ryan and Matthew. Paul all in for his last 25,000.
Exciting, I haven't looked at my hand, so just wait till the end.
Try and win a pot of 220K.
In the same situation the other day. That's got to be me.
Ooh, danger. This is where Ryan can get in a lot of trouble.
He is drawing very thin with the pair of deuces out there. Both players with 2 pair. Matt's jacks way out in front.
This is a very small flop bet.
Very.
125 into roughly what? 800, 900K? 800K, something like that?
Yeah.
That's really tiny. Turn is great for Paul. As you see, his outs go almost all the way across the screen. But he cannot get it.
So game over for Paul.
Let's see if Ryan can manage to not lose more.
I think he might block this. There we go. Just under 300,000. Quick call from Matthew. He is going to win with his pocket jacks. And ace queen for Paul has been eliminated. He is our 6th place finisher. Nice run at this final table, but he lost the coin flip. He had to win.
Very, very nice run for Paul. He came in 2nd in the Devilfish Cup for 200,000. Today he gets 76,000 for a 6th place finish. Not a bad week. Dust still on.
So a big week for Paul Siddle comes to a close.
But it's weird in spots like that on FT, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah.
5 remain at our WPT UK final table. Maria, our shortest stack with 8 blinds. Simon, twice as much. James in the middle. Matthew, after that big flip, definitively in 2nd, and Ryan still your chip leader.
So now that Maria is starting to get relatively shallow, it is time. She needs to find a hand to get in. She just collected her payout jump. I would not be too nitty if I was her. And as you see, she's going with the ace-2 offsuit, which is great. Exactly what I would do in her shoes, and she runs right into James with the pocket 8s.
And at his stack size, I imagine he will be all in as well.
Like 900.
So in this scenario, do you call or do you jam?
I jam.
Yeah, I think jam is the play. If you call, every once in a while, Ryan will shove on you, or Matthew will shove on you, then it's terrible.
Ace
So you'd rather just jam and make them fold out random overcard type hands they may call with, like ace jack or something like that.
That's right. So ace
All right.
deuce for Maria up against the pocket 8s of James. I think an ace 10 was folded as well, so Maria in bad shape here. I could be wrong, but I think there was an ace 10 fold.
I believe so. 30% though, 30%'s a lot. King, queen, 7. It's a pretty bad flop for Maria. She needs an ace.
Queen will be interesting.
And the ace of diamonds isn't even great. Ooh. There goes one of the outs.
Six on the river, and we lose Maria in 5th place. Another strong finish for her at Dusk Till Dawn.
Thank you.
And she had some chips for a minute at the beginning of our stream, but unfortunately just hit a bad spell of cards.
Very nice run out in 5th for $98,500. Not bad for your first cash on the World Poker Tour. And I'm very sure we will see her again in the near future. Here you can see the payouts here at WPT UK. The next person out gets $128,000. Then it jumps up quickly. Bye, Maria. It's nice that the 2-seat and the 5-seat busted so the stable stays symmetrical. We have to have good symmetry here at Dusk Till Dawn. Simon Trumper designed the casino to be like an arena. We need nice, beautiful symmetry. Otherwise, it's thrown out of whack. So this is perfect. We're down to 4. Remember how Maria was just a shallow stack? Now, Simon is the shallow stack. I would be telling him to get it in reasonably often too, because they just sit here and blind out. Simon's probably going to be the next one out. But if Simon gets in there and battles, well, he's going to be the next one out a decent amount of the time, or he's going to double up and then be in fine shape. Especially when your opponents are not going too absurd when it comes to fighting hard with a middle stack. If you are the short stack, you really need to be looking for any spot that is reasonable.
No.
Because the idea of like blinding out and getting a payout jump just doesn't exist. Every once in a while it happens when two players get set up, but that doesn't happen all that often.
Yes. Well, action does fold around to Simon in the small blind here, and he might just go for it with this King 5 under 15 blinds.
Oh, there are two shallow stacks. I apologize. I was thinking there was only one. When there are two, they should engage in the blind out war.
Been bursting for a wee for about 50 minutes.
When's the break?
He is all in here. And James with the hand.
If you go, I will promise I'll wait.
On the fringe of calling,
1
but
minute.
I think he will pass.
Then you might have less chance of raising.
Yeah, I definitely like passing in this scenario because if you lose, now you become one of the shallow stacks, and you prefer to not become one of the shallow stacks, especially when you're in a fine spot. Also, given he has the big stack Ryan on his left, getting an extra 1.7 million is nice, but it doesn't actually help him all that much because he's still out of position and has to play tightly. That said, they'll be three-handed, so I suppose that'll matter a little bit less. So there is that.
And he does.
That looks like a folding motion.
Let it go.
I'm just checking it's break, isn't it?
Are we playing one more hand?
They're ready to go.
Yeah.
One more hand, dealer. One more hand.
I'll take those two. They're his. Thank you.
Oh. No more hands.
That's right, we are on break, so more from Dusk Till Dawn coming up after this.
Yeah, maybe I can sit somewhere else.
Right. You got out early.
You surprised? You surprised?
Yeah, what time do you finish?
Not long.
Let's go for a cigarette, come on. Sorry?
That's so much pressure.
It's fine, actually.
I don't know.
Yeah.
How long?
Mostly fun. Mostly. 15 minutes. Restart half back.
You said that you were still going to get 4th cross, and I thought you were winning it. Back to WPT UK. We are stood outside Dusk Till Dawn Casino right here in Nottingham, and joining me today is the owner of Dusk Till Dawn Casino and partner of Party Poker Live, Rob Young. Thanks for joining me today, and I believe you're going to give me a tour around your grand establishment.
Yeah, sure, shouldn't take too long.
All right, let's go. So, did you expect it to go this far? What was your vision when you first opened this place?
Well, I mean, the primary reason why we opened the place was myself and Nick, who's the managing director here. We were late for a poker game for 10 minutes, and we said, let's open our own poker club where people can register late. We kind of knew a little bit about poker, we enjoyed it, so we felt that we could do something that was for the players. Sam Trumper, who helped design the place, he was very specific that he wanted to be in like an arena format.
Yeah.
The idea is you start with 300-400 players, and as people bust out, people are going to the next tier, and you end up on the final table. And you can definitely see when you walk through the front there that this is 50 poker tables, and you've come here to play poker. So here we are at the final table. I think we've given over 100 million worth of prize pools in this area. We're the first Ladies Millions winner.
When did the partnership with Party Poker Live come about?
Well, it came about from the WPT. So we had the first WPT here, and at the time, Party Poker owned WPT, and that introduced us for Dawn to Party Poker, and that's where things were born. So this is the bar, where people have plenty of fun, and we named it after my good friend. You can see the Devilfish Bar there, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, but last year he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. So in his honour, we decided to name his favourite place in Dusseldorf when he was here, the bar after him. So this is Trickett's room, named after Sam Trickett, who finished second in the one drop for 18 million. He started off at Dusseldorf, so we named the VIP room after him. This is where we play our higher stakes cash games. We have one table here, you can see. This is where some of the most famous players in the world have come to play. We tend to watch the sports, bet on the sports. It's a nice place to play cash games.
So this year, WPT UK has seen record-breaking numbers. What does the future hold with WPT and Party Poker Live?
I think Party Poker Live and Party Poker are going to continue sponsoring and supporting WPT. It's record numbers in Barcelona, record numbers here. It's a nice buy-in to qualify players for. So I think we're going to keep pressing and pushing and really getting behind WPT so they're the most successful tour at this buy-in in Europe.
All right, amazing. Can't wait to see what's going to happen next, and we can't wait to see who's going to be crowned the next WPT UK champion. And I believe you're going to be handing over the trophy on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever presented a trophy before, so probably going to do it this time.
Don't drop it.
So it's a big one.
All right, guys, thanks so much for watching. And for more information on the WPT and Party Poker Live, as always, just head to WPT.com.
For non-stop poker action at home or on the go, sign up today at ClubWPT.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker.
Turn.
Guaranteed.
And Simon here, I believe, is turning his hand into a bluff. Would you agree with that, John? That he's trying to bluff out maybe an 8 or pocket 9, something like that?
I think if he's going to bluff, he needs to use a much bigger size. He bet about a half pot, I think, if that's how the pot graphics are working.
Yes.
I would have much preferred more like a pot size bet, or even bigger, perhaps, if you're going to try to get a 10 to fold or pocket 9s to fold. With this bet size, I think you're just going to get called a lot, because it's so easy for Simon to just have queen jack or ace queen or ace jack or something like that that may decide to bluff.
And if I'm Maria, I would think this King of Hearts river, while good for Simon's range, is also one that will inspire some bluffs. So considering I didn't put that much money in the pot, I would have difficulty folding my jacks on the river.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying here I'm not folding pocket 9s, or maybe even 8 on the river, right? So, I mean, it is kind of tough that she has 2 jacks, which blocks the obvious bluffs, or some of the obvious bluffs with ace jack and queen jack. But he could also just have like ace 5 suited, right?
Yes.
There's so many potential bluffing hands that he could have, and the king, while it does hit his range, there's so many unpaired hands still, especially hands that bet the flop small, because he's probably going to do that with his whole range, and then check the turn with a lot of it. So, I mean, you don't necessarily think you have the best hand every time in this scenario, but you certainly have the best hand a third of the time. Probably more like half the time, or even more.
And Maria does make this call. So Simon's sixes.
Definitely like the call.
No good. Maria's jacks will take down a nice pot here and push her near 3 million.
I mean, I guess if you're going to bet the 6s there, I think you either need to go
3, and so Simon here may be in for an expensive hand of poker.
This is a good top pair, too. It's not like it's 9-8-7, right?
Right. This is a spot that if you are not at a final table, the queen 9 may even check raise some percent of the time. I think at a final table, most players will take the more cautious approach.
Yeah, I think, like, if there ever is a time to be more aggressive in general is when you have more chips than your opponent, but I definitely agree that I would be calling a lot of the time in this scenario. Some people just always raise their top pairs, though, so I wouldn't be shocked. Looks like a nice call.
Eight on the turn. Mostly good card for Paul. It would improve 7-6 to a straight, or certainly 9-8 to 2 pair, but beyond that, I imagine he's happy to see an 8 peel off there. And Simon, also likely pretty comfortable with that card. I don't see him folding to this second barrel here. Do you, John?
I do not. I think this is just I mean, you're kind of stuck at this point. I mean, it's unfortunate when you make top pair and when your opponent is betting the flop and then betting the turn. You're never really loving it. But I mean, notice here, Paul could just have Jack 10 or Queen Jack or
hearts,
any various overcards, right?
All kinds of stuff.
He could have flush draws. He could just be betting Ace 8 now for value / protection. It's easy enough for Paul to either have a worse made hand or a draw, or just unpaired hands and unpaired cards in general.
So Simon does call the turn for 350,000, nearly 1.5 in this pot as we go to a 10 of hearts river, and that may slow things down a little here. I'm not sure Paul, with just over pot to play, will go for the third barrel of value.
I think the main time you can go for a value bet in this scenario is if you're pretty sure that Simon is rather call happy in general. I mean, again, going back to the idea that we are at a final table, right here, if Paul loses the rest of his chips or a big chunk of his chips, it's just really bad. Whereas if he just checks it behind, he makes it to where he cannot lose a significant amount of money when he happens to be beat. So I don't mind the check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Paul's check as well there. And so some early setbacks for Simon. Loses a decent pot to Maria, now against Paul.
People often also, as you are facing a bigger and bigger 3-bet, usually it's more polarized to some extent. Maybe, maybe not, depending on the opponent's strategy. But if it just has way too many bluffs in that range, you can get away with jamming very wide. And that was a full, 3.6 or something like 3.6x 3-bet, so a pretty sizable one.
A great flop for James here on 10, Jack 8, bottom pair, open-ended. Paul checks. And
you say it's great, but if a lot of money goes in the pot, he's certainly not loving it.
No, but I think when he calls with 9-8 suited pre-flop, he is very much hoping for a board like this, but I like his decision to check back as well.
Yeah, he has a very clear marginal made hand. If he could just check this down all day, he'd be thrilled. Because if he bets and gets called, he's probably losing a lot of the time. I don't mind Paul's essentially check to check fold on the flop, just because it is so easy for James to have something on this board.
Yeah. I will say
now
about...
that it goes check, check, I mean, I
was going to say about Paul's 3-bet pre-flop, I think I would prefer his choice and hand selection, and if they were more shallow at 50 blinds deep, your opponent is going to flat you pretty often, and as you see here, ace-6 offsuit, not with great playability post-flop, and of course some chance that you just make a second best top pair that has to pay off. So Paul bet 350,000, gets called, and the 10 will pair on the river. Does he have another barrel here, or will he give up on a card that is much better for James's range than his?
I suppose if you're in this scenario, I mean, I guess this may be one of the better hands to bluff with. You don't block hands like
King Queen or
Ace High
Spades. Or, yeah.
You don't block King Queen. Well, King Queen's gonna fold. You don't block the King, the Ace, the King Jack, the Queen Jack that could conceivably fold.
Check, check. And James and his 8s and 10s will take down this pot. Paul and his ace-6 offsuit lose about a quarter of his stack.
You're definitely right, though, that as you are shallower stacked, you can 3-bet with a more polarized range, including a
bunch of better hands. So Ryan makes the call and gets out-flopped on 9-8-6, 2 hearts. Tremendous flop for Maria. A little surprised by the check, but again, 40 blinds deep. Not that surprised by it, but this does strike me as a hand that, you know, both benefits from getting some money in on the flop and can potentially play for 3 streets on a lot of runouts, so I would lean towards betting. Now on this 7 turn, 4 to a straight out will lock up the action a little bit. So check, check once more. And we get a 6 on the river. That brings 3 spades on the board. And I'm sure some would consider bluffing in Ryan's shoes, but again, he strikes me as a little too high in his range to attempt that. I think that he will be able to win at showdown if it goes check, check here. Pretty decent amount of the time, and that when you bet, it's not that hard for your opponent to look you up with a pair, but maybe Maria will fold and make me eat my words, as the decision is now to her. So with the Queen of Spades blocker, I get what Ryan is going for here, but I just think he's too high up in his range to make this bluff, and that he can win going check, check pretty often on a board where Maria will want to show down ace highs that are worse than his. So perhaps a unnecessary loss there on the river. Action with Paul here, just 8 blinds. Does he want to move in with his ace-deuce? Yeah, he's going to put half his stack in the middle, more than that. So it is essentially an all-in.
It's a pretty loose open as well with the ace-2.
Well, he's got 8 blinds. It's close. I'm not exactly sure what our shoving range is on 8 blinds from that position, but I would think the ace-deuce is getting in there, but I could be wrong. And Paul with an ace-queen needs to go with this. He's in the big blind too. This is this should be a pretty clear all-in. Paul perhaps may think that Paul, who has opened, is all in here when he makes this call, or that I'll just call and whatever the money will go in on the flop, but I don't really know why we would want to call as opposed to just putting the rest in. And
every once in a while, the board comes really, really ugly, and the ace-2 somehow doesn't go all in.
Right. Like, it wouldn't have been that crazy if ace-deuce folded on this board. But Paul with the ace-deuce pretty clearly ready to get his money in. And now, drawing dead on the river, he is going to be our 9th place finisher. So our final table does finally have one eliminated. Leads to your going deep in tournaments. Manic here with ace-deuce suited under the gun 8-handed on about 13 blinds. He'll let that go.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker.
Wow, it's the right jump, that.
They should be 160 anyway, shouldn't they? Then 1-2.
Hello everyone, I am Jonathan Little. We are here live from Dusk Till Dawn Poker and Casino in Nottingham, UK for the World Poker Tour UK Championship. We're down to only 4 players.
Ryan Mandara.
Ryan Mandara is the chip leader with 60 big blinds. He has been crushing it, followed by Matthew Eardley with 39 big blinds, James Ron with 25, and then Simon Bronstrom with 14. I'm joined by Tony Dunst.
For what has been a very interesting final table so far, but we are seeing a lot of Ryan Mandara punish his remaining 3 opponents with his big stack. This time he'll take a walk.
Which is kind of a form of punishment. You know, your opponents can't even play getting 4-to-1 pot odds.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, nah, that's not good enough.
I thought it was 75 big blinds.
Telling you all, being the big stack is powerful, as Ryan is proving today. Look how happy he is. He's probably never won so many pots in such a short time period in his whole life.
Went to Frankie Ben's this morning for breakfast.
Yeah, that last level was all Ryan all the time. And he did have a lot of playable hands to go with his chip stacks dominance. Simon here.
Yeah, it's nice when you're supposed to be playing a lot of hands and then you just get a lot of good cards. It makes life really, really easy.
He's going to fold an 8-5. James now with Queen 4. Going out.
Let's see how Ryan plays this 6-5 offsuit. Limps it.
Now Matthew, quite a bit more chipped up than Paul ever was when Ryan had to play blind versus blind. Jack 4-4 on the flop leads to a quick bet.
Easy bet against nut low. Easy bet against nut low.
His opponent tells him he basically had the nut low.
And Ryan's thinking, wait, I almost have the nut low.
He had, you know, a couple of overcards to the 4. He could have turned some straight draws. There was possibilities.
In countryside outside Sheffield.
Okay, I know he lives in Sheffield. He's invited me to some other games.
Yeah, well, I think we'll probably be getting a booth out at Chinese
James
karaoke.
with 10-7 suited.
I'll do that in Coventry a couple times. Do you drink from the little glasses?
This is a hand that he could certainly open under normal circumstances, but he likes to fold it. Due to having Ryan with the big stack on his left, and Ryan folds the Queen 4. So as you see, maybe he's not in just super crusher mode. Maybe he was just getting, you know, a steady stream of reasonably playable cards. I definitely don't mind opening the Queen 4 on the button if you think your opponent's going to be somewhat tight, and Matthew in the small blind with a medium stack does need to be somewhat tight. As you see here, if he just raised to his normal raise size, he probably would have just picked up the pot pre-flop again.
Ace Jack 9 on the flop. Matthew, who completed in the small blind, has the range advantage here and bets out with his 7 high.
Tony, when you limp the small blind, are you betting the big blind basically every time once the big blind checks back pre-flop?
On textures like these, I am betting a very high frequency because of our range advantage, and in this particular spot on an ace-high board, we really believe that Simon is going to jam most, if not all, of his aces once we complete.
So that means he just has a lot of hands worse than an ace, which can't really withstand a whole lot of pressure.
Said Simon for to go Sheffield.
Yeah, if he's got a jack, I doubt he's going to fold to, you know, however much pressure you put on him. But for the most part, I don't think that Simon gets to the ace-jack 9 flop with many hands that connect on it with a meaningful, in a meaningful way. You know, he can make some odd pairs and stuff.
Knows owners as well, so
it's going to be pretty rare that he has an ace or a couple of Broadway cards that didn't get the money in pre.
I think Rick's busy tomorrow, I'm not sure. He said he's going somewhere with his missus.
Simon in the small blind with the King 3 offsuit. This is a hand he may like to just rip it in.
Yes, he does.
He's shown a propensity to open jam small blind with reasonable hands.
James.
Notice, James, they're asking for a count, right? And while that's all fine and good, if you don't know how many chips someone has when they're all in, definitely figure it out. I would highly suggest you all try to figure out how many chips people have in general, on average, and know roughly the stacks of everyone at the table, because that's going to allow you just to make better decisions across the board and not constantly have to ask how many chips each person has. For online players, this is sometimes a difficult thing to do because you're not used to counting chips, but in tournaments with the action clock, they require you stack your chips in easy-to-read chip stacks of 20, and it becomes easy with a little bit of practice. So you practice either by playing a lot of live poker or by just setting up some chips at home on your kitchen table and learning to count various stack sizes. So online poker, like on Party Poker, is a great way to get experience, get very good at playing poker, but there are a few things that are different in live poker, like the chip stack, so make sure you get good at counting chips in live poker.
Queen 10 for Matthew here, raises it up to 300,000.
I wonder if as time moves forward and the online sites all move towards displaying your chip stack in number of big blinds instead of actual chip number, right? I wonder if the online players are going to be even at a bigger disadvantage because they're not just going to be used to making the routine calculation for players who have been around for a while of just figuring out how many big blinds they have. Sounds crazy, I know, but I'm betting in like 5 or 10 years, it might be a difficult thing for online players. Coming to live poker. They'll figure it out, of course, over a short period of time.
Now with his Queen of Diamonds and 3-2 straight, Matthew bets and gets a very favorable 9 of Diamonds turn card. He is now open-ended with 2 overcards to Ryan's pair and has a flush draw.
This is a spot where Matthew is likely going to continue bluffing because he has plenty of equity and no showdown value, but it's always so rough when you bet the turn and then get raised. Which may happen against the big stack every once in a while. Clearly not with the 5-2, but say he does have something like 6-4 with a diamond, he may decide to just raise you every once in a while. And it's always brutal when that happens. Or just when he has the nuts, right?
But a very favorable turn leads to a bet and a fold for Matthew. But yeah, you're right. When you get raised on that turn, you're like, oh man, is my draw, are any of my draws even live?
You're really not going to get raised all that often, though, even against the big stack, just because
really
as the pre-flop raiser, you have a lot of flushes in your range, right? And you have good flushes, an ace of diamonds and top pairs and whatnot. So you really shouldn't be getting raised all that often. So you can feel pretty inclined to bet there.
James with an ace mystery card. Folds. Whoa!
I'm telling you, Tony, another good example, right, of Ryan being the big stack, just giving him more opportunities. Good fold with the ace, clearly.
And Ryan starts this hand by limping in the small blind. Matthew will raise his jacks to 450. That should lead to a call.
I think I typically prefer bigger raises from the big blind, unless you just know the small blind's limping range is really weak, and I don't think we have a reason to think that.
No, I would 4x in his shoes.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I would raise 4 times the size of the big blind in his shoes as my default.
Yeah, I would as well. I was going to ask, what odds am I giving my opponent? Right there, they have to put in 2 big blinds to try to win. Well, how many is it? 7 big blinds, right? I mean, they'll probably realize that much equity even out of position, but with a reasonable limping range. So they should call a ton. Maybe everything that they limp with. Or very close to it.
Now a small bet on the flop will take down that pot from Matthew.
When you have the king-8 suited in the small blind and you somehow lose only 3 big blinds, you're usually pretty happy about that. We have played a lot of small pots today.
That's about 1.7 behind.
I wonder if we will ever move to a day where we do not use chips at the poker table. Because they're incredibly
love chips,
inefficient.
though.
Like, nobody knows how many chips anybody else has. You always have to guess. It takes the dealer 20 seconds to count them every time. But they're so fun. They have the poker tables with like digital betting in like a physical environment, but digital betting without chips, and those seem to have not caught on for whatever reason. I think it's because they rake too much. But
about 3.5, James.
I also
see, we don't even know how many chips people have.
I also think those electronic tables take away a lot of what is best about live poker. People end up kind of staring down at the screen the whole time and not being social, although it has kind of evolved that way with everyone having a cell phone. And that, if people wanted to play poker in that way, they would prefer to just stay home.
Yeah. Well, people play games, especially in-person games, for a few reasons, but the main reason most people play in-person games is to socialize and be entertained. And staring at a screen is not particularly entertaining when you got up, left your house to go do that. Like, when you're at home by yourself playing online, I mean, that's the only real option, right?
And all in from James.
You're very,
here.
very happy with it.
We'll push Matthew and his Queen-8 offsuit out of the pot. James down to 20 blinds following the blind increase, but chips up a little bit there.
I would have genuinely had to use fine back.
Yeah, the chips, the cards, the dealers, all of that make live poker.
Action with Simon.
They're having a party in the background here at Dusk Till Dawn.
One of the reasons I enjoy coming here so much. It is a very social atmosphere.
Yeah, like I was saying, people come to play and interact and have a good time, right? It's very important to make poker fun. If poker is not fun, poker will eventually die. And that's the case with essentially all games. If it's not fun, people won't do it. And, a game can last a generation, but after that generation gets old and stops playing, well, the next generation will not pick it up if it is not fun. I mean, we see that happening with even major sports. Like in America today, you see some of the major sports on TV having declining viewership.
Baseball, for example.
Well, I don't want to throw baseball under the bus. Come on.
No, its viewership is declining. I'm not trying to hate on baseball as a sport that people would choose to watch, but its viewership is absolutely declining. And the problem, well, there are many problems, but part of the problem is that it's not considered a very fun sport for the younger audience to watch. Another tight fold from James there on the button with 10-8 suited, but Ryan with a Queen-Jack suited will complete in the small blind, and Matt checks his 9-7.
You're exactly right. Baseball's not fun. Okay, so they got to make it fun. And if poker becomes viewed as not fun, it'll go the way of baseball. And we do not want to have that happen. So as regular poker players, if you're in there playing, make sure you do your best to provide a good experience. I know some people think that they are not obligated to try to provide a good experience for others. They're at the casino, they're paying rate, they can do what they want. The problem is that if you want the game to survive, you have to play ball, right? You have to cooperate a little bit, and you have to give all the players what they want. And a lot of recreational players who are going to the casino to have a good time, who don't really care at the end of the day if they win or lose a buy-in or two, they want to be entertained. And if they're not entertained, they'll eventually stop coming back. So make sure, within reason, that people have an enjoyable experience. Here we have the all-in for Matthew. Nice solid shove. You'll also find that if you are just even like a little bit more social, a little bit more outgoing, I'm not saying be over the top,
right?
Just like a little bit more, you'll have more fun. You'll enjoy poker more. I mean, this is coming from someone who used to be very, very closed up, very shy. I'd wear my sunglasses and a hoodie and headphones and not talk to anybody. And that was really, really dumb. I squandered many years of my life at the poker table not interacting, talking with people, meeting new friends. And that was a big mistake. So if that is you today, I highly suggest you at least try being a little bit more outgoing.
And that is part of the reason we find ourselves at this decision moment with the private games. And I'll take a second to talk about this hand. Matt shoves his king 9 into Simon in the small blind and Ryan in the big blind. Excuse me, James in the big blind. Both of them are forced to fold, but you know, a lot of the conversation around private games is, well, poker players wouldn't be encountering this if they made more of an effort to be fun or to talk or to enjoy themselves at the table. And the fish don't want to play with a bunch of quiet, stoic nits who are just there to try and make money and not add anything to the environment. And I don't want to dive into a really deep discussion of private games right now, but part of the reason that we are seeing this fracturing from public games to private is because of the environment side.
Yeah, it's important to realize that professional players trade their time for money, and recreational players trade their money for an experience.
Why is it?
And you have to figure out which side of the equation you're on, and then make sure you're doing your part.
It's too far to travel.
Whatever that means.
Expenses just aren't worth it.
Matthew here with the 7-6 suited.
Notice Matthew chipped up quite nicely after winning that all-in confrontation, right? Remember I was saying one of the people to the right of Ryan needed to get a hold of some chips. One of them did, and now, look, he's in fine shape, right? 6.8 million. All he had to do was win some chips. That's going to make Ryan chill out a bit, and he has. To where now, Matthew gets to play way more than his fair share of pots. He's basically taken over the position of Ryan. I wonder how much of the idea of a good environment is based on the venue itself. Like, you know, some venues are just like a little bit more fun, a little bit more rowdy, a little bit more
it's a good night out
of a party environment.
It's a really good night out.
Never been.
You've never been Blackpool?
Some venues are lame. And Dusk Till Dawn is the opposite of lame. It is a fantastic venue. And it's thriving. Who'd have thought, right?
Right. No, Dusk Till Dawn and Playground Poker up in Montreal are the kind of places that people go to hang out as much as they go to play poker. There are places where people feel comfortable. Hey, I might go there and just kick it later, see my friends, watch a game, have a beer, get something to eat. And so credit to Rob Young, Simon Trumper, and the team here at Dusk Till Dawn for creating such a fun environment for poker players.
Fantastic job. And now they have to figure out how to revitalize online poker because, well, the most popular site has become a little bit boring, and Party Poker is doing their best to
I thought
the exact opposite.
All the time.
And I think they're going to get there.
It's a big thing for English poker, that isn't it? The Blackpool.
So, if you are a poker player, do your best to support the companies and brands like Party Poker that are trying to actively build up and make poker better. So, if you're near Montreal, for example, head over there to the Montreal WPT, the WPT 500. That's taking place on October 25th. The main event is on the 29th, and the WPT Deep Stacks is on November 1st. And I'm telling you, if you go there, you will have a good experience. You can also play day ones online as well. So if you don't want to necessarily make the trip unless you're already deep in the tournament, play it online on Party Poker, and then go there just for the money portion of the event. Also coming up soon is WPT Deep Stacks Brussels. That's a €1,200 buy, and that's November 14th. WPT Jacksonville, I'm going to be there. I believe it starts on the 11th of October. Party Poker Caribbean Poker Party, that's happening in mid-November. There's a whole lot of great events presented by World Poker Tour or Party Poker, both two companies that are doing their absolute best to make poker fun, engaging, and accessible to everyone.
With a small bet on that river, holding second pair. Ryan does take it down.
Have you already booked on for the Caribbean this year then?
Nah, I don't think I'll be going this year.
You were last year?
Yeah, the last 2 years. It's great. It's good fun.
And they're talking about the same thing right now at the table, saying what a good time they had
I've been trying
down at the
about 2
Caribbean
months to get
event
past
last
this.
year.
Over years,
Party
I've got
poker.
one in first month, and this year, not even really come close.
Yeah, I travelled a lot last year. I don't think I'll travel quite as much.
He's too rich now. Nice brag. So I've been to the Caribbean Poker Party 2 years in a row now. First year I went was great. I was lucky I took second in a $10,000 tournament. Last year I lost every tournament, but I had an amazing time. There were events every single day. The beach is amazing. I would wake up every day at about 10 a.m.
It's really good.
Walk right out to the beach, swim in the ocean with turtles for like an hour, and then come back in, shower off, go play poker. Then go have an amazing meal. The restaurants there are amazing.
I think it was like day
And
2,
I'm telling you all, it's heaven on earth.
For like the afternoon where everyone was busting.
You're really selling me on this, John. I was on the fence about going down there after Montreal, but you're making it sound like I can't miss it.
You can't miss it. You can't miss it. I mean, you're going to have big swings because they have a lot of big buy-in tournaments. Every day they have a $10,000 tournament or $25,000 tournament. Even they have a $250,000 tournament if you're really ready to gamble. But they also have a lot of smaller buy-in stuff every day too, like $1,000 games. And I don't know if they're doing it again this year, but last year they had a bunch of satellites. Like every day they'd have overlays in the satellite. And the main event is 10 million guaranteed, and almost all the satellites had overlays. So if you want to try to get into the main event, just go down there, play a satellite where they guarantee an extra seat every time, and just collect the free money. Party Poker is doing its best to give away to people who support their events. It's very nice, I'm telling you. If you had any other experiences playing poker in the Bahamas, it is not the same as the Baha Mar.
Yeah, it is a discontinued tournament now, PCA.
Yeah, I was doing some math. I've been to the Bahamas more than anywhere else besides Las Vegas, and I think I've been there for about a year out of my life.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy to think about. I remember the first time we went there, me and a bunch of friends went there about 15 years ago. We're like, are we really going to do this? If so, we should just buy a house down here, right? And we're like, nah, that's silly. But now looking back, we should have just bought a house down there.
Live and learn. Could have bought low.
Yeah. It's hard to know where the future's going, though.
It is, actually. And if you did, you'd be a very, very rich man.
Maybe one day. All right.
Simon here with ace deuce suited.
Blinds have gone up to 150K, so Simon only has a 11 big blind stack. There's only one play here. He found it.
Neither opponent finds anything to play. So Simon will take that one down.
Can I tell you a weird pet peeve of mine?
Sure.
It's probably just really, I don't even know what the right word is, paranoid. Whenever someone steals the blinds, like you just saw there how Ryan took his chips and flung them over to Simon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always paranoid that they give me the wrong amount of chips. Isn't that crazy? I mean, maybe it's just smart paranoid. You know what I mean? Like, say it's 150K big blind. Maybe he takes 25K off the top and keeps it. I wouldn't know because he just throws me a load of chips. So I always count the chips when they throw them to me.
You're just thorough.
You got to protect yourself, you know?
Thorough, that's all.
Anytime there are cheating instances going on or attempted cheating instances, usually or very often it's because people were not vigilant and not protecting themselves. Of course, I'm not saying the victims are to blame, of course, but I am saying that, like, anytime there's a habitual angle shooter, you know, like, really make sure everything is crystal clear so that they can't get you. Because if you take away an angle shooter's main skill, which is angle shooting, now they're just another really bad poker player. And you'll crush them. So, protect yourself, that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, you are the final line of defense to protect yourself. So do it. Giving all the online players plenty of live poker tips to make sure they don't get screwed. It sounds terrible, I know.
Action
Whenever
with
I go on
James.
break, I take a picture of my chip stack. I put my big chips on the bottom of my chip stack so that they're difficult to access, just in case somebody walks by and takes some of them. You know, you just have to look out for yourself.
That is I think that's a good one to point out, especially in cash games. It is important to be careful about your big chips. Put them at the bottom, put them under chips. You know, not telling you to go south, but take them off the table if you're going to go to the bathroom if you have to. Simon here with Pocket Jacks is about to say all in.
Yep, nice shove. And you know, this king 8 suited is getting close to a call, but I suppose it's just not.
Right.
Notice James finally does open up, you know, hand probably near the bottom of his opening range, and gets punished by facing it all in. That is so brutal when that happens. I mean, James has sat there and been pretty snug because he's had the 2 big stacks to his left for a while, and you know the big stack Punisher Ryan to his left for a while, and finally opens it up a little bit and gets shoved all in. All you can do is fold, move on with your life. But yeah, in cash games, whatever, like say you're playing 5-10 no limit and you have 2 $1,000 chips and then a bunch of $5 chips or $25 chips, whatever, you're allowed in essentially every venue to take the $2,000 chips with you. And then just put them back when you come back. You're not doing anything out of line, you're just straight up protecting yourself. And, you know, in some casinos,
Action
if
with
like,
Ryan,
let's just
holding
say somebody
pocket
robs the
fives.
casino or the casino burns down or something while you're in the bathroom, some casinos will reimburse you for that money, but it may take them a month or a year or whatever. And you don't want to deal with that. You'd rather just have your $2,000.
Now over to James with Jack 9 in the big blind.
Let's talk about a different topic. How do we get on this? Come on, Tony.
Let's talk about whether anyone's going to call with Jack 9 from the big blind today. Yes, James will.
Wow, first time. First time James has had it, I believe, and he finally calls. Nice.
7-5-8.
Ace,
And then he gets
queen,
punished
deuce.
immediately.
Not much happening on this flop for James.
My son's name is James. One of my son's names is James. And every time I see the name James, I'm like, oh, that's my boy. But it's not. It's a different James. Changing kids will change your, or having kids will change your life, Tony. You'll have to change their diapers a lot. Having kids will make you change diapers. And it'll make you stay home a lot more. But it'll make you appreciate your poker playing time way more than before. I used to view going to play poker as almost like a stressful, strenuous thing. Now it's like, oh, nice, I get a vacation.
Vacation from the house?
Yeah.
Man, you are really selling me on wife and kids here.
I know, I am. I really am. Every day I wake up at 6:30 a.m. and deal with children in the morning. And that's good. I don't mind it. But it's very nice to be able to go play poker tournaments and sleep until noon and go swim in the ocean and have a nice dinner every day. And play poker and maybe win a bunch of money. Nice to mix it up.
James in the small blind with King 9. Only about 13 blinds to work with.
Seems like another good spot for the magic words. The problem with limping here is if you limp and then get jammed on, it's very, very close. Probably just a call, really. But if you jam, well, right here with pocket threes is actually really close to a fold. You'll find the solvers really don't like calling all in with pocket twos. And they don't particularly like calling all ins with pocket threes either. You make the call with the threes, Tony?
With a big blind ante out there and the price I'm getting, I might, but maybe you decide, hey, I've really got control on this table right now. At best, I'm, flipping here. And there you go, Ryan. Lets it drop.
I love the fold. I like it. Especially given James has been reasonable, right? I mean, you can't expect James to have the Jack 2 offsuit.
Correct.
That's the problem with the threes is that dominating almost nothing besides ace 2 and king 2. And then you are dominated by all the big pairs. So count the combinations. You'll see that there's a whole load of big pairs. And then you're just basically flipping. Do you want to flip for no real reason? And the answer is just no, you don't. So you fold. Now, if you were at a table in this scenario and you thought you were outmatched for some reason, not that I'm saying
so
Ryan's
you can get away
outmatched,
from it, but it loses.
I'm saying that if you did think you were outmatched, then maybe you do start to make slightly speculative calls because that might be one of the better spots you can find. But if you think you have an edge on the table, then you definitely do not want to be making the call there.
Strictly for chips, I would make the call, but with the way they're distributed at the moment, I think I like Ryan's fold.
I do as well.
James with the button now and a junky 7-4. Ryan with a real one in the small blind. Start by completing, and I like that very much. Yeah, he's completing, you know, strong and medium strength hands in the small blind and getting to the flop with Matthew, who
Really,
outflops
though,
him.
ace-queen suited is great.
It is.
I mean, at some point your hand becomes so good at the point you should probably just raise it, and I think ace-queen is there. But, you know, I'm sure you can limp it every once in a while if you feel like it. This is pretty bad flop for him, in general.
I think the solvers would do a decent amount of limping there. Ooh, and Ryan with an ace on the turn. Improves. Matthew checks back. River is a 6. And so time for Ryan to get some value from Matthew.
How much do we bet? I guess I would just bet a lot.
Wow, he checked.
Wow, check.
Huh.
I mean, checking is nice, but I think I'd check my bad aces.
Yeah, I don't get that one. I don't really think this is a run out where I expect Matthew to bluff that much. I think he has a lot of sort of weak pairs that are just going to take the showdown. Fortunately for Ryan, Matthew has a strong enough hand to value bet.
Regret that raise fold.
Is he going to put in the raise?
Regret that raise fold.
I would be.
I feel like that'd be a little bit optimistic too, right?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah,
Like I get the idea of checking the ace if you want to raise it, but you don't really want to raise it. I think Ryan was kind of hoping he was beat.
He was seemingly concerned that he was beat, but
he definitely was.
He did get value out of Matthew.
It was the big one.
Though I doubt a pair under a 10 would bet, so I actually think that Ryan may have missed out on some value over the long term. Still, his ace-queen suited pays off for him, and he creates some distance between himself and Matthew in second.
In talking about that, though, that he has a little bit of distance, but Matthew's still in fine shape. So remember how James was in a pretty awful spot with Ryan on his left all day as the big stack. Now, Ryan's in that scenario where Matthew has a very solid medium stack. It's not like the medium stack is 20 big blinds or something like that, right?
Right.
The medium stack is still a lot of chips. We'll take a look at it in just a second when they show us his stack, but it's not like Ryan's in a commanding position like he was earlier. Like, right, you see Matthew with 40, 43 big blinds or something like that. Plenty of chips. To where if Ryan raises, Matthew still gets to play a decent amount of hands. When he's in position, especially. Or when he's under the gun raising. 8-6 suited. You know, you can do whatever you want with this hand besides fold. I still think back to the bluff Simon ran earlier with 7-5 suited or something on an ace 9, or no, it was 6-4 suited on ace 9-7. That was so sweet. Wonder if he's gonna do it. I'm just hoping that he has some sort of like weird junky draw and he goes for it again.
Ace, queen, jack on the flop, so top pair for Ryan. 2 pair on the turn. He did check back on the flop. Simon, with nothing happening here, unlikely to put chips in the pot. $375.
It's almost nice when you have nothing because it makes life easy, right?
So, after a bet from Ryan, Simon will fold. Ryan all smiles.
Why wouldn't he be? He has all the chips. His friends are throwing a party.
I'm not driving back with him.
You'll be able to afford a taxi after this.
Yeah, I knew that's Coventry.
Ryan actually finished 10th place in WP Deep Stacks Portugal recently. So, making deep runs, and here it's coming all coming together. There is a WPT Deep Stacks Europe Player of the Year race going on right now. First place gets a $15,000 World Poker Tour passport that you can use to play any World Poker Tour event. You can see full details on their site, plus complimentary accommodations, transportation, food and beverage credits, Player of the Year trophy, a watch worth $15,000, all sorts of fun stuff. Second place gets a $7,500 WPT passport, and third gets a $2,500 passport. So if you are playing the WPT Deep Stack Series in Europe, you are live for a very, very nice added prize package from the World Poker Tour. So check it out.
Ryan here. Out flop by James in the big blind. 2 pair. Ryan checks back on this flop. Queen of clubs on the turn.
That is a tough card for James. Because you were loving your 2 pair, and now it just got way worse if you think about it, right? Like King 10 could conceivably check back. Queen Jack could conceivably check back. Your opponent could have a lot of random clubs, which have loads of equity. It's usually the king or the 10 of clubs. But this happened to be one of the safest cards for him. He doesn't know it, but it was. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with the Jack 2. You think you're supposed to always bet it?
I think you would want to bet here. It's pretty tough for your opponent to have the Queen Jack. We expect him to bet a King 10 or any ace that would now have. Yeah, if I'm James, I just think I have the best hand close to always, if not always.
Should you bet bigger, though?
Yes, I want to bet a size that allows me to jam the river a little more naturally.
Yeah, I think I would have done the same. Also, when you bet small, you're not really pricing out the draws, the flush draws, which Ryan very easily could have, like a random king of clubs in his hand or 10 of clubs. Whenever the board's very connected, or it should connect well enough with your opponent's range, you typically want to be betting on the big side. When the board does not connect very well to your opponent's range, that's usually when you want to be using small bet sizes.
And if I'm James, I think I still just jam here for, 1.2x pot. Every other size feels a little weird, but then maybe the jam, it's tricky. Yeah, I think I just go for it.
The turn bet size kind of put him in a weird spot, right? Whenever your turn bet size leaves you with a odd stack to pot ratio on the river, it means you probably didn't use the best bet size. Ryan's so happy. He's like, yep, I lost the pot. I didn't lose much money. That's okay.
So James will take that one down. It's been a quiet couple of levels for him.
Sometimes just nothing happens. And that's okay.
Queen Jack
A lot of
suited
players
for
try
Simon
to force
here.
the action when they don't really get very good cards or very good positions. And I mean, I mentioned this 4 hours ago about how James had a pretty awful seat. So he's just going to sit here for a while, and he's been doing exactly that.
Simon, likely to move in. Yep.
Nice shove. A nice hand.
Neither blind with anything worth considering, and Simon will take it down.
Simon was the WPT Deep Stacks Player of the Year for last year, season 17. Congrats to him for that. He has $2.2 million in cashes. Very nice resume. He continues making deep runs on the World Poker Tour, so congrats to him.
Action back on Simon. He'll drop it. Ryan now with ace-king suited. And continuing the trend of limping from the small blind.
The problem with limping as the big stack is that the short stack, or the medium stack, just should not raise you all that often.
Right, that was part of my concern here. I think this works as a strategy better earlier in the tournament.
Or when you're the medium stack and the big stack's on your left, and they should raise you a lot. So I would think this is one of the spots you don't want to limp. Like, if anything, you should be raising a lot as the big stack, so you definitely want to raise your good hands, right? That way you just don't have all garbage in your raising range. I mean, clearly he's probably just using mostly a limp everything strategy, which does demand you protect your limping range by limping some of your best hands. But this just seems unnecessary. Now we're playing this tiny pot where he has a really, really good hand, and you want to play big pots with your big hands, not tiny pots with your big hands. And notice there he was quite live to be outdrawn, and like a random 3 of clubs, for example, is a spot where he's going to end up losing a decent amount of money, or at least some money. So now for value, I don't think he can go too big on this river. Wow, he goes huge.
Yeah, I agree about the sizing here, John.
You're trying to get called by a king or a 10, right? So how much will a king or a 10 call? And I would think only a medium bet. Well, I guess we're about to see how much does an 8 call, right? Will an 8 make this big call? I mean, these big bets are fine if you and your opponent have a very levelly battling dynamic with each other. You know, maybe Ryan has developed such the image that these big bets will get paid off. Because he has been in a lot of pots, right? I mean, presumably his opponents know that he has actually made some folds every once in a while. So it's not like he's actually in there playing every single pot, fighting too hard. I mean, I think this may be the first overbet at the final table. And, I mean, sure, there are plenty of bluffs he could have. But I would be surprised if this one gets called. And look, I'm a big fan of overbets. I don't want to sound like I don't like overbets. I love overbets because overbets really don't need to get called nearly as often as a small bet to just be way more profitable. Like, for example, if you bet half pot, a half pot bet needs to get called twice as often as an overbet, which is kind of tough to do. But in this scenario, given the range that Matthew likely has, a king, a 10, or worse, those hands just can't call very much. And as we see, the 8 right there folds, right? And he could just be beat there every once in a while, too. Don't forget that. Whenever you use overbets, usually you're betting with hands that you are really confident are the best hand. And look, ace-king's good there almost every time. But it certainly isn't good there every time. It's not like a full house or something.
Right.
Use sign language. Well, use sign language.
Before I bet like 8 times a pot.
No.
Action back with James. He'll go out. Ryan. Gonna open Jack 4 of spades. Simon with 7s.
Very, very nice hand in the big blind. Simon has shown that he's not afraid to rip it in with his good hands. Your stream is not frozen. Ryan just has not moved. There he goes.
Simon also a guy who will at least take a beat before announcing his action. Doesn't want his opponent.
Especially the aggressive ones, right? Like he's not tanking pre-flop before folding, but
no.
He is, and I think it's good. I think it's good to take 5-10 seconds just to. I mean, for all we know, maybe Ryan loses his mind and turns his hand face up by accident or something. You know? Like random stuff happens. Not to turn the hand up, but maybe something weird happens and you decide to not jam every once in a while, or maybe you want to balance the times that you decide to call, so you don't just like snap call or snap jam, right? Because imagine you just always go all in quickly with your nut hands. You always go all in slowly with your good but non-nut hands. That's a heck of a tell. So don't do that.
Matthew with the ace king now.
How much you got, James, roughly?
Look, James doesn't even know how many chips he has.
2.9.
Raises to 3, and here we go, John.
Well, maybe 2.7.
Do you ever get cute and re-raise small with the queens?
Not under 20 blinds.
You're not very cute. You're more of handsome.
I like to think so. And we'll see what Simon
handsome
thinks.
Men go all in. Yeah, I basically never make small re-raise here. We do have the all-in. Matthew, fist pump calls.
Ooh.
And so
we're off to the races.
Ace ball! Ace ball! Ace! King ball!
Hello, boys.
King ball!
Everyone in the crowd rooting for Matthew.
Queen 10-4 on the flop, so top set for Simon. Matthew with 4 outs to a jack.
Jack. All of them.
Turn is a deuce, so still 4 outs remain for Simon. Excuse me, for Matthew. Otherwise, Simon will double up. 5, and so Simon and his top set of queens score the double. After a very long stretch of having to stay patient, Simon wins a big flip and now will be second in
Bit of
chips.
killjoy flopping it.
He's had a tough go at it at this final table, and finally something goes right.
I don't know, I always feel like
It's a good one, too.
when that comes out.
Anytime there is a double up, especially a big one or a medium one, at a final table, always ask, how does this change the table dynamic, or at least the perceived table dynamic? And now, as we see, Simon has 26% of the chips. Also, Ryan, in the 3 seat now, still has a whole lot of chips. So the 2 guys across from each other have a lot of chips. Then the other 2 guys across from each other have shallow stacks, or shallower stacks at least. So now I think we'll see more of a regular poker game because the big stack and the medium stack are not right next to each other anymore.
James now our short stack. Ryan, clear leader. Action starts with Matt.
So now, as the 3rd out of 4 stacks, 3 out of 4 stack, you need to be folding a whole lot of hands because you really want to outlast James at this point. So I like the 7-6 fold, whereas just on the previous hand, he would have definitely raised the 7-6 suited. So that's good recognition of his new scenario. You see Simon here opening it up with the 8-6 suited. Maybe he would have folded this earlier, although Simon's been in there battling. He hasn't been particularly tight. So far, we've seen a whole lot of big blind folds to raises, but I'm glad we didn't see the King 7 fold.
Yeah, we get an ace 6-3 flop, and Simon makes middle pair. He bets small. Do you think there is any chance Ryan peels king high with a backdoor straight draw? Or does he just give up? Yes, he will. And we know that his king and 7 are also live as outs, but the 10 of hearts doesn't change much about this board. Both players check, and a deuce on the river will likely lead to a check run out, but perhaps Ryan wants to represent 4 or 5. Nope, he will check. Simon will check and take down this pot.
Nice, easy, medium strength hand. When you have a marginal made hand, you need to do a decent amount of checking. That's exactly what he does.
Action with Simon. He's going out.
You've got 1 stack of orange?
Yeah.
Cheers.
I've got 2 9 plus that.
Ryan will complete in the small blind with 7-3 suited. And Matthew on 20 blinds may choose to just shove here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for a small raise. Which I don't really mind with ace-jack, because ace-jack is good enough to raise and get it in.
I don't think I fold the 7-3 suited there to the 3x. How about you, John?
Well, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier about how he really hasn't raised very much at all, right?
No.
So given he finally does raise, that would make me way more inclined to fold because he's probably just raising his absolute best hands. If he was raising frequently, then sure, I'm definitely not folding. But yeah, in general, I like seeing flops. I mean, you limp to call small raises. I mean, that's the good case, right?
Right.
It's not good when you limp and you get raised big, but that's fine if you balance your range a little bit and you make sure you're limping some good hands, which he's clearly doing. He limped ace king and ace queen earlier. Maybe that's the justification for folding, is that 7-3 is near the bottom of my limping range, therefore I can fold, and I know I'm well protected because I have ace king and ace queen. But even then, you're still just getting such good odds.
Simon will fold 5-4 offsuit, facing a raise from Ryan on the button with Jack 8. Chips have evened out around our final table a little bit, outside of the big stack of Ryan Mandara. But even he, not as high as he used to be, crested around 10.5 million.
Sorry.
Simon with ace-jack in the small.
This is how we get our really long final table, Tony. I told you.
You warned me. You tried to warn me.
So, I mean, I'm raising the ace-jack almost every time in the small blind, unless I'm just really sure the big blind's overly aggressive.
And James has not been, so Yeah, I think I would be shoving in Simon's shoes.
I mean, I don't mind the limp. Yeah, I think it's either shove or limp for the most part. You probably don't want much of a raised folding range with these stack sizes. So I mean, I would have just shoved for sure.
James
Imagine
takes the
the
flop.
super nut hands are better to limp in this scenario.
Interesting
And
flop
now-
here. Gut shot, flush draw for James, top pair for Simon.
Wow, he checks it. It's a weird spot to check because you have to think James would jam all aces, right?
Right.
And as you see, James doesn't even bet, right? Because he probably recognizes I would jam all aces. So what am I betting, a 7? You certainly don't want to have the near top of your checking range to be, or betting range to be a 7.
Now, Simon cutting out a bet.
Good spot to bet big. The board's very draw heavy. I would have bet more like 450 or 600K here, I think. It's like a lot. Because right here, James almost always has at least some equity, either a pair, a gut shot, a flush draw, something. And if he has total nothing, he's not going to put any chips in the pot anyway. So right here, if you can bet, let's say 600K and still have him call with a flush draw, that's fine. Still call with middle pair, that's fine. Still call with an ace if he has it, that's fine, right? You're just extracting more value. I think I would have bet very big there. And wow, Gen card.
Straight completed for James on the river.
That's the one James really wanted too, because all the obvious draws missed. You don't really put your opponent on the 4-3 gut shot when they call the turn bet. Unless it's hearts or clubs exactly.
Simon facing the consequences of his limp pre-flop. About to lose some chips here. 900 is the bet. He bets just under full pot. And he's about to be delivered some very bad news.
What a fantastic river for James. He has been such a nice, kind, disciplined poker player all day and is rewarded with a deceiving gut shot.
There he goes. And Simon will have a decision here, but man, is it hard to find bluffs for James. There are certainly hands he could have that could bluff, but once you bet half his stack on the river, it is so rare that anyone attempts to bluff you out.
Yeah, if Simon bets small on the river, so like let's say a third pot, then it's probably pretty close to a call. But once you bet giant, you're getting worse odds, but your opponent's range to jam you with must be very, very strong. Because he has to call, what, 1.1 million to win 5? Right? I mean, is he good 20% of the time? I mean, it's kind of tough to be good here 20% of the time unless James is just a sicko and is jamming a decent amount of busted draws. Which, hey, maybe he is. I don't think so, given the way that he's played so far. He's been pretty cautious so far. But little tip for everyone, when you bet big on the river and they still raise you, and you're getting amazing odds, you probably need to fold.
He does let it go.
Simon mastered that lesson and got off the hook from a pretty good hand. It's tough when you get there and don't even get paid. That is a spot for sure, though, Tony, where a lot of people just bet big and they're like, well, I'm getting good pot odds, so I call it off. And you saw Simon there did not do it. And that kind of play right there, bet big for value, expecting most worst hand or many worst hands to call you, with the intention of folding if you get raised, is a very, very strong play, and shows why he was the WPT Deep Stack Player of the Year Europe last year. That play is going to become even better and better as your opponents bluff less and less on the river, and that's going to be the case in most smaller and medium stakes games, I think. That said, that play gets worse and worse as you play against very, very world-class opponents because they'll find some bluffs. Because imagine your opponents know you can value bet big with top pair and then fold it to a raise. They're just going to start raising you all the time. Because clearly there's just way more top pairs in your range than like flushes, right? All right. Simon lets it go. James lets it go. King 10 got the aces. X to fold. Over around to Ryan with the pair. I mentioned how the solvers don't like 2s and 3s earlier, but that was when you're facing an all-in or when you're considering raising from early position. When you're closing the action in the big blind, now you can be much more inclined to play the hand. And he likes to jam it, which is probably okay. Calling's also fine. It's always tough when you give out poker advice to them. I'm sure some people who watched the stream for 10 minutes earlier and heard me say, the solvers don't like 2s and 3s, like, okay, never playing 2s or 3s again, and they moved on with their lives. But realize every single poker spot is different. You need to understand the differences. And looking through and watching lots of poker hands will help you better understand the differences from situation to situation.
There's a look at our leaderboard. Ryan Mandara hanging around 9 million. Simon up to second at 4.6. James at 3.8 and Matt at 3. Really everyone within striking different distance, of second. But Ryan with the nice buffer up top.
You say it's a nice buffer, but it's a solid one-hand buffer.
It is.
Which
it's
is
a lose a flip to
nice
Simon,
buffer
Simon buffer.
So we are going to be in a situation now where we're going to see, like, once someone raises, notice the blinds just went up, that's why the stacks just got cut again. When someone raises, I think we're going to see a decent amount of big blind calls and a decent amount of all-ins. Talking about the solvers again, whenever the cutoff raises, sometimes it recommends button calling decently wide. We actually saw that earlier from Manning Loser, who called a cutoff raise from the button with a 20 big blind stack with ace 10 offsuit and did not get it all in against like ace queen or something like that. So he dodged a 3-outer by making the call. We may see that play happen as well. But we'll see. This is where you either win or lose the tournament. We have a limp from the button from James off of his 16 big blind stack. Ryan calls for a tiny bit more and Matthew calls, okay. So right here when James limps, he's ideally planning to limp and then call a raise. He doesn't want to raise and get jammed on, right? So with the flush draw, you have to presume he's going to bet, and that's probably going to be good enough to pick it up unless he goes really tiny, and he does go minimum. So now, Matthew with the gut shot is going to be tempted to stick around. So he really doesn't want the 3 of diamonds to come. So we mentioned earlier about how when you have a hand that has plenty of equity but no showdown value, often you want to be betting. If James had a hand like King X of diamonds, maybe he would not need to bet because King X has showdown value. Or if he had a Queen X of diamonds for second pair with a flush draw, that's a hand that doesn't need to bet. But with 8 high of diamonds, you pretty much always need to bet there. If you bet and get jammed, it's always unfortunate. You need to fold, but that should not happen all that often. Especially if you're limping some ace-X in your range. It's a nice little pickup for James.
Ryan on the button. Going to 4 1/4.
So 10-6 suited in the big blind is a hand that some people have been playing snugly with, this type of junky hand. Tony and I, us lunatics, we've been discussing calling in this scenario every time. Let's see what happens.
Oh, he's going to 3-bet it here. Huh.
Simon has some bluffs in him. He doesn't do it all that often, but when he does it, he tends to get away with it.
He's going to get away with it here. Unless Ryan surprises the hell out of me.
In Ryan's shoes, every once in a while, you just don't believe it. And you're like, nah. But can you do anything about it when the guy puts in a third of his chips? I mean, you just can't, right?
So Simon does take that one down. Do you like his choice of hand selection with the 10-6 of spades there, or do you typically lean towards something that blocks the high card combos that would shove on you?
Well, you said it. I like the blockers. I like the ace-x, the king-x, the queen-x. More ace-x than king-x, more king-x than queen-x. Maybe not even ace-x there. Maybe you're supposed to jam all the ace-x's there, so maybe you don't 3-bet fold any of them. But then if that's the case, king-x and queen-x to 3-bet with, and then fold. Because when you 3-bet king-2 or king-4 and get shoved on, you can be pretty confident you have 3 outs, or at least you're not in very good shape, right?
No.
But if you 3-bet 10-6 suited, well, you're probably getting almost the right price to call against the shove, which is not really where you want to be. You don't want to be folding out a very break-even spot. You want to be folding in a spot where it's a very easy fold. So we have raise call. Jack 8 suited gets defended, of course. I don't know why, but I've always liked Jack 8 suited as well in terms of a hand. Don't know why. It's not particularly great.
Now, not much happening on this board for either player.
When James checks again, or if James checks again, should Ryan bet this ace high? I never know what to do in this spot, Tony. It's a tough one.
I would think you're going to have enough hands that fare better as bluffs that you should probably just check back the ace high. Instead, Ryan decides to bet. I'm sorry, I got their positions reversed. Ryan will bet the 275 and take it down.
Who?
Tough spot for sure. I do agree there are better hands to bluff, but if you can bet tiny, like you did,
yeah,
and then get a lot of unpaired stuff just to fold and not face a rough river spot, then that's fine.
Small red wine, please.
It's tough though because you get raised every once in a while.
I'll take a big sparkling water.
Or red wine. Production crew, can I get some red wine back here too, please? Queen 10 offsuit. It's almost a good hand.
Really?
Let's see if Matthew thinks it's good enough.
Yeah,
And he does.
it's good enough to go all in for 12 blinds. Simon is out. James will also go out. Ryan.
Nah.
It's going to be a no.
Good fold. Ryan's had a few pretty close big blind decisions. Like I think he had a pair of threes earlier and folded it in a spot where we thought it was correct. Like right there with the ace 10 or ace 5, he folded it. We both think it's correct. At least I do. And he's making them all well. We are at Dusk Till Dawn for the WPT UK main event. I'm Jonathan Little here with Tony Dunst. I want to thank you for being here with us today.
Simon will fold his 9-8. James on the button out as well. Ryan, who has been limp happy in the small blind. It's going to go all in this time. Matthew much shorter now, forced to fold.
Payback.
Yep, as the blinds continue to go up, stacks will consolidate. And that's going to result in just more all-in open jams. I got to play deep stack poker for a pretty good amount of time today. But we are at that stage of the tournament where someone's going home soon.
Stacks are shrinking in relation to the blinds, especially since that jump to 100, 200,000. James and Ryan are out. Matthew in the small blind is all in with King 10. Simon with 8-4 will have to pass. Couple of folds brings us to Simon in the small blind.
So from the small blind, Tony, are we limping or at least playing 100% of our hands, or more like 90?
More like 90. It's not 100. James?
I think as long as you expect the big blind to not raise you very often, you can probably play 100. But with these relatively shallow stacks, you just can't expect that to happen. So you should probably not play 100%. But 7-2 is good enough. 7-2 suited is good enough, right?
Someone get him some beers in. Thank you.
I would definitely be calling the 7-2 suited. And now on this
So then therefore any suited hand, right?
Yes. Ace 10, 9, 2 diamond flop. James has flopped a flush draw. And we'll check behind. 3 of spades on the turn, no help for either player.
This is a very similar spot to the previous hand where James had the 4-3 of clubs, right? Where he just doesn't have many aces in his range, so he doesn't bet the flop. Same story right here.
James is going to give up with his flush draw. Simon's
Wow.
300,000 does it.
Clock.
That's a little tight.
That was my thinking as well. Can't imagine not getting to a river there, but these two are both kind of a middling stack.
I can't see a thing on that one.
Everyone waiting to see who will go out next, hoping they can make a pretty significant jump up that pay ladder.
4 players.
This is where you actually can start to be relatively concerned moving up the payout jumps, because right now the players are guaranteed 128,000, and the next player who goes out gets, well, the player who goes out in third gets 168,000, right? So that's a solid $40,000 payout jump, which is substantial. So make sure you get in there and collect it, if possible. And it's possible when the players are battling hard.
Can you just give me a walk this
Really
time as
all in a
opposed to
lot,
me taking off
jamming
you
a lot,
and you
one
just
big
taking
stacks
straight
opening
back
a
the
lot.
hand
I'm
after?
not so sure that's
Hello.
happening. Whenever that's not happening, you need to be a little bit more inclined to take some risks. Because otherwise you're just all going to blind out and then it's just...
Yeah, mate. All right.
See the big team here. Come the ball, innit?
Action back with Simon.
Ryan again. Very nice hand.
He's going to go all in. No takers there. And we are about 7 hours into our final table. Started at 9, now down to 4.
It's a 7-inning stretch, right? Let's get up, stretch around, make sure we're still awake. Everyone do it. Come on, get up, Tony. Everyone stand up. Do a little bit of stretching.
Oh, but
It's
I'm
good
having
for you.
such a nice lean right now. James here with ace queen on 15 blinds. He's gonna move all in. Ryan out, Matt out, Simon out. And James will take it down.
Bunch good.
It's important to recognize that when you do play poker, you get hungry, you get tired, you get dehydrated, and you want to make a point to make sure those things do not happen to you. So make sure you carry water with you to the poker tournament, make sure you stretch, make sure you get plenty of sleep. Because otherwise, it might not go so well for you, and you want things to go well for you, not poorly.
Matt, pair of 10s. Ryan,
What?
after opening the 400,000 here, is going to have a decision on his hands, but I'm not quite sure what he'll do. I'm guessing he will fold.
I think it's 2-8.
But it is 14 blinds, and you've got a playable hand.
It's definitely a close one, that's for sure.
Thus far, Ryan has mostly opted to fold in these kind of close all-in spots.
He has so far. I think this one is starting to get a little bit too close. I guess it's still just a fold, though. Man, it's a rough one. Like, yeah, don't use up all your time cards. Definitely a tough spot, though. Because you beat up a lot of the ace-x offsuit, right? I mean, that's really the problem here, is that there's so many hands that you beat to the point that you should strongly consider going ahead and calling it off. But he does let it go. And a good fold.
Ooh. Close.
What are you close with? Ace-8. Ace-9.
See, good read on the closeness.
You were fucked.
Huh?
Excuse my language, but you're in trouble. Napped it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close.
This is a family-friendly show here,
Yep.
everyone. Don't forget.
Matthew with the king-jack suited here.
All in?
He's going to go all in.
And now,
3.7, 3.785.
this is another close spot, right? I think this is probably very close to a call. You really don't want to be making roughly break-even calls in scenarios like this, but we're starting to get to the point where you have to be willing to go for it. And he does. 8s are really good.
8s, king-jack suited.
So a coin flip between these two similar stacks. Matthew does cover James.
I had 10s against you, last one.
Classic coin flip. Here we go.
And 6-6-3, 1 heart on the flop. So James solidly in the lead, about a 3-1 favorite. 10 on the turn, no help. The 8's looking good going to the river. Have 6 outs to dodge. Queen, and so the face card, scary, I'm sure, but ultimately harmless. Matthew just leaped out of his chair like he thought he might be out. Nope, you're good. You cover.
That's a bonus then.
It's always nice when you're not completely out. That says when you lose almost all your shit, it feels like you're completely out.
He's gonna have about 3 blinds left, I believe.
Hmm? 3150.
Yeah.
I get a $5 for a walk.
Matt there, now down to 3 big blinds and change. Gonna need a miracle to get back amongst the leaders.
So now we're back to the very odd dynamic where one player is very short. Which is going to allow the chip leaders to be very aggressive and the medium stacks to be forced to tighten up. We see Simon here with a solid 20 big blind medium stack, has to play pretty tightly now. James with the button with 30 big blinds. You know, perhaps this is good enough to play.
He'll make the raise to 400.
I was going to get
Ryan
a walk.
out.
Really?
And Matt will put the rest in with 7-6 offsuit.
I had 3 high, you were getting a walk. 6-7, Queen 9. 9.
And so he is
not the Queen 9.
Not in great shape here, but as you can see, about a 2-1 underdog. Flop of ace 8-6, and so Matt takes the lead.
Backdoor flush.
James with overcards and a couple of backdoor draws.
Those back doors add up. There's one of them.
Yep. He does need one of Matthew's 7s, though, to complete his straight.
Double.
A 9 would be no help now, as that would make a straight for Matt. Jack or a queen, also good. An 8. It's going to be a safe one for Matthew. He's back to 1.2 million.
5-7.
One more, come on. Save it.
Matthew, back to about 7-8 blinds now. Got a fresh glass of wine, feeling optimistic.
He's ready to go.
I had 3 high. He was going to get a walk.
James now with king 8. Ryan will move in. Matt going out. Not much for Simon there on the jack 8. Ryan takes that one down.
See Matthew still hanging around, not giving up.
Now he's going to go with it. Jack 8 offsuit.
Is probably good enough.
I believe so. James is going to have some math to do. He has kind of a fringe hand there. He's getting almost 2-1. I think I make this call getting 2-1 against such a wide range. But maybe James values stack preservation, but I think I'd want to call with the price.
It's definitely important to be aware of pot odds, right? And right here, he's just getting pretty great pot odds. Sometimes pretty great pot odds is all you need.
As long as you have a reasonable hand.
We see here the 9-7 is going to win 37% of the time, which is, well, more than 33, right?
But he lets it go. Matthew escapes.
Feels so good when you had no chips, now you have some.
Fold equity.
Yeah, that was lovely.
Back with Matthew, our short stack. He's up to 8 blinds and debating whether Jack 7 is good enough. Nope.
Probably close, but not quite.
Simon will raise his king queen. Excuse me, no, he limped.
Like
My bad.
limps.
My bad. James will complete. Jack 10 suited. Does Ryan want to get creative with his 9-6? While both his opponents are playing cautious with a short stack out there. No. He will check the 9-6, so 3 ways to this flop of 10-9 deuce. So top pair for James, middle pair for Ryan, 2 overcards and a gut shot for Simon.
Everyone has a little bit of something.
Simon, stab here for 400,000.
This is a tough one to bet because the 10 and the 9 line up pretty well with just random checking hands, right?
As well as James' completing range.
Yeah, it's a dicey scenario. I'm not exactly sure you're supposed to be betting in this spot.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at Simon's bet. Perhaps he feels this board connects with his limping range as well, and he can represent it. And after all, he does have the gut shot and 2 overcards.
Yeah, it certainly may.
And he'll check on the ace of hearts turn. River is a 4 of clubs.
You're probably supposed to just keep betting on the ace, right?
I presume so, as it's not that likely that James has it. And he can't have some 1-pair hands, but man, it's, you know, not fun when you're betting a card where it feels like you might need that 3rd barrel to get your opponent off of a 10.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to be willing to make the 3rd barrel.
So James will check. Does Simon want to bluff? 900,000.
There we go. So that's an odd medium-sized bet, really. I'm typically a fan of making it a little bit bigger to try to get middle pairs to fold. I mean, we've seen this a decent amount where when people are going this size, we're just not getting medium pairs to fold all that often. I don't know. I think I might prefer a different sizing here.
I think so as well. But it's going to work. James makes the fold, and Simon's river aggression pays off.
Nice hand.
Now, all these players hoping that Matthew will get stacked in the near future. And they can play a less risk-averse strategy pre-flop.
Deuce 3, right? Yeah.
Deuce 3, you're gullible.
Not much action here. Folds to the small blind with a king 4. Oh. Ryan's all in with a king 4, as he should be.
Yep.
The first one was a 4. It was on track.
Matthew stuck folding.
It was on check.
His small suited connector.
Check.
Aces.
So the waiting game on Matthew continues.
Yeah, I think as long as he is just hanging out, we will keep waiting. The medium stacks certainly do not want to go broke.
All players entered in the sub line. Please make your way to the cash desk and close the use tobacco for the runners. And that's cancelled. Those who entered in the CPP sub line, please make your way to the cash desk.
James going out. Ryan out too. Matt all in for 1.2 million with his queen 10, and Simon with 5-4. Doesn't have quite enough hand to call in a spot where he would call very wide.
Yeah, another one of these scenarios where you just cannot put it in there. It's funny how this happens every once in a while, right? And Matthew is trying his best to get back in this game. And he's doing it to some extent. Pocket 8 to raise it up and picks up the pot. You see Ryan continuing to slowly chip up, slowly but surely.
All in?
Now an all in from Matthew, holding King Jack.
Hey.
And the guy who was down to just 3 big blinds has chipped up well over 10 now.
Nice. This happened to me just the other day. Well, I say the other day. When was it? It was at WPT Montreal, actually, and last time I was there. And
just the other day.
No chips, but clawed back from a few big blinds. It always feels so nice when that happens. And it does happen every once in a while. So don't think that it's impossible.
Someone get me a ladder, please. Small request.
Simon now on the cutoff with ace-8. Going up to 400,000.
How do you get this crap with this stack size there?
Matt can't play. Rifles his chips in the direction of Simon.
I think I'm going to peak at about 8 mil again. I'm going to get a feel. Yeah. I think I'm going to peak at 8 mil.
Matt saying he peaked at 8 million. It's now round 2.
He's going to peak at 8
Going to peak at 8 million. Oh, I thought he was up that high before. No.
That's my advice.
Nope.
You gotta feel confident. Come on, let's go.
Ryan on the button with the 10-9 of diamonds.
All in.
Goes to 450. Matthew is all in, and so he's actually going to be dominating Ryan here. He's going to get called considering the price.
Ace,
so
9, 10.
You can see he's about a
Ace,
2-to-1
9,
favorite to double up here, and if he were to do that, he'd be back to almost 4 million.
Make it home.
Right back in it, perhaps 64% of the time.
I'm going to flop the flush.
Ryan thinks he'll flop a flush.
Oh.
Queen 8-5 on the flop, so a gut shot
10 or jack.
For Ryan, looking for a jack or a 10 to knock out Matthew. 7 on the turn will give him out to the 6 as well. So a 6, 10, or jack. 11 outs to dodge. Jack on the river. It is going to be a straight for Ryan, and we lose Matthew in 3rd place. A nice run here today, and a very up and down final table comes to close in 4th place.
I'll get you a bottle of that.
Very, very nice run. It's a good example of one of those spots where there's just not a whole lot you can do. And he did not win his all-ins towards the end. And sometimes that's all it takes.
Ryan Mandara up to 11-3 now. He was the one to finish off our short-stacked Matt Erdley.
Cheers, cheers. Thanks.
He's got a strong rail here. Plenty of energy in the room for him.
Infinite energy. He is clearly the favorite.
James gonna move all in. Takes
Spot
that
where
one.
Simon perhaps could have done a different play besides limping, but he did decide to limp that time.
There we see the remaining payouts. 330 up top, 221 for 2nd, and 168 for 3rd. So everyone going home with 6 figures and a very nice score. But one of these players will be a WPT champion. Action with Simon. With Ace King suited.
Pitching my cards here. Thanks.
Put in the minimum.
No, it's good.
I'm sure I wasn't the only one rooting for the jack. Sorry?
You
I
got
wasn't
lots
the only
to
one
think
rooting
about.
for the jack.
So now that we are getting even deeper into this tournament, when there is no very obvious tiny stack, usually the big stack can't just, mindlessly bulldoze the opponents by raising and re-raising. So we're gonna again revert to somewhat normal poker, given everyone has a reasonable stack.
Double guller.
James raises it up on the button.
Simon in the big blind with a 7. Seemingly deciding between push and fold, push and call, excuse me. He is going to go all in. And that will drive James out. So an effective shove with a 7 there from Simon is enough to take down our pot.
Coming up in the very near future is WPT Montreal. They have a WPT 500 opener. They have, that's a WPT 500. They also have the WPT Montreal main event and the WPT Deep Stacks Montreal. That all starts on October 25th. You can play day 1 of the WPT Montreal 500 and the main event, both online, starting on October 20th, though. So lots and lots of ways to get in the action. I highly suggest you get out there to Playground Poker Club and enjoy the playground.
Now the raise. Take it down from Ryan, holding ace-king.
Good timing.
Add Doyle.
Huh?
10 dues.
Ace-king.
There's a look at our chip counts. Ryan has had the lead for quite some time now. Simon came into our final table as the chip leader, was knocked all the way down to 8 of 8 at one stage, and has stormed back into this final table. Although I don't know if stormback is really the description I should give. He has been really patient today and waited out a lot of bad luck in the early goings.
He absolutely has. He's done a great job of just hanging around. And sometimes that's what you have to do to succeed at poker tournaments.
Simon now on the button. Going up with the 10-5 of diamonds. James with the 10-5 of his own is out. Ryan with Jack Deuce in the big blind. Perhaps considering a 3-bet. Nope, he is going out.
Notice the players all remaining patient. None of them are losing their minds. None of them appear to be getting worn down. And don't forget, these players have been playing quite a long time. This is not just a one-day event. These players have been grinding it out for quite a while. And they are not giving up. They are remaining strong. And that's what you have to do to succeed at poker tournaments. You can't just think, I'm going to play great for a few hours. You have to play great for days. And that is a skill a lot of people forget that allows many of the best players to succeed at the World Poker Tour.
And we get a call from James on the button, Jack 9. A complete from Ryan in the small blind with ace-6 suited. Simon in the big blind. He will check. So 9-6-4 on the flop. A little something for everyone here. Ryan with second pair and a backdoor flush draw bets. Simon has a gut shot with an overcard, and James has top pair.
Okay, this is great. We may or may not see lots of action, depending on how these players want to go about it.
Simon starts with a call. On James.
900.
He's going to raise to 900,000.
Here we go. Decides to put a raise in with the top pair for value / protection. Does Simon decide to splash around for 600K more into what's going to be a 2.9 million pot? See, he actually has 29% equity.
Nope, he will let this go and not draw to his gut shot. So the limp works out for James.
Very nice.
You guys got any interest in looking at numbers? Or?
And James
Not yet.
asks whether his opponents are interested in looking at numbers or discussing a deal. It's just something that the World Poker Tour has changed its policy on recently. They always allowed deals, but now are, I guess you would say, more open to broadcasting what happens with them. And I believe that even the negotiation is to be broadcast now.
I probably won't deal.
Well, that's fun.
Adds a wrinkle.
Well, you don't have to
So
waste
Ryan
any time.
going up to 450.
Makes it easy.
No taker. But for the time being, Ryan does not want to look at numbers. Feeling good about his chip lead.
Yeah, the thing is when you are the chip leader and things are generally going your way, you don't really want to make a deal unless you're going to get a nice, like a nice addition to whatever ICM says. So I've always been a fan of not making deals. I have a blog post. You can just Google Jonathan Little, let's not make a deal. And you need to get practice, experience. Like right now, this is fantastic experience for these players to play high stakes for a lot of money. Because if they find themselves here again in the future, they may not be against someone who wants to make a deal and they have to play. So you need to get practice, you need to get experience because you never know who you're going to run into, and you want to make sure you are well equipped with as much experience as you can possibly get. That said, I do realize these players are playing for a lot of money. Like right now, the difference between third and first is, what, $150,000? No, it's more than that. What am I saying? $250,000, something like that. I mean, that is substantial. So I get the idea of making deals. That said, I typically do not make them. You like making deals, Tony?
I'm fairly indifferent, as you said. If I'm the chip leader and someone wants to give me more than ICM, then okay, we can consider it. But for the most part, people are not trying to give money away in deals, and so unless there is a really skewed payout structure, I'm pretty happy to play it out.
Yeah, I suppose it would be different if first place was $1 million and second was $50,000.
Right, and there have been instances in the past where tournaments created an enormous disparity between first and second and then enforced a no-deal policy. You can remember the Shark Tank.
That's rough.
That PokerStars put on for a while was $1 million for first tournament. I don't know if second even got anything. I think it was just winner take all. It was a free roll. And they said, if we find out that you have done any form of deal making, we will disqualify you.
To be fair, I actually don't mind that. And the reason I don't mind that is because it was a free roll.
Right. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
If you're playing a World Poker Tour tournament and they are, charging you rake, broadcasting your image, in theory, this is kind of your money, and you should be able to do what you want to do with your money in my mind. But if it's not your money, if it's a free roll, or if, the tournaments want to start adding loads of money to the prize pool, then, maybe you can say we can't make deals because it's not all our money anymore.
I agree with all of that. Meanwhile, Ryan here from the small blind, mixed up in this pot against Simon in the big, who has what was bottom pair on the flop and a club flush draw.
I definitely do appreciate the World Poker Tour and Matt Savage talking with the players and trying to figure out what we actually want, because that is what's going to continue to have us come back to play on the World Poker Tour, as opposed to other circuits that maybe don't let you make deals or won't facilitate them or make it difficult for you to do what you would like with your own money.
Here, Ryan has rivered a straight with his 10-8.
1.2.
And bets 1.2 full pot. Now, I don't think Simon will call. But I'll toss this out. Well, no, I don't think he can do that. I was like, you could bluff, but then I was like, the way this is played out, I doubt it. But he could consider calling if he really wanted to get ambitious with all of these blockers. For the most part,
And we've seen Simon do some fun plays earlier. Oh, here we go.
And I think this is worth thinking about. I understand why he wants to think this over. 10 of clubs is an important card here.
Having a 10 is nice. A 10 of clubs is nice. Having a king of clubs is nice. Yeah, 10's an important one, though. When you have those magic blocker cards, every once in a while, might as well have a lot of fun here at Dusk Till Dawn and bluff all in at the final table of the World Poker Tour. He's doing a very interesting, like...
He calls. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
So Ryan going to win a big pot, bets full pot on the river and gets paid by Simon with fourth pair, but a very key blocker.
That's a tough one to call because you're really only beating king high, right?
Yes.
And, you know, in theory, if you're going to call with a bluff catcher, you don't want to have the blocker. Like having the 10 of clubs there or the king of clubs there takes away a lot of their potential bluffs. So when you raise, you're trying to get them to fold out the marginal hands, but those are the hands that you lose to, right? So that's an interesting call there. And hey, I'm all for hero calls. I love hero calls, but that was an optimistic one. Every once in a while, you're right, though, and it's so sweet when you're right. You only need to be good 33% of the time. And I don't think he's good there 33% of the time, but it might be like 20 or 25. Someone pull out your solver real quick. Tell me how often he's good.
Simon now with 15 blinds in the small and ace deuce. Well, the solvers would say jam here.
The fun thing about the solvers is you have to know what to input, and that's hard to know what to input in scenarios like that. Like for all we know, maybe Ryan has no bluffs or almost no bluffs. Or maybe he's against a ton of bluffs and just got unlucky that he ran into the 10-8, right? It's very, very difficult to know exactly the situation that you are in. You can make estimations and guesses, but it's hard to know. Maybe you have some sort of read. To be fair, when you make reads, sometimes they're not going to be right. That's another thing, to recognize that some players they lean very heavily on their physical reads. Like I know Phil Hellmuth does this. He can just look and tell. And sometimes he's right and sometimes he's wrong. And it's important to realize that some people's reads are better than others, and also some of your reads will be better than some of your other reads, and you need to know which ones to be willing to invest significant money on and which ones not to.
James,
I recognize that my reading abilities are not perfect, so very often I discount them to some extent. And I'll be talking to my students about how I thought that this guy was probably bluffing a little bit too often, or maybe a lot often, but I'm still just not going to do anything about it yet because I'm not sure of the read, right? So if I had a really weak bluff catcher, maybe I just don't bluff catch with it, right?
Now Ryan checks
I don't know
with King
for sure.
10 here, leading to a 9-3 deuce flop. So James top pair. If I'm in Ryan's shoes, I think I just shove on James pre-flop. He's only 20 blinds deep.
Tony, you enjoy gambling.
I do enjoy gambling. But I also think that's one of the better hands that we could just move in with. I mean, you don't have to or anything. I just think it's the play we want to make once he completes and there's a good 3 big blinds out there. Check on this flop. Another 9 on the turn will give James the lock on the hand. And call me crazy, but I think when he bets, Ryan will very seriously consider calling here. I don't think that James gets the flop with that many 3s and deuces in his hand, so he's kind of betting a 9 or nothing.
It's interesting, though, because he checked the flop, right?
Right.
So on this very dry board, what are you really checking with on the flop? Kind of surprised he's just checking here. You want to put money in the pot with your best hands.
Yeah, I don't quite get the turn check. Maybe he just thinks that Ryan will bluff at a high frequency. But now, if I'm James, I want to bet big. And again,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it
Minimum
seems way too small. Ooh, I think he could have got, you know, if there was 600,000 in that pot, I think he could have got full pot or maybe more. But then again, maybe he just believes, look, this guy never has anything. If he had an ace, he would shove on me. Most of his kings, he would shove on me. He's probably just got like some ridiculous queen high, and I just don't think he'd call a big bet with queen high. But yeah, you know, James recognizes it's pretty hard for me to have a hand there, and if that's the case, then your betting range is polarized and you want to use a big sizing.
Typically, you want to be using the small size. We have a lot of marginal made hands, but it's kind of difficult to have a whole lot of marginal made hands right there. Like, because you would shove a lot of your ace, right? Your ace X.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, kind of a weird scenario.
Now with king 9 and the small blind, Ryan calls. I would be shoving that hand too against Simon. Simon will get the opportunity to shove himself with pocket 5s.
Here we go.
And even this is on the fringe of calling.
Yeah. One thing that Ryan has done is not call all-ins light at all. I don't think he's done it at all yet.
At all, no. All of the close spots he has opted to fold.
Which, hey, has worked out great so far because, like we discussed earlier, he's winning lots of small pots. But, I mean, we're starting to get down to the end, and you have to make some calls eventually.
Yeah, behind you as well.
So far, things have gone very smoothly for Ryan. He's been able to bleed his opponents without taking those big risks of calling pre-flop. But I'm with you there, John, and I really just think he should shove himself from the small blind with king 9.
You really don't want to limp and then fold it because it just has loads of equity. Like right there, he's going to win that hand about 50% of the time, and he just wins it none when he limps and then folds to a shove. Queen Jack offsuit, kind of a similar scenario.
Simon will move in. James will drop out.
Definitely commend these players' stamina. They have all been just very sane throughout this final table, which is good to see. You know, they're professionals. They're doing good work, and you know, one of them will win. One will take second, one will take third. But I think they're all playing pretty great.
Yeah, very well played final table thus far today.
How long? How long? Oh.
So there's Simon, who is the World Poker Tour Deep Stacks Player of the Year last year. There's James, who has, well, this is now his 8th World Poker Tour cash. His biggest score yet, though. He'll be taking home at least $168,000 today for 3rd place, but maybe more. Considering the 8-2 offsuit. And there is Ryan. Consistently, he's chipped up throughout this entire final table. So great job by him.
And we are going to be on a break here, John. So I'll see you in a little bit.
This one's going to be used in this box. That guy is going to be using C8, so you've got anywhere in the middle. So pick your slot. Just
He's going to
you
be
tell me
which box are you using this one?
Yeah, he's using that one.
I'll maybe go back here. This box was good for me.
You want that box? Which side of the box do you want your chips? Because we're obviously going to move your chips over, so which side do you want your chips?
Can I just move them when I come back?
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to WPT UK. We are here in Nottingham, currently outside the Dusk till Dawn Casino, and in traditional classic British weather style, it is freezing cold and it is raining. So we're going to do a little tour around the HyperX esports truck, which is the first mobile esports truck, and it's the first of its kind here in Europe. And I've got Nikita here with me, who works for Allied Esports, and he's going to give me a tour around, and we're going to go explore and see how awesome this thing really is.
Here we are in the heart of the HyperX esports truck. This is where the action really happens. Over here on the side, we have the consoles with all the latest games. On the other side, we have the racing simulators where you can race against one another, try to get the very best time. And in the back here, we have our technicians who are working hard. I say working hard, but maybe it's hardly working. Anyway, this is the place you want to come to if you want to show your friends who the very best is.
So we're here outside Dusk till Dawn. Gonna play a little esports, take my chance at a soccer game against Alex.
Oh, wait, but it's not soccer, Tony, it's football. But not football as you know it. It's football as us Brits know it.
Well, we'll see if I can handle myself at your Euro version of football.
How do I switch player? I don't know how to switch player.
I don't know how to stop.
My player's just moving by themselves. Yeah!
Oh, this is the wide open shot!
Why is my player so crap?
So I'm pretty sure she's playing a computer.
Did you not set this up?
We just set two computers to play each other and pretended that we were... Oh, God. I'm drunk.
This whole automatic thing is pretty cool, but I'm not really doing anything. It's far too easy for me. I was top 100 global leaderboards for Mario Kart, so I don't think you quite know who you're dealing with here.
Top 100 in your village or?
Global leaderboards.
100 kilometers. She's gonna do a turn. Oh! She's in neutral. She's on second now.
I've never driven on this side of the car before with manual. Oh my God, guys, this is so much fun. It just takes your mind off of poker for a little bit, you know?
Reset, maybe?
You're resetting. You're just rewiring your brain quickly.
If they turn up on the truck and stuff, can they race against you?
Yeah, they can try, because they're gonna lose. So we conclude our tour in the driver's cabin, which is also the commentating booth, am I right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This is where we sit, we'll watch on the screens the action, the gameplay happening, commentate.
Awesome. Well, I feel like I proved myself in the driving simulation. I have the right hat on, so let's get out of here, Nikita. Buckle up, we're off to the next destination.
For non-stop poker action at home or on the go, sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker.
On the river.
Guaranteed.
That brings 3 spades on the board. I'm sure some would consider bluffing in Ryan's shoes, but again, he strikes me as a little too high in his range to attempt that. I think that he will be able to win at showdown if it goes check-check here. Pretty decent amount of the time, and that when you bet, it's not that hard for your opponent to look you up with a pair, but maybe Maria will fold and make me eat my words, as the decision is now to her. So with the Queen of Spades blocker, I get what Ryan is going for here, but I just think he's too high up in his range to make this bluff, and that he can win going check-check pretty often on a board where Maria will want to show down ace highs that are worse than his. So perhaps a unnecessary loss there on the river. Action with Paul here, just 8 blinds. Does he want to move in with his ace-deuce? Yeah, he's going to put half his stack in the middle, more than that. So it is essentially an all-in.
It's a pretty loose open as well with the ace-2.
Well, he's got 8 blinds. It's close. I'm not exactly sure what our shoving range is on 8 blinds from that position, but I would think the ace-deuce is getting in there, but I could be wrong. And Paul with an ace-queen needs to go with this. He's in the big blind too. This is this should be a pretty clear all-in. Paul perhaps may think that Paul, who has opened, is all in here when he makes this call, or that I'll just call and whatever the money will go in the flop, but I don't really know why we would want to call as opposed to just putting the rest in. And
every once in a while, the board comes really, really ugly, and the ace-2 somehow doesn't go all in.
Right. Like, it wouldn't have been that crazy if ace-deuce folded on this board. But Paul with the ace-deuce pretty clearly ready to get his money in. And now, drawing dead on the river, he is going to be our 9th place finisher. So our final table does finally have one leads to your going deep in tournaments. Manic here with ace-deuce suited under the gun, 8-handed on about 13 blinds. He'll let that go. Now Paul on the button with ace-9. Going up to 200. And Matthew in the small blind should be all in here with ace-10.
All in.
And considering these positions and the size of Paul's open, I would expect a call here, wouldn't you, John? He wants to count first. It's about 11 blinds that he's moved in here for. Paul wants to know the full count. I would assume he doesn't believe his ace-9 is good, but he is getting an excellent price here. Can be flipping pretty often. Oh, okay, a time bank chip. For a second, I thought he mucked his cards. That was a time bank chip. Buy himself an additional 30 seconds. Paul does make the call, and Matthew, pleased to see that he is pipping Paul here.
Ace-9.
It's ace-10 in the lead. in good position to double up. Of course, this pot will be chopped somewhat often. Typically happens with the lower aces.
It's a tough spot for the ace-9. Sometimes you just have to call.
Yeah. I don't fold in Paul's shoes either, but I'm also not thrilled at having to make the call. So we go to our flop, and it is 8-5-3. A good board for Matthew to win 100% of the pot. Deuce on the turn creates chop outs to a 4. Otherwise, Paul needs a 9. 10 on the river, so ace-10 will double up for Matthew. He'll be about even in chips with Paul now, around 1.9 million. So a little bit of a cooler there pre-flop for Paul. And he loses the chips that he just won.
Making it like 3 big blinds at the minimum, maybe more like 3.5 or even 4 if your opponents are good, competent players. What I see a lot of players do, especially when I play the smaller and medium stakes games every once in a while, is small blind will raise to 2.5 big blinds. You always want to ask, what am I presenting to my opponent? I mean, in that scenario, your opponent has to put in 1 or 1.5 big blinds to try to win a pot that's 5 big blinds or 6 big blinds. So you're saying you don't think they can realize 20 or 25% equity in position. And they just can with everything. So you're just presenting them a good, profitable scenario. And you don't want to give your opponents good, profitable scenarios. You want to give them tough scenarios, which is why when you make it 3.5 big blinds, now they have to realize way more equity.
And Leo opens for the minimum on 16 blinds with his ace-king.
We may see action on this one. We saw a pair of 7s fold earlier.
Now, hijack versus
but not anymore.
Button. I can't imagine Ryan would. Okay, yep, that's a good play right there. I like this shove from Ryan. Both the blinds behind him are quite short. Leo will make this call, of course, but Ryan with the small edge holding the pair there. When he got snapped, you could see that concern across his face, and then he saw the ace-king, and there was a relief.
Sevens against ace king. We want 7s to hold because we get more money.
So Leo flipping for his tournament life right now. Should Ryan win this pot, he would actually be our chip leader and edge out James. Let's go to a flop. It is Jack 10-3, 2 clubs and a spade, neither player holding a club, and so Leo, 40% to double up, but Ryan maintains his lead.
40%'s a lot. A lot of people don't realize how good ace-king is when it has a gut shot.
Clubs, though, there's no club. Neither of them.
Down to 23% going to the river with 10 outs for Leo and his ace-king. It is a 4, and we will lose Leo in 8th place. Going to take home $46,000 for his efforts here today. Didn't get to do too much at this final table, but put his money in with good hands and was live going to the river, but couldn't catch up.
Sometimes at a final table, it just doesn't go your way. I mean,
James now onto the gun, lets it go. With Paul, not gonna play. Simon on the button. The ace-8 of spades.
this is another hand where you'd usually rather just rip it all in. And he does. So that's great.
Oh, look out.
With the effective nuts, he's not going to be folding. It's nice because whenever I see Manning have a hand, I just like, no, you're not folding, right? I'm not going to be surprised. Makes life easy. Watch him fold now. Is there any chance he folds, Tony?
Do you fold with my hand?
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Hold it.
There he goes.
All in on a call. 3 to stable. Yeah.
So Simon is all in, at risk of elimination. He's going to need an 8 or some spades.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Good luck, lads.
Yeah, you too.
Good luck, lads. We are back. I'm Jonathan Little, joined by Tony Dunst, and we are here at Dusk Till Dawn Poker and Casino in Nottingham, UK for the World Poker Tour UK Championship.
We've got like 2
Three
games.
players
a weekend
remain.
to cheer. Liverpool,
First place is
Andrew Adams,
$330,000. Currently, the players are guaranteed $168,000. Here you see the chip counts. Ryan Miranda, who's been
Is that right?
a fantastic pilot of his deep stack all day. He has 49 big blinds. James and Simon both sitting with 17 big blinds each. James and Simon are on either end. Oh, I'm sorry, wait a minute. They moved the players around. They tricked me.
They tricked you.
Okay. Yeah, they changed it up on me.
That's how they get you, John.
Yeah, they had to rearrange seats to confuse me. All right, there we have James. James is now in the middle of the table.
He's going to go all in with ace-jack. Ryan out. Simon, 8-7, going out. Simon, who has been up and down all day, as I mentioned earlier, came in as our chip leader, was down to 8 of 8, was short for much of the final table, but 3-handed, won a crucial all-in, excuse me, 4-handed, I believe it was, with the queens against ace-king.
He has done a fantastic job of just remaining sane. He is the reigning WPT Deep Stacks Player of the Year, proving why today. He does not give a stack away. But to be fair, all 3 of these players have been playing amazingly well. It's an honor to get to watch them today.
Now on 8-5-4, James with a gut shot to the 6, Ryan with a couple of overcards. Check, check on the flop. Jack on the turn. We'll put Ryan in the lead with top pair.
That is a fine spot to check the flop, I think, with the Jack-9. You could also bet it, though. It's always fine just to bet small. You really have a tough time going wrong in scenarios where you are the big stack and your opponents are incentivized to fold a little bit too often. It's just a great spot to bet small with everything to some extent of the time.
This bet will work out. Ryan takes that one down and pads his chip lead.
This is kind of similar to the spot we had earlier when Ryan had all the chips, where he was essentially blinding down everyone else because there were multiple short stacks. Now, his two opponents both have 15-ish big blinds, and if they're not careful, they're just going to get blinded down. And they really don't want to get blinded down right now, so one of them is just going to have to pony up and be willing to get it all in. Whenever Ryan raises, I would be jamming on pretty wide, and what that's going to result in is either you get a bunch of chips and you're in fine shape to win the tournament, or you don't, you take third. But either way, if Ryan does not wake up with a hand that can call you, he's going to be forced to slow down his relentless open raising.
Simon all in with king 6 suited. Takes down the blinds and antes. At 125, 250K. He was sitting on about 14 blinds for that shove. $330,000 up top for the winner of World Poker Tour UK. Meanwhile, the WPT...
Very, very nice pay.
Very nice. The WPT Deep Stack main event is playing out along the side, away from the view of the cameras, but over 100,000 up top in that event as well. Man,
Lots of money up for grabs at Dusk Till Dawn in UK today.
There is. A bunch of it is mine. I lost a whole bunch of bullets in these tournaments and 4 in this main event. I lost to a guy who went all in blind and a guy who was pretty much blind drunk. That was 2 of them.
Did you enjoy your experience at least?
Oh, I had so much fun. And anytime you're getting your money in those kind of spots, you're loving it. It's really, you know, like it's not often that I'm playing tournaments with people who are just jamming blind. So you got to appreciate those. Now Ryan edging up towards 13 million. 2/3 of the chips in play.
63% of the chips in play. Oh my goodness. His opponents better get to work.
Right now, gonna fold his 10-7 on the button. Simon will go out with 9-3.
We need to fast forward a little bit and give the players some good cards so they can play, please. It's tough when everyone gets nothing.
Yeah, just a lot of quick folds around the table so far.
And realize that is okay. Sometimes there just aren't very many good hands.
Simon going out. James. With Queen 7 suited in the small blind. Deciding between push or call, or every now and then he'll make a small raise, but this seems like really kind of a push or call hand. He's gonna call.
Yeah, once you get down to this stack depth, you can't really raise fold hands that flop pretty well. And this hand definitely does. He decides to limp though, gets jammed on, and folds out a hand that's roughly flipping, which is also not so ideal, right? I would not be setting myself up to limp and then fold in scenarios like that. Because, you know, if you limp, Ryan is really incentivized to jam you wide, right? So don't give him that spot. I would just be open jamming. I mean, again, you have to realize whenever there are two shallow stacks, what's going to happen if these two players both just play kind of tight is neither of them is going to have much of a chance to win the two short stacks I'm referring to, Simon and James. But if one of them gets in there and battles, then they both get a chance to actually win the tournament. Obviously, you'd rather your opponent be the one getting in there and gambling, but if it's clear they're not, well, you need to go for it.
Ryan completes 9-4 offsuit, and Simon with 8-3 offsuit.
I mean, it's going to sound crazy. Given how tight the players are playing, I just might be all in with any two cards from the small blind.
That sounds a little ambitious. I don't think
it is
Simon,
ambitious, but look, they're folding everything.
No, I don't think that Simon is going to fold way tighter than he's supposed to.
Well, here he raises it up with the 8-3 offsuit, so maybe I'm wrong. Nice little pickup by Simon there. Simon has gone for it in a few spots that I think are fantastic. He's really the only one who's gotten well out of line. Him and chip leader Ryan have been the ones who are going for it every once in a while, and well, you know, they're the two who are still here. A lot of their sporadic little bluffs have succeeded as well.
Ryan out. Simon.
I would also be min raising. I think almost every button in Ryan's shoes. At least min raising. Maybe just jamming. Because once one of the short stacks folds, the other one should be incentivized to fold. And you're just gonna run them over. Obviously, you're gonna run into it every once in a while, and if you run into it and one of them gets doubled up, then you adjust and you move forward with your life having only 55% of the chips. I feel like I'm always saying this, or often saying this late in final tables. Maybe I'm the one who enjoys gambling, Tony. Maybe it's not you. Maybe it's me.
No, I normally knock you out before the final table, John.
That is true. I can't wait for the day that I get to bust you in a tournament.
Oh man, you are
gonna
gonna twist that knife.
I put my money with a lot of bluffs.
All right, James with 8-6.
I hope we get really deep together in the Party Poker 10 million guaranteed at Baha Mar in a month. And then we get it in. You're going to have the nuts like always, and I'm going to have nothing, and I'm just going to spike on you one time for like $1 million in equity.
Just to shut me up about all those winning all-ins against you.
Mm-hmm. The viewers probably think we hate each other. We're actually friendly.
If we hated each other, I wouldn't bring up those hands so fondly.
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly. You know, a long time ago when I was a young dumb poker player, I would not be able to be friendly with anyone who took lots of equity off of me, even if they were just like very standard spots. Those the two spots we're referring to were both just like regular coin flips.
Yep.
And I mean that's clearly ridiculous. I was being emotionally charged and not thinking logically. And you have to realize that the battle at the poker table is different than like life, right? Somebody can bust you in a tournament. You can actively be trying to take your opponent's money, yet still be friends with them, and that's A-okay.
Yeah, the game's not personal.
Well, the game is personal if you make it personal, but
potential cooler
the
here.
best
I'm gonna
players
stop you there, John.
John.
Ryan raises up his jacks, and Simon with a hand that's likely to end up all in here.
This is interesting in that Ryan's done a whole lot of limping from the small blind or jamming.
And a
snap
call.
Small. You think this is indicative of only good hands? It's tough to know.
He's got two. Ace-4. Ace-4. Jacks. Ace-4 suited.
take a look at how often the ace-4 suited wins. 33%. That's kind of a lot if you think about it.
That's why it's one of those hands that players sometimes make the 4-bet shove with when they want to choose hands to go in light. Here, ace-4 is going to outflop the jacks.
Clubs.
Oh, we
Jacks looking for a club now, or a jack for a set.
Straight.
11 outs. As you can see, still
Not that I'm rooting for
almost
you,
a coin flip.
Set draw, you got the world. You basically flopped it.
8 of hearts on the turn.
25% for Ryan now.
Been running too good already.
And an ace of spades on the river, so Simon will double up.
Really didn't like that place.
And just like that, we see Simon gains chips to be almost equal to Ryan. So now Ryan's relentless aggression is going to have to slow down. And now we finally get to see if Simon gets to play chip leader. What is he going to do being in position against the other big stack? We're in an interesting scenario now where the two big stacks are roughly the same. I realize Ryan is still the quote-unquote chip leader, but usually the player who has a lot of chips in position gets to act as the effective chip leader. So we're going to see if Ryan adjusts and slows down, or if he just keeps raising and Simon lets him run him over. I don't think Simon's the type of player to let people run him over, though. I know he seems like a nice, mild-mannered man, but
I just moved that side.
he has a crazy side.
Simon now only a couple of million behind our chip leader, Ryan. One of the only setbacks he has taken at this final table.
Thank you.
There you see our current chip counts. 38 blinds for Ryan, 29 for Simon. James in the middle there with about 15, 17 blinds.
Here we see those hefty payout jumps the players are playing for. Once the blinds get high, though, stacks go in. 9-7 suited, definitely a good enough hand to raise it up, even given the new table dynamic. And now, does Simon just jam it in again?
Well, they are under 30 blinds.
These small pairs are the type of hands
There
you
it
typically
is.
prefer to jam.
110.
He does pick it up. Very nice shove, I think.
The two of them will be close to even now. James with the distance to make up. James with 9-6 in the small blind.
Taking his time on this one. He elects to limp.
And top pair for Ryan here. Though if I'm James, I might stab at this flop as it's a lot better from my range than Ryan's. And there are some turns that will give him straight draws. And there it goes, 250. And a call from Ryan with top pair. And there is a turn that gives James an open ender.
We talked about these spots earlier where when you turn that draw, even if it's kind of a rough board, it's never too bad to go for it. This is a pretty tough spot, though. I mean, I guess you don't really have many better hands to bluff with, but you're going to get called a lot. So knowing that, get your triple barrel shoes on. You know, a bit of a tell I think I see every once in a while, Tony, is when people make a bet and as they're making it, they're like kind of looking at their opponent. I don't know if you caught that. It was very quick from James. It was like, I bet, and then as I'm betting, I look over saying, please snap fold, please snap fold.
No snap fold from top pair. Ryan makes this call. And James, should he not hit this river, and he just hits it with a 6, makes a pair. Hard to believe that that's good. Yeah.
The 6 might as well be a blank, I think.
Yeah. Also
in terms of bluffing.
Tough to sell that you have a straight here. I mean, yeah, you could have the 8-9, but the ace-king, not as likely.
There he
goes.
Did he
win for it?
Barrel shoes are on. James finally did it.
Wow.
I love it.
This is you got the image for it, that's for sure. What a spot for Ryan here with top pair and a spade blocker.
Fantastic jam. I mean, whether or not he gets called, I think I love this shove from James. I love the play in general. Like, if you bet the turn, you must bluff river. And with this hand, it's like almost always happening. And he recognized the 6 doesn't really give him showdown value, or if it does, it's incredibly minimal. The problem with if you do have showdown value with a 6, if you check, your opponent's going to bluff, right? Ryan's going to bluff with things that can't beat a 6, so you just lose. So the 6 is essentially irrelevant.
I guess you block 2 pair, that's about it, and he gets the fold!
Nice hand.
Big bluff from James.
A+. James is thinking, ooh, that feels nice.
And a very nice play from James Moran. Give himself some more breathing room at this final table.
One thing I found a lot of people are pretty good at doing, well, like I just did here, is finding spots where it's a pretty clear triple barrel, right? But then a lot of people can find those spots and then they just don't make the triple barrel. They'll bet the flop and the turn, but then give up the river, and that's perhaps, well, it is a very bad line to take because you're going to get called on the turn a lot, right? So you have to be willing to follow through with the play, and that's exactly what James did, and he was paid off. Well, he was not paid off. He got paid off because he jammed and he got the fold through, or got the fold. And every once in a while, Tony, you find a setup spot like the 9-6 against the Queen 4 offsuit. And the players find themselves all in or almost all in.
Action over to Simon in the small blind.
So now the chip stacks are starting to even out a little bit more, right? It's probably about 30 big blinds for everyone to some extent.
750? 750?
And once everyone has roughly the same chip stack, this is where I really like trying to make a move to some extent. Because if you can become the chip leader, then you can lean on the other players and slowly blind them down. Interesting 3 big blind raise. out of Simon here with this king 7. Because if you raise and get shoved on, you have to fold, presumably. But if you limp, you can then call a raise.
Yeah, although I don't mind it with the king 7 sort of disconnecting, but having some blockers to your opponent's shoving range. I think it's a pretty reasonable hand to use as a raise fold there. I might use slightly worse kings for it, but I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it with king 7.
Yeah, I was thinking like king 2, like the worst ones. The absolute worst ones, but all right. What I'm saying is I'm not a big fan of the sizing to some extent. I think if I'm going to raise, I would raise even a little bit bigger. Because when you make it 3 big blinds, you're still just going to get called a lot. You don't really want to get called all that often.
Right. Jack 3 now for Simon.
All right. Not afraid. You saw earlier some of the other medium stacks being quite passive, raising into the big stack. Ryan, now we see Simon not being afraid. Now, what does Simon do here? With the ace-9, Ryan, what does Ryan do with the ace-9 suited?
He's going for it.
All of it. I do think this is the play. I suppose you could also flat call. This has been a fantastic poker festival here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham, UK. They had the WPT 500 that Jack Hardcastle won for $68,610. The WPT Ladies event that Katie Swift won for $4,500. The Devilfish Cup, a $5,300 event in memory of the Devilfish. Dave Elliott, they got over $60,000 collected and donated for charity. The winner of that, Rick Trigg, for $250K after a heads-up deal. And now here we are for the main events. Over $2 million in this prize pool, with the winner getting $330,000, including the $15,000 buy-in World Poker Tour Tournament of Champions entry that Tony and I will be at with any luck. So if you love poker, do not miss this event next time. Or really, you can just go down to Dusk Till Dawn any day and get right in the poker action. If you can't make it to Dusk Till Dawn today, just load up Party Poker. Get in the game, win some Party Poker live dollars. You buy in for World Poker Tour Montreal coming up later this month. They'll give you $300 into your account just to help you cover expenses and have a party at the playground. You know, I thought the days were gone when poker sites and venues and World Poker Tour type companies would, I thought they were no longer going to rain money on us. But Party Poker is making it happen. So huge thanks to them. All the players appreciate it. Excited to go to the Caribbean Poker Party here in November.
James now raises our button to 500,000 with 8-7 of spades. Excuse me, Ryan does, into James. James with the 10 deuce of hearts in the big blind.
This may seem like a crazy hand to call, but for one big blind more, you need to stick around. I think the big blind ante has made people realize how often they need to defend. It's almost forcing people to play better, or like making it clear to them, all right, the big blind ante's in there. You need to call a ton from the big blind. But really, not a whole lot changes from regular poker. It's just recognizing that, or like what the actual pot size is. And while that takes away the edge of the loose aggressive players who used to get away with just raising and robbing people blind.
I've definitely had some extended conversations with, let's say, less experienced poker players about how the big blind ante, for the most part, does not actually change the odds you're receiving. I've had them say, well, now, you know, you've got more money in there. And I'm like, no, but that's dead money. You know, it doesn't meaningfully change the odds. It would in a shorthanded game, of course, because if this was the small ante traditional format. there would be much less money in the pot. But when you're full ring, the big blind ante essentially keeps the price the same. But I've heard many players say, well, no, I've got more money in there. I'm getting a better price. And a lot of people seem to believe that and think they have more money in there that they have to defend. So I agree, John, that it is loosening people up out of the big blind, even if it's for the wrong reasons.
All right, it is forcing them to make the right adjustments for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
And it may not necessarily be that bad for the good players, because maybe the weaker players call very wide, which they should, but then maybe they check fold too much after the flop, which is fine. You know, if they're not in there fighting, then it's perfectly fine if they call and see lots of flops and then check fold. I mean, we saw earlier Simon, he showed how you get in there and fight, right? He was check raising on ace-9-7 with 6 high. He's raising over limps with the 8-3 offsuit, right? He's getting in there and battling. And I do think that is what you need to be doing in these scenarios. Not all the time, don't go insane, but don't be afraid to do it. Like right here, we see a limp and Ryan just raises with his queen high blocker and picks it up. See, that's the type of hand I like to raise, the queen 4 offsuit.
Yeah, and that's, in a similar vein to the king 7, where you have one big card and one blocker, and not a lot of playability post flop.
The queen 4 is worse. In terms of exciting things in poker, raising bad hands is a whole lot of fun. If you don't experience the joy of raising with a bad hand in poker, you haven't lived. Get in there, do it, try it. Don't just play like a super nit. Get in there and gamble, everyone. I don't know what kind of water they're drinking, but I want water out of that giant bottle. Simon's left. I mentioned that poker players should be drinking a lot of water earlier, and clearly they keep you hydrated at dusk till dawn. So that's nice of them. Either with water or wine.
Simon, with his ace-4 in the big blind, will make the call.
This is a spot where, for you, Tony, the ace-4 offsuit's just like a very, very easy call, right? Like you're never raising.
No, I'm not raising.
And a lot of recreational players look at this type of board and think, oh man, I need to raise because I want to protect my hand against all these draws available. Without realizing that when you raise and get called, well, good draws are not going to fold. And when you, like, what better hands are going to call you? They're going to mostly beat you, right? So do not overplay the marginal made hands like the ace-4. These hands are great if a little bit of money goes in the pot, but they are awful if a lot of money goes in the pot. Ryan not going for it this time with no equity. You'll see this is a very common theme when you just have a hand that doesn't really turn equity. You're not bluffing with it all that often. And now the 10 high actually has a tiny bit of showdown value. Not a lot, but like a little bit. With hands like, I don't know, 8-7, maybe you do want to bluff the river. Maybe 9-7, 9-6, 9-8, maybe those are river bluffs. So you do need to bluff some hands on the river, but you certainly don't need to go all of them. Like king high would be probably not a very good bluff on the river, because if it just goes check check, you win a decent amount of the time.
Right.
So a 10 is close, but like a king there, for example, is not a hand to go for the bluff. So we are down to 3 players here at WPT UK. There we see current WPT Deep Stacks reigning player of the year for Europe, season 17, this season, well, previous season. Simon Brandstrom. We have James Ron, who this is his 8th WPT cash. And Ryan Miranda, who's been crushing the final table as the big stack. He's had a few setbacks recently, but he's doing his best to maintain composure and continue playing his best. All these players have at least $500,000 in cashes now, so certainly no slouches here at the final table.
Simon now at the button, holding 6-4, dropping out.
Ace-2 for this 18 big blind stack. You like the all-ins in these scenarios, Tony?
Yes, I do, as does James. And a snap call from Ryan with sevens. Man, he smashed those chips in the felt. Couldn't wait.
He's done math. Sevens are the nuts. Nice snap call. Remember a long time ago, I was playing against one of my friends and I jammed and he snapped and called me. I'm like, oh, you have aces? He's like, oh, no, I have sevens. Very similar spot to this.
Now let's go to a flop. It is King Jack 5, 2 clubs. No help for James, who is 3 outing going to the turn.
Queen seems fair. Queen?
5 on the turn. It is down to the river for James Rand. King on the river. And so Ryan and his pocket sevens will hold up and eliminate James in third place. A very nice run at this final table. Comes to a close.
Amazing run. He has doubled his World Poker Tour cashes to date. Very, very nice run for James. He played it great. He had a horrible seat at the final table and did the absolute best he could with the situation he was in. So he should be very proud of this finish.
Want to look at numbers?
Yeah, we can have a look, but I'm not going to do like chip shop. I'm sorry.
We'll play.
Yeah. No, it's nothing against you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
I'm in a position when I can.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
You gotta pay me for a heads up chop.
Can we pause and just get like a quick toilet?
These guys are gonna take a moment to use the bathroom, perhaps discuss a deal. So we'll have a brief pause in the action. Come back in a few minutes.
Ready for WPT 500, Deep Stacks, and the main tour in just one festival? Well, get ready, because WPT Montreal is back in partnership with Party Poker Live, taking place at Playground Poker from October the 25th to the 4th of November. Players will be able to play day one online on Party Poker, and you will also be able to use your Party Poker Live dollars. The first 100 players to buy into the WPT main tour will receive 300 Canadian dollars in their Party Poker account. The festival kicks off, of course, with the WPT 500 on the 25th of October with a 1 million Canadian dollar guarantee. This is then followed by the 3,300 Canadian dollar buy-in main tour event on the 29th of October. And then last but not least, of course, we have the WPT Deep Stacks, which has a 1,650 Canadian dollar buy-in.
For non-stop poker action at home or on the go, sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
get like 3 big blinds at the minimum, maybe more like 3.5 or even 4 if your opponents are good, competent players. What I see a lot of players do, especially when I play the smaller and medium stakes games every once in a while, is small blind will raise to 2.5 big blinds. You always want to ask, what am I presenting to my opponent? I mean, in that scenario, your opponent has to put in 1 or 1.5 big blinds to try to win a pot that's 5 big blinds or 6 big blinds. So you're saying you don't think they can realize 20 or 25% equity in position. And they just can with everything. So you're just presenting them a good, profitable scenario. And you don't want to give your opponents good, profitable scenarios. You want to give them tough scenarios, which is why when you make it 3.5 big blinds, now they have to realize way more equity.
And Leo opens for the minimum. I'm 16 blinds with his ace-king.
We may see action on this one. We saw a pair of 7s fold earlier.
Well, hijack versus
but not anymore.
Button. I can't imagine Ryan would. Okay, yep, that's a good play right there. I like this shove from Ryan. Both the blinds behind him are quite short. Leo will make this call, of course, but Ryan with the small edge holding the pair there. When he got snapped, you could see that concern across his face, and then he saw the ace-king, and there was a relief.
Sevens against ace king. We want 7s to hold because we get more money.
So Leo flipping for his tournament life right now. Should Ryan win this pot, he would actually be our chip leader and edge out James. Let's go to a flop. It is Jack 10-3, 2 clubs and a spade, neither player holding a club, and so Leo, 40% to double up, but Ryan maintains his lead.
40%'s a lot. A lot of people don't realize how good ace-king is when it has a gut shot.
Clubs, though, there's no club. Neither of them.
Down to 23% going to the river with 10 outs for Leo and his ace-king. It is a 4, and we will lose Leo in 8th place. Going to take home $46,000 for his efforts here today. Didn't get to do too much at this final table, but put his money in with good hands and was live going to the river, but couldn't catch up.
Sometimes at a final table, it just doesn't go your way. I mean,
James now under the gun, lets it go. With Paul, not gonna play. Simon on the button. Ace-8 of spades.
this is another hand where you'd usually rather just rip it all in. And he does. So that's great.
Oh, look
Manning.
out.
With the effective nuts, he's not going to be folding. It's nice because whenever I see Manning have a hand, I just like, no, you're not folding, right? I'm not going to be surprised. Makes life easy. Watch him fold now. Is there any chance he folds, Tony?
Do you fold my hand?
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There he goes.
All in and a call. 3 to stable. Yeah.
So Simon is all in, at risk of elimination. He's going to need an 8 or some spades. Or straight every once in a while. Otherwise, he's going to be out of here in 7th place.
Manning, a big favorite going to this flop. 7-5-3, 2 hearts and a diamond.
It's not the flop Simon wanted, because now even if he gets the 8 of diamonds, Manning's going to have a redraw.
Although an 8 of hearts will help.
Wow. The exact card he wanted. Manning now has a little bit of a redraw.
5, no help. And so Manig, I believe, was shorter than Simon. They are going to count it down. Our computer is saying that Manig had 75,000 more. I'm sure that they will clear this up.
Oh, maybe I have 1.4.
Yeah, I think you have 1.4.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I had 1.3.
Well, you don't want to abandon. Yeah, you don't want to abandon your stack before it's over.
We discussed this earlier. Starting stack is 50,000 chips, and you have 75,000 left. That is a starting stack and a half he has in front of him.
Okay, my bad.
You're thrilled to have that a few hours into the tournament.
And Manig is a guy who, you know, he's not on tilt. He just lost his entire stack. He took a bad beat. I promise you, he's not on tilt. He is exactly the kind of player who could take one big blind, win a couple of all-ins, and be right back in this thing.
And since we're playing big blind ante, he actually gets to sit here if he feels like it.
That's right.
Now, this is a scenario where the big stack should be opening very, very, very wide. Because Manig's sitting here with one big blind. They call it 0% of chips in.
Interesting flop. Your top pair and a diamond flush draw for Simon, an open-ended straight draw for Paul, and not much happening for Manig's ace-queen. Check on the flop. 7 of the turn will pair up Paul to go with his open-ender.
As I mentioned, right, this is a spot where normally Simon would just make a small bet with a lot of his range. Instead, he just checks it back, no problem, right?
Right. Now
I mean,
I
his
would be
hand's
betting.
pretty great. In terms of hands like you could bet that you're not really worried about getting outdrawn with. This is a hand that is probably fine to still just bet the flop, but I mean, I get the idea of checking. And, you know, interestingly enough, Paul actually has one of the hands that would put money in. Does call a turn bet. Man is going to need an ace on the river. He does not get it.
Nope, it is top 2 pair for Simon instead. So we will lose Manig.
Manig got it all in with ace-queen twice. Brutal.
And my head would explode if Paul calls a river bet.
I do like how Simon's not just snap betting the river. Some people will instantly bet when they have a good hand on the river.
Yeah.
Because they know they're betting. But notice how he kind of thought it over, made it look a little suspicious.
Yeah, and on that note, I do think that Paul is, how to put it, he has some tells in his timing and speed of action, particularly pre-flop. We've seen him really kind of think it over when he's on the fringe. Whereas, say, on the turn there, he, like, snap called with his pair and open-ender when it was a no-doubter. So it's something you do have.
Maria has $3 million in cashes, but this is actually her first WPT cash, if my records are telling me correctly. And if so, it's pretty nice to make a final table on your first cash.
I believe Maria's breakthrough win was in a Party Millions event, correct?
I believe so, yeah, right here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Correct, yeah.
For $1.25 million. Oh,
man.
Not a bad way to break out.
No.
And then since then, she's been crushing the circuit for the last 3 years. We have James right next to her. James has 7 World Poker Tour caches, not counting this one, but his best run ever was at the Seminole Hard Rock with a 9th place finish. He's going to be doing way better than that today. Hold on to Matthew. Well, I think we all know what's about to happen right here.
Yeah, this is an 11 blind shove. Maria will not take too long here.
One thing Maria does that I think is good is making sure she understands the situation. A lot of players make little errors here and there because they don't quite understand exactly what's going on. And imagine Matthew actually had 25 big blinds and somehow she just got it wrong. You might as well take 2 seconds to let the dealer tell you exactly what's going on. And so she does make the easy call, and Matthew is going to need a 3. You're not rooting for exactly a 3 too often, but this is when he'd like it.
King 3-6 on the flop, and salvation for Matthew. Now way in front. Maria does have a backdoor diamond draw. Queen on the turn, no help, and so a 9 and only a 9 will eliminate Matthew. It is an 8, and Matthew will stick around and knock Maria under 20 big blinds.
A 3 for Matthew Boy, as the crowd called for it. The one good thing about losing 9s to 3s here is that you still have chips left. And I'm sure Maria is going to play very well with this stack size. And
action with Simon under the gun, holding ace-king. Simon entered this final table 9-handed as our chip leader. Took a number of setbacks and was the short stack for some time, but has chipped back up, and now right in the thick of things with ace-king. And a spot for Paul here that he is going to shove. Well, we know he's going to get called. And, you know, look, I don't, how to put it. I don't think this is a bad shove, but I think it might be optimistic against an under-the-gun open 6-handed from someone.
it's tough because
you
Simon
know,
has been kind of active in terms of opens, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, in terms of spots, I don't mind this particular spot, given we have seen Simon maybe not necessarily play too wide, but definitely be active.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
it's a tough one. I mean,
I
I don't
agree.
fault him for the all-in.
I don't mind it at all. I think it might be a little much. I'm not really sure, though. But a queen on the flop will put Paul way in front, and now Simon is drawing to 3 outs.
These 3-outers are coming a lot here on the World Poker Tour today.
They are.
Now he improved to 7 outs. More than doubling his outs going to the river.
And a deuce on the river will hold up Paul's top pair of queens. He gets a double up here against Simon, who is so close to being back amongst the chip leaders.
From penthouse to outhouse, as they say.
Well, he's not out yet.
Here at Dusk Till Dawn. And actually, Paul took 2nd place in it.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello, everyone. We are back for the Heads Up Battle, live from Dusk Till Dawn Poker and Casino in Nottingham, UK. I am Jonathan Little, joined by Tony Dunst. We are here to close out the evening with you. I want to thank you all for being here with us. Hope you've enjoyed the stream.
Thank you.
Thanks to World Poker Tour for putting on this amazing event. Thanks to Party Poker for helping coordinate it, and Dusk Till Dawn. And Rob Young and Simon Trumper and the rest of the team here. They do a great job of producing amazing poker experiences for all of us. So huge thanks to all of them. We are heads up. Simon's playing about call it 25 big blind stack. So that is the effective stack size. And Ryan opens it up with a raise. And Simon has shown that he is not afraid to battle. And the same goes for Ryan. So I think we're going to have a battle.
Ryan with the ace-4 makes the bet of 650. Whoa, what the? Oh, okay, sorry, our computer was a little behind there for a second. My apologies.
So check on the flop. Simon checks the turn with bottom pair. Over to Ryan with the ace high. He does not need to bet because he has a very clear marginal made hand. And now Simon gets to go for a sizable bet if he feels inclined. Definitely like the way Simon has played this final table. He's been willing to get in there, battle.
He was very patient when he was knocked down short as well.
It's very true. He's shown all the gears.
He's shown all the, yes, it's exactly right. He's shown all the gears and really played a great final table.
And don't forget, he's the WPT Deep Stacks Europe reigning player of the year. So he's crushing the circuit. And he faces now, he made now a 2 times pot river bet. Nice.
Wow. I thought he had announced 1.5 and had bet about full pot, but I guess I misheard.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe the graphics are still catching up. It also says Ryan checked, which he did not because he's in position. So anyway, we'll figure it out. He bet a lot. How about that? That does look like 1.5. Good mouth reading, Tony. The blue chips are 100,000 each. Orange chips are 25,000. Good job to Dusk Till Dawn, by the way, for getting a solid set of chips that are easy to follow.
And Simon will take that one down.
Now, Ryan has just not paid off today. So whenever you are observing a stream and you know that someone does not pay off a lot, I would just really shift quickly to making most of my big bets, my over bets, as bluffs, which I know is horribly unbalanced and very exploitable, but you are adjusting to exploit what you perhaps think someone is doing incorrectly. So either continue playing a balanced strategy or make the over bets as bluffs. And it seems like every time Ryan considers it, and he does, he actually does, but for some reason he's coming up with a fold every time. And if that's the case, well then just start overbetting as a bluff and value betting smaller. That said, Ryan's probably just playing great. Just so happens he's had mostly folds in very close spots. Simon raises it up and Ryan will call. You'll notice that we're going to see a whole lot of flops once we get heads up, most likely because there is that ante in play.
Plus,
you just cannot fold from the small blind.
I think heads up plays a little more passive than many people realize, particularly pre-flop.
Well, it's passive, but also people are in every pot, you know. So a lot of people view activeness as aggressiveness, and those are different. Like we are going to see almost every flop here, or significant pre-flop action, one of the two. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the players are being overly maniacal, because they're really just both fighting to try to realize their equity. That's it. That's all they're trying to do to some extent is see flops, don't get pushed off equity. So we have Ryan check calling the bottom pair. Simon now turns. Pretty reasonable draw.
Everyone with an open-ender of some kind.
And Simon is the one that lacks showdown value to some extent, so he's the one who should feel inclined to bluff.
Bluff he will for 1.3. Ryan with a bottom pair and an open-ender of his own will not be going anywhere.
Yeah, so heads up. A lot of people think you need to be raising and re-raising and jamming, but same logic that we've been discussing all day applies. The marginal hands generally want to just get as close to showdown as they can, like right here with bottom pair, right? Even though Ryan has a pair and a draw, his pair isn't great, his draw is fine, but you don't want to be ramming and jamming those hands. And in the ideal world, he gets to check here, and Simon just checks behind a lot. But that is probably not what is going to happen this time, I don't think.
No, but River 5 of Hearts will not complete Simon's hand, and so betting is his only way out. He has about a pot-sized bet behind.
So on the previous hand, he used an overbet for value. Let's see what he does in this scenario as a bluff.
Now he's blocking both of the straights that are possible out there. Jack 8, King Jack. 8-6, I guess, as well. He's used a time bank chip here. Will he pull the trigger?
I think of the hands you could possibly have, this is just one you have to go for it.
Simon is all in. Oh, excuse me, no, he bet 2.5 million. Bets half his stack.
Wow. And Ryan's thinking, is this real?
And
He's
he
just
folds.
blasting me every time.
Ryan lets it go without too much contemplation. And Simon chips
Two
back up.
hefty bets. Chip up Simon. There you see the Champions Cup. One of these players' names will be on that shortly.
There is our updated chip counts. 10.8 to 9.8.
Even game. I know we've only seen two hands, but given the way Simon is playing, how he's in there, he's playing pots, he's battling a bit, that's the type of player who often wins the heads-up match, unless he just runs into the nuts right off the bat. Because what typically ends up happening is the Simon-type player wins lots of small and medium pots, but loses the big ones. And, you know, as they say, when you go all in, it works every time but the last, right? In this scenario, the same logic applies to some extent, where you're going to just win lots and lots of small pots, but when you happen to run into it, you lose a lot. So you have to make sure to not lose a lot when Ryan actually does get a hand. I think, I don't know, Tony, have you studied heads up with a giant ante?
No, not really. Actually, I got heads up in an event this summer, and Dan Smith sent me a chart that I started using in real time, and I was like, okay, I hadn't seen one of these yet, but right now, it's a raise to 650 from Ryan and Simon in the big blind with Ace King.
Oh, good. You can send that to me. Does it involve a whole lot of limping?
It involves a whole bunch of limping. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's what I presumed. Because whenever you're getting really good odds, you really just want to see the flop with all of your junk. And the way you do that is by limping some pretty strong hands too. Otherwise, your limping range just becomes all garbage. So it probably involves like essentially no folding or almost no folding. Like 5% of the time or something, if any. And then you go from there.
So the 3-bet to 1.8 million will take it down for Simon, who is your chip leader. Took him many hours to get back there. Started the day on top. Now, finally, chip leader again.
He started the day with a bottle of red wine. Now he has a nice cup of tea. It's tea time.
Was Simon drinking earlier?
I think he was.
No,
wasn't he?
I thought that was Matthew. Matthew Eardley was drinking.
I thought the one seat was drinking earlier. He was in the one seat all day, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Matthew's long gone. He's at the bar, apparently, you think.
Well, Matthew definitely had a glass of red wine with him earlier. I can't speak for Simon.
All right.
So Simon just doesn't strike me as a guy who drinks on the table, but...
Have you seen how he plays? He's crazy.
He's not crazy. He's just, how to put it? He's not crazy. He's risky.
There you go.
There we go. He's willing to take the occasional risk, but like crazy, I don't know. I've seen crazy, and that's not Simon.
well, the viewers, crazy is a good thing, okay? It's not a bad term. It's a good term. You want a healthy amount of crazy in you. Otherwise, you're just normal.
Now the bet on the flop. Take it down for Simon.
So, like I was mentioning a second ago, if the more loose aggressive player of the bunch gets to win lots of small pots, that's just going to result in the loose aggressive player slowly blinding down the tighter player. And, you know, they're going to be swings, right? Because the hands are going to collide every once in a while. But that often makes for a relatively short heads-up match one way or the other. If both players are playing relatively tight, then we could be here for a very long time. But with 2 even stacks, usually what happens is one player just gets blinded down quickly and then they're done. But, you know, I don't really strike Ryan as the type who will let himself just get blinded down. He's eventually going to figure out that Simon's putting chips in the pot a lot. And when that's the case, he just can't be doing it with the nuts every time. So now you have to make somewhat big call downs.
Here, both players make a pair on 7-5-3 all spades. Neither with a spade in their hand. Deuce on the turn will give...
You know, is there no big blind ante in this pot? Look at the size of the pot, Tony.
Yeah,
it's
you're right.
500K.
It's possible the ante was removed for heads-up play, and it's possible that our computer, which seemingly made a miscalculation a few hands ago, has done so again.
I saw the pot a second ago, though, and it looked like 500K to me. So there may not be an ante. Let's pay attention.
Huh.
Have to go get a different chart from your friends.
Yeah, I'm not the one that needs the chart today.
Yes, we do. We have to commentate this, Tony. Come on.
With perfect
It's our job to
accuracy.
provide good educational experiences for the viewers.
500,000 from Simon. Value betting his
Can you
top
please-
pair of sevens.
Can you
Ryan
please
snap
get the
calls.
chart and overlay it onto the screen? I think that would be fantastic. Simon loses a little pot, but notice, not so bad. 5 big blinds. 6 big blinds, that's okay. Or no, the pot's is 4 big blinds. 4 big blinds are like nothing. Not such a bad loss.
Simon certainly having a breakout year. I know he's the European WPT Deep Stacks Player of the Year defending one, but 2019 has been a hell of a season for him.
It's only getting better after today as well.
That's right. He's got another $200,000 in cash is locked up, maybe $330,000.
I'm telling you, Tony, the players who crush it, they just take spots that come to them. And we have seen Simon take a lot of spots, like even more spots than both of us thought he would take to some extent. And they've worked out. And I realize sometimes they don't work out, but that's okay. Sometimes they do. And then you win the tournament. So with no ante in play, you can certainly elect to use more of a raise or fold strategy if you feel inclined, because you're not getting quite as good of odds to limp with everything. So notice Simon has king high, very clear marginal made hand. He just wants to get to showdown. If he gets the showdown cheaply, he wins. Ryan out of position with 10 high. I mean, maybe he could bluff if he feels like it, but certainly is not required.
These guys have held up over 9 hours of play now. Always going to be a little bit longer day when you start 9-handed. Their intention was to get to 8 last night, but took a little too long. And now we reach the finish here, down to our last two, Ryan and Simon.
So it seems like both players are using mostly a raising strategy. I wonder if Simon is a very well-versed heads-up player, given how he was like, I am not making a deal unless you pay me.
Yeah, it was a no-doubter for him. And he said it's nothing
Yeah,
personal.
Well, in theory.
In theory, it's always personal.
In that if it was a nice, even deal, you'd make an even deal.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Which means you think you have an edge, which is not like, it's not offensive. You shouldn't be offended that he thinks he has an edge. He thinks he has an edge. So it is what it is. Are you willing to pay him the edge that he thinks he has?
Interesting
The
flop
answer was
here.
no, so here we are.
Top 2 pair for Simon, 2 overcards, a gut shot, and a backdoor flush draw for Ryan.
This is one of these spots where if Simon decides to get tricky and call, we could see a whole lot of action. But if he just raises immediately, maybe he gets called if he raises, but then there's not going to be much more money put in the pot unless the turn is a spicy one. All right, wow, going for the slow play. I'm kind of surprised he goes for the slow play.
I think you would check raise worst 2-pair combination, but perhaps feels he kills this board a little too much for that. 4 clubs on the turn will bring Ryan's flush draw into play.
Spicy turn. I can't remember, has Ryan made many big bluffs so far this final table, or not so much? He's been making mostly small ones.
Mostly small ones. I have to think back to earlier in the final table to have a better answer for you, but I certainly don't remember him getting away with anything where we really couldn't tell if he was going to get called down or not. But here, he bets 1.6 million.
This might be the triple barrel spot we've been waiting for, where someone's going to lose a lot of chips depending on the river. Obviously, if a club comes, I don't think Simon loses much. If the river's an 8, he's on the hook. If river's a blank, though, he's probably just check calls, no problem. So in this scenario, do you ever raise Simon's 9-7?
You could. I don't think there is anything wrong with raising here. It's going to make this call. I would prefer to raise if jamming was the most natural size, and that feels a little big here. I feel like if we jam, we get called by, well, not just better stuff, of course, but a decent amount of better stuff. King of Hearts on the river.
King River, pretty nice bluff card for Ryan. In terms of an overcard coming, right? When an overcard comes that makes Simon's top pairs way worse, that is a card that you should feel very inclined to bluff. And you may not even need to go for that big of a bluff size, really, because his only bluffs are, well, primary bluffs are 10-8, Jack-10, Queen-10, Queen-Jack. Guess that's a lot of bluffs. He definitely has clubs in his range, so he'd like to bet big with those. But he'd also like to have a small bet size with King X, presumably, if he bets some of those twice, which may or may not happen.
He's all in.
There we go. We got a spicy turn card. I told you all. Give us a spicy turn. We have action. He's like, take my time cards, please.
This is the tournament. John Simon does cover Ryan, so if he makes the call, it will be over. And to be honest, I can't imagine that he would get here with 2 pair. And he makes the call. It's over. Simon is your champion. A tremendous final table. Ends with inducing his opponent to make a huge bluff on the river.
You got me covered.
They will count this down. Ryan disappointed to see that it has come to a close here. He made a gutsy play with that shove, and Simon's slow play works out brilliantly. Another big score.
Oh, he's got me covered. He wins.
Simon Brandstrom, your champion here at Nottingham for $330,000. Newest WPT champion, and we'll see him at the Tournament of Champions this spring. John, I want to thank you for being with me in the booth today, hanging out over the last 9 hours and watch these guys playing some great poker.
Thanks for having me. This was a fantastic final table with lots and lots of great bluffs, great calls, a little bit of nitty play here and there, and at the end of the day, we have an all-in triple barrel bluff and a little bit of a big call to make Simon our champion. Huge congrats to him. Thanks to the World Poker Tour. Thanks to you, Tony Dunst.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks to Dusk Till Dawn, Party Poker, and everyone there.
And thanks for everyone for viewing today. We're going to call it a night here. Until next time, take care and good luck.
Hello and welcome back to WPT UK. We are here in Nottingham, currently outside the Dusk Till Dawn Casino, and in traditional classic British weather style, it is freezing cold and it is raining. So we're going to do a little tour around the HyperX esports truck, which is the first mobile esports truck, and it's the first of its kind here in Europe. And I've got Nikita here with me, who works for Allied Esports, and he's going to give me a tour around, and we're going to go explore and see how awesome this thing really is.
Here we are in the heart of the HyperX esports truck. This is where the action really happens. Over here on the side, we have the consoles with all the latest games. On the other side, we have the racing simulators where you can race against one another, try to get the very best time. And in the back here, we have our technicians who are working hard. I say working hard, but maybe it's hardly working. Anyway, this is the place you want to come to if you want to show your friends who the very best is.
So we're here outside Dusk Till Dawn. Gonna play a little esports, take my chance at a soccer game against Alex.
Oh, wait, but it's not soccer, Tony, it's football. But not football as you know it. It's football as us Brits know it.
Well, we'll see if I can handle myself at your Euro version of football.
How do I switch player? I don't know how to switch player.
I don't know how to stop.
My player's just moving by themselves. Yeah!
Oh, this is the wide open shot!
Why is my player so tapped?
So I'm pretty sure she's playing a computer.
Did you not set it up? We just set two computers to play each other and pretended that we were... Oh, God. I'm drunk.
This whole automatic thing is pretty cool, but I'm not really doing anything. It's far too easy for me. I was top 100 global leaderboards for Mario Kart, so I don't think you quite know who you're dealing with here.
Top 100 in your village or?
Global leaderboards.
100 kilometers. She's gonna do a turn. Oh! She's in neutral. She's on second now.
I've never driven on this side of the car before with manual. Oh my God, guys, this is so much fun. It just takes your mind off of poker for a little bit, you know?
Reset, maybe?
You're resetting. You're just rewiring your brain quickly.
If they turn up on the truck and stuff, can they race against you?
Yeah, they can try, because they're gonna lose. So we conclude our tour in the driver's cabin, which is also the commentating booth, am I right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This is where we sit. We'll watch on the screens the action, the gameplay happening, commentate.
Awesome. Well, I feel like I proved myself in the driving simulation. I have the right hat on, so let's get out of here, Nikita. Buckle up. We're off to the next destination.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker.